Hey everybody, I'm coming on in a second. I'm just getting my headphones in. Hope everybody's doing all right. Hello, hello, hi. I haven't made anything yet. I have a bunch of community decks to go grab, which I'm going to do right now. Let's see, SARS shared one, Caliper shared one. A few other people did as well. Quite a few people did. Hey, Storm Breath, Paperless. I see Taurus Neck got first today. May. Make sure my audio is working everywhere. Cool, 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 cool. I can't forget. Hey, it's go. How you doing? Oh, stone. Art. Since I never knew I had. Is there no special basics we can use? Awful truth. Craft. What game is this? We're playing early access today, chat. So if you, I'm in a special client, game client, that is only available to those who are invited. Can I not craft it? Oh. I craft you? I can craft you. Hmm. We'll craft this one. Under your flowers, nor torture than pleasure. Oh wait, I can craft the art, but not the card, right? Oh, that's dumb. Okay. Will it work if I buy a pack of Eldraine? Hey, Paperless, how you doing? I'm testing something to see if this will work. All right, please work. Okay, will you work now? Will I be able to do it now? No, I can't. Okay. All right, no special basic lands, I guess. Unless they're actually in the store. There is none. Okay. Is there a Rask avatar? There's that one. This isn't my real account. This is like a god account that they let us use. And over my back, it's like a whirlwind inside of my head. Right beneath the skin. And I don't think there's any way to get my cat. Looks like there isn't. Okay. Whirlwind inside of my head. It's like a paranoid looking over my back. It's like out of my head. It's like Chat, I'm just grabbing lists from the community right now. All right, there's Roots. How's everybody doing now while I'm doing this? John Roots, and then there is Anvil. Whirlwind inside of my head is like it's like oh, those are Explorer. Okay. Well, these two are standard, right? Standard, and then Anvil. Is Anvil standard? Should have looked at that. It's looking like it's standard. Okay. So I got these two lists. Are these three? And then Tyrant shared 3. Alpha shared 1. And there's a couple more somewhere else. Whoa. Green white counters. Rule prowess. Export. Import. Arena prowess seems to be big and powerful. I'd imagine. I got a couple more lists to grab, chat, and then I'm gonna brew a couple lists as well. I actually honestly haven't yet. I'm really lacking right now. Helen joins up. Rule Stompy, ask for blank, Rakdos artifacts, and is it Spellslinger? Okay. Jim been complaining about the new plot guy all morning. Hates playing against it. The one where you where it's like prowess for +2/+0. I'd imagine. These are all these lists I'm just putting in there now are from Evan. All right, and this one is another root stack from Evan. Orzhov sack. Probably help if I actually copied a list. Kellen joins up. I haven't consumed any content at all for this new set yet, chat. From the streamer event. My only plan today was just get on here, brew a couple decks, and then play community decks as well. We got quite a few decks, more than I was expecting actually. As for Blink, Rakdos artifacts. Is it Spell Slinger? Didn't export. Copied clipboard. Okay. All right. So these are all the community decks that were shared to me. Chat, there's also an ad coming up. No cowboy hat? No, I don't own a cowboy hat. I mean, the best I can do is a cheese hat. I could do a cheese hat. Like, if I had tape, if I had some clear tape, maybe I could maybe I could tape it where it looks like a cowboy hat really badly. Or wait. Idea. Very painted black. It could be an outlaw hat. I have an idea, chat. I have an idea. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can do this. Trying to find a good one. That looks like Woody's hat. Hold on. Image. I'm gonna see if this works. Where to go? Downloads. Oh, it's not GIF, not GIF. Oh, okay. I have an idea I'm trying to do right now, chat. I'm sorry. Give me a second. All right, I'm hoping this works. Oh, it does not work. It doesn't work. It's not transparent. Say, hold your horses all Pioneer season when I'm telling your opponent you got a response. I'm trying to find a transparent hat, chat. One that actually shows transparent. Save image. Okay, will this one work? I'm determined to make this work now. Okay. If anybody else in chat has any decks you'd like to see me play today in stream, feel free to share them. I have quite a bit of community decks here. I still have a few more I need to, or not a few more. I have some I want to make as well. Okay, I'm gonna see if this one will work now. How about that? Does that work? Does that work? Does that work? Make it super tiny. Okay, how about that?
Thanks for the sub. Rip off.
Yeehaw.
Hey, Jason, thank you for the sub. I wish I could like make it where it would follow my head. I'm gonna leave it right there and do my best to stay in this spot. Okay, so there's an ad start 90-second chat. All right, let me craft all of these. VTubering just for the hat. Yes. Okay. Crafting all these decks. Chat, what kind of deck would you like to see me build, like brew right now before we go play any? Or should we just start playing with community decks? No, make the hat bigger. Hat must be much larger. Hold on. Can I tilt it? Can I hold on, where's transform? Custom transformation. Can I tilt it? Rotation. Ooh. I'm rotating it, chat. I'm gonna turn the hat. It's slowly turning. Okay. If we do this is very good. Okay. All right, J-Jab, can you move? Oh, you're not. I'm not centered. It's fine. It's perfect how it is. It's fine. Okay, so I'm just crafting all these decks real quick, chat, and then I'm gonna brew. I want to brew mono green, at least. I think. I don't even know what I want to make, to be honest. I want maybe something Golgari because I want to play with Blooming Marsh just because. Should I make the hat just bigger so that way, like, it doesn't matter if I'm centered or not? Would it be too large for the game if I make it bigger? You were kidding. It's all right. But like, what if I did this? What if I did that? Now this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so All right, I'm gonna take a look at Evan's mono green deck real quick, or not Evan, SARS. Howdy, partner. Oh, sorry, Raven. Okay, so this is Evan's mono. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna start calling everybody Evan today. This is SARS' mono green deck. I think it's mono green counters. So I have two thoughts of two decks I want to build right now in my head. Golgari, what Evan is. Oh my god. Golgari and mono green. Hi, Raven. Kitty cat. The reason for Golgari is because I want to play Blooming Marsh. Ow. Raven, that hurt. And then I like my idea of Cavern. Still, I like playing Cavern in these decks. I want to play Gitrog Monster with whatchamacallit. I want to play Gitrog Monster with Mosswood Dread Knight. And this is all best of one today, chat. So that's why we're not gonna be really playing anything different. I need this art. I'm not gonna take this stupid amount of time in crafting arts today, though. Deep Cavern. All around. Go for the throat. Bitter. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll play a Gix or 2. Better off the. Oh, wait. Nope. I want to play with my card. One day he's like, I need more gems and gold. I bought a few art. Actually, that happened one time. During early access. Hey, specialty is no hat. Oh, the hat's not showing over on. Oh no, the hat should be showing over on. Yeah, it's ridiculous looking. Okay, so rookie breach. Sentinel. Better off this way. Some glissas. I'm basically rebuilding my standard deck. Gitrog. The new Gitrog. Ravenous Ride. Cost 5, 6, 5, trample haste. Saddle 1 whenever Gitrog Ravenous Ride deals common damage to a player may sacrifice a creature. Saddled it this turn. If you do, draw X cards to put X lands, up to X lands from your hand onto the battlefield. Tap or X number, sacrifice creature power. I think I'm going to play 2. Is there any new cards I actually want to look at from Outlaws and of Thunder Junction and Big? Tiny Bones, the Pickpocket. Death Touch. When it deals common damage to a player, you may cast a target online permanent card from your player's graveyard. Better off this way. I don't want to play a 1 of this card, to be honest. Because if we're ramping and drawing cards, I could picture this being decent. Maybe just a 1 of. I don't think the new Vraska is good, but we could still try playing the new Vraska just for the fun of it. New Vraska has text of like Death Touch. Whenever a non-token creature an opponent controls dies, you may pay 1. If you do, turn this card to the battlefield tapped under your control. It's a treasure artifact with tap, sacrifice this artifact. I don't have any color. Maybe just play a couple. Let's saddle up and ride. Hey, Christmas. Vraska joins up. When Vraska joins up, enters the battlefield, put a death touch counter on each creature you control. Whenever a legendary creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. How many legendaries are we playing? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm willing to just play some of these as one-ofs. And the rest seems decent. I'll read that one in a second. Pillage the Bog. I like the name. Look at top X cards of your library, where X is twice the number of lands you control. Put one of them in your hand, rest in the bottom of your library in random order. Plot. I don't know how I feel about this card. I don't know. Does anybody else agree with me? It just seems kind of bad. The Pillage the Bog. Honest Rustine. Rustine actually looks younger in this picture too, compared to its last card. I think kind of stinks. When Honest Rustine enters battlefield, return target creature card from graveyard to your hand. All creatures supposed to control cost 1 less to cast. I get an E for effort here, bro. I wouldn't have done it unless Chad asked me to. Yeah, Rustine seems all right. I think we'll try out a couple of Rustines. Maybe 2. 1 for Vraska. 1 joins up. Actually, I don't know if I want this. Maybe. Hi, Raven. Village needs to be in a combo deck. Plan to try and Golgari, Escape Shift, and Pioneer. Okay. I think I have way too many 3s. I'm on 25 lands in this build. Do I need Cavern? Do we have enough legendaries instead of Cavern? We want to play Plaza. Or this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I need to cut 1 more card still. That's 11 legendary creatures. Maybe we do play like 1 Cavern, 1 legend, 1 Plaza. Or we go 1 Forest, 1 Cavern, 2 Plazas. Maybe just 1 Plaza. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 70 kill spells. Any more Gurks? All right, we're going to play 2 Sheldred. And then I'm going to add 1 Plaza. I'm just going to play it, Kebby, just because it's a new card. The whole point of these early access events are just to like showcase the new cards. They're not like, they're meant to be a for fun event, like kind of thing. And I know Vraska isn't that great. I'm just gonna play Vraska just because Golgari. If I was playing ladder, like if this is set release, I would not build this card. Yeehaw, it's Golgari. Okay, we're gonna go play Golgari. Find match. Oh, hold on. Count. Unlock play modes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it started. Usually play mid range. Hey, Kevy, I do have a bunch of community decks people shared as well. I gotta open packs. Even though, like, I just want to open them. They're just sitting here for no reason. Do 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 do. To say. Okay. All right, let's go yeehaw, it's Golgari. Okay, chat. I'm gonna do a prediction, but this is gonna be a different prediction. It's gonna be if I'm gonna go 3-0 or not, or out 5-0. We'll go 5-0. Are we gonna go 5-0? Oh, it's Yellow Hat. I'm getting alchemy packs, so they refuse to open that Garbo. We'll go 4-1. Will Jaffer go 4-1, and it's gonna be a 2-minute long prediction. These games are gonna go fast. So Twitch chat, there's a prediction up right there. Raven Man. Hostile investigator and battlefield target opponent discards card. Ooh, you're playing discard that deck. Like Lissa. Playing best of one. What universe are we in? Well, early access is only in best of one, to be fair. Hey, Caliper. Oh. Okay. I didn't get to play any new cards. I had Vraska. I wanted to play Get Rog really bad. Yeah, there's still time to get in that prediction. Will I go 4-1? I think 4-1's a fair number to put there. I think 5 matches is a fair number for how many games to play with a deck. Also, I got an order in the mail today. I ordered my Altar Copperline Gorgeous. Hey, it's Eefly. Sent you list. One's a Simic one. Okay. Eefly's on mono green, mono black. Okay, chat, is this hat like ridiculous for me to have it here on stream? Like, should I make it smaller or what? Smaller. Okay, give me a second. When is the police turn? I'll do that. You look imitating. Ugh. How about that? How's that? Yes, ridiculous, but cool AF. Oh, I get to play cool, honest Rustine, and then a 1-mana bat. That's sick. And then bat dies. Do 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 do. The safer looks good. Yeah. I kind of feel like you're gonna make us. Oh wait, 4 mana make us sack 2 creatures at the moment. That might happen. Just for the first effect. Search your library for a card. Yeah. Reveals his or her hand and may choose an online card. Oh, I want my Get Rock monster. my Get Rog. Do 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 do. Maybe I should have bidden that. That was pretty good. I want to see that get cast. Where the iron. How's chat doing now? This thing is funny. This rock. Dwayne the Rock. How am I liking the cowboy hat? I was trying to find a better one that's more funny. But I think people like this just because how it is. How you doing, SSA? Human token 2344. That might be a wizard's employee. Is there a neck bandana or bolo? What? Oh, bolo. Bolo. Okay, I get what you mean now. Well, I forgot. Didn't get what you meant. I don't have a neck bandana or a bolo. Huh. Okay. Lizard Rogue. I would like to keep my cards. Tired, waiting for the caffeine to kick in to do homework. Oh. What am I naming here? Green, black, and your mom. What? I mean, this is my second game with the deck. That's a 5-4 because of those two. Oh boy. This honestly probably looks boring when I'm playing the opponent. I think what we're gonna do is play Gix into Vraska joins up. Okay, we'll do that. Play this and the turn. Why not Bear Triumphant? I mean, a backseat. Oh, you're fine. I don't know. I just kind of want to see cards be played. Really, to be honest, that's one of the reasons why I'm not like really casting some stuff here. I'm intentionally playing bad a little bit so I can see cards be played. I might be in a lot of trouble here. Okay, yeah. Lucky for us, though, that doesn't re-enter, that just transforms. Oh, actually, I might be dead, though. 3, 4, 5. I am dead. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I could have killed that earlier to play better around stuff. Hey, it's Power Dragon. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. And we're only showing one new card so far. Ooh, what is this thing? 4 or greater and spell under roll draw a card. Kebby right now it's basically invite only at the moment. There's no way to get into it today. From my understand, it's a much smaller event than what it was in the past. Like there used to be like a lot of people in these events, and now there's like almost no. There's not nearly as many as before. Requirements as a counter card to get in. From my understand, they've been branding it as streamer events, so they're prioritizing streamers. I believe Twitch streamers over YouTube or anything else. From my understanding, I could be wrong with that, but that's what it seems like to me. Do, 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 do. Ooh, okay. So that's what 5, 6, 7 to do like a one shot somebody. I do like the idea of that. That does look fun. That does look fun. Can it still do it? Because it does it in the order, right? Da, 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 da. Yep, Yargo's gonna die. Do to do. Do 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 do. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Indestructible, so this dies. Yeah. Do 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 do. Gargle Matani. All right, GG Power Dragon. All right, that was 4 games, I believe. All right, I'm gonna turn the hat off, chat. If we get a raid, I'll turn the hat on. And this, I think it's our last game with this. And the answer to the thing to that is no. Like we did not go for 1. Oh, I know. Wait, no. We are X1. You want the hat on still? Anybody going to pre-release on Friday? I'm still trying to decide if I'm going to or not. Hey, it's a good game. Yeah, we'll keep this. Do 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 do. To the mooge. Cars look cool, but sighting feels mad to you, so it'll probably skip early. Okay. Understandable. I think the setting to me is just doesn't feel magic-y too much to me, if that makes sense. But I think it still looks fun. A lot of people dig the Western theme. I think that like I wasn't too big of a fan of the Western theme at first. I'm coming around to it. I really hope we get to cast this next turn. I want to cast it and saddle it up. Oh, Oko. I'm having Sheldred saddle to get rug. What a tarnation. And Sheldred saddle to get rug. Hey, Corey. Do. No, it's totally sad you are. Give me a second, chat. Oh, geez, the cam went down. Okay. Weird. Let me reboot that. Fixing her now. Adios. That means. What will it be better if I turn the hat on? You know what that means. All right, chat. I'm gonna be doing some giveaways today too for some advanced GG gift cards. So that's gonna be over here in Twitch chat that these giveaways are gonna happen. I'm gonna start a giveaway right now. If you like energy drink products and want to try to win a $20 gift card, no, it's an advanced GG gift card, so it's a $20 gift card. No, you're all right. So I'm gonna start a giveaway right now. If you'd like to enter in for it, just type in the word howdy. I'll pull a winner. I'll give it an hour for people to enter in this giveaway. Redneck fortune cookie. Oh my god. One winner in say 5/27. Pin the message. If Twitch chat will let me do that, but for some reason it's not letting me do that, so I have to go all the way over to my actual channel to do that. Pin. Yes, pin it. All right, there we go. Okay, chat. We played Yeehaw Skulgari. I am going to toss together my version of mono green. I'm getting rid of these pre-con decks that they put in my account. Void. Okay, we're gonna put together mono green. My stipulation is I want to play with the flash 4-mana creature. All right, let's take a look at the new cards. Go to creature. We built this. What is this thing? For greater energy battlefield, you gain 3 life and draw a card. So it's not a token. Create a token as a copy. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I want to play this thing. Colossal Rattleworm. Which makes us need to play deserts. One-man Death Toucher. Becomes plotted. Target creature gets +3/+2. On turn, gains tramples on. Okay. A lot of plants. Ankle biter. Wait, what? Oh, funny. Hey, Riley, how you doing? Currently building mono green. I mean, a 3-mana 4/2 seems fine. Getting on up myself. So I'm trying to build mono green Stompy here. This is best of 1 because it's early access. So I'm thinking about, like, I want to play with the Colossal Rattleworm for sure. It's if I'm playing deserts, it's a 4-mana 6/5 for flash. I don't think a 4-mana 5/5 is probably worth it. See some 2-mana Jace action tonight. If it's maybe I might. I only have access to early to this event until 8 o'clock my time. I do want to do something that's blue white with the enchantment where you can like discard the card and you just put card into play. The saga. So just put like discard Jace, put into play instead of casting Jace. And then you can just plot stuff that same turn. I do have quite a few community decks as well. Owl guy might be okay. 2-drop. Haven't seen that one. It's a current card. I played a possum. Sent. Put Jason to play. Yeah, the card to put Jason to play. It's I forgot. It's Saga Chapter 1. You go search for basic planes. Chapter 2. You may discard a card with discard a card, and you may put a card from your graveyard with a mana value 2 or less into play from your graveyard. In Chapter 3, it flips into a 3/4 whenever it blocks or attacks. You make a spirit. Hey, Tap, how you doing? I don't think Arid Archway is probably worth it, depending how many colorless pips we have. I'm gonna put 2 here for now, I think. What else do these do? Target opponent. Eh. Yeah, that thing. Like, not exactly a blue-eye control deck, but maybe some kind of blue-eye mid-range deck that takes advantage of Jace with doing stuff like that. All good players are on early access. Just got another off-stream trophy. Nice. I was playing some Golgari a little bit ago, and I'm trying to brew up mono green before I play any community decks. Which, just a reminder to chat, if you have a community deck yourself and you want to see me play it, I do have a channel in the Discord. You could submit it. Played a Possum, Allen okay. Awesome. I almost want Bristol Billy, or Bristly Bill. COVID Hydra. Sure, we'll play Goldwing Hydra. Command 1/1 enters battlefield, create a colorless 3/3 golem. Put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. They gain trampled on turn. Possum mount. Is this the possum you're talking about? Whenever Rambling Possum attacks while saddled, get +1/+2 till end of turn. You may return any number of creatures saddled to its owner's hand. My hat's in the way. Here, let me turn it off for now. I'll turn it back on during the game. I guess we'll play some hard-hitting questions and then maybe some bite downs or something. I guess I'll play 2 Feral Encounter. I'll play 1 Feral Encounter, and then I do want an instant speed type of fight effect or bite effect. And then now I need creatures. The other side. So far we got Goldwing Hydra, Aloe Alchemist, Outcaster Trailblazer, and Colossal Rattleworm. For a 1-mana creature, I guess I could play Evolve and Adaptive, or I could play C-Note Scout. Like there are a couple options. I think Scout probably helps. Like I'm with you on that, Corey. Like the idea is like it helps us like dig for lands or filter the top part deck. For 2-drop creatures, I only have one so far. Could play like Liberator. Excuse me. There's Rookie as well. Do I have enough things for Rookie to matter? I kind of do, actually. No, yeah, let's play Rookie. Rookie's better. And I want 3 and 4. I might have enough. Like this is kind of a 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, 5-drop. So we need a 3-drop. Yeah, we're gonna play Rookie. Need to blind the sea. I don't think we're committing enough crimes for this to matter. Contaminator? Maybe. I like the idea of Sentinel also, but Contaminator is definitely an option. We could be like flexible in our 3s and play different ones as well. Like a 1-up Paloo possibly. No, I don't have Sentinel in yet. Oh no, it is in. My bad. I just added it. Where is oh, maybe one of the throwback. Where's Contaminator? Am I blind? So we don't have any elves to help us skip to 3. So do we have too many 3s? Or am I trimming on lands? Billy the Brawler? I don't think we have enough counter stuff going on for that to matter. What if we do that, chat? I think we can try this out here. We'll start off with this. I have a prediction going on, chat, so be sure to get on that. Matches Malone. Oh, is this must be MTG Malone, I think. Get creatures to ETB with counters. I have to look at the card again. It's all a blur. But wait. We're just kind of setting up. Oh, great. Great. Hope I found middle of the crowd. Another one. They get a rookie of ours. Ow. I think you're gonna trade here. Okay. These have menace, right? Am I dead? I might be dead. I think I'm dead. Maybe I'm supposed to swing out there. I think I'm supposed to swing out there. Saturday. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 blockers. 3, 4, 5, 6. None of these are artifacts, right? Yeah. I think that my opportunity to win is gone. Jeez. So many cards. Saturday. Build mono black aggro deck, new cards yet? No, I haven't. I haven't played a new Capric yet. I want to. Yeah, I think I had an opportunity to win earlier in the game. Yeah, Malone did, basically. How you doing, Goris? I had an opportunity to win there, but I definitely lost it. Glad to hear you're doing good. Oh, the Asian Avenger. Check your banks. I'll keep this. Disgusting. Oh, you just beat Jim Davis as well. Okay. Not to take back a reality. Ninjutsu. What is this one again? All right, Siren. What decks have I played? I've only played so far so far I've only played the Golgari deck I built in this one. I could have played this. John, how you doing? I do have all of your decks that you shared for standard ready to play too. And Jitsu again. Tidebinder. Tiny bones. Okay. Do 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 round. And save you. Like, welcome to my life. Mm-hmm. 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 Current playing Demir Ninjas, yeah. Welcome to my life. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. It's kind of really bad for us. Do 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 do. Ninjutsu. Right. I'll save you. Welcome to my life. How many ninjutsu cards do we have in standard now? It's not many, right? We get to do it, chat. On their turn. On Crim's turn. Oh, yeah, I think that's Vigilance. I forgot about that. Hi, buddy. Did that so we can get a clue. Hi, bud. Tiberius. Has to be a kill spell in hand for the 6/5. Do. Oh, yeah, you get the flash, so then I didn't think about that. That's 7 damage. 8 damage, 9 damage. Oh, yeah, I'm dead. Well, whoops. I didn't think. Shoot the sheriff. Yeah, I had to hold that back. GG. Fighting Palm Ninja. Okay, that's more than enough, definitely. Okay. Hey, it's Cover Go Blue. Kind of bones. Status ad starting any second. Okay. Bum bum ba bum bum ba bum ba bum ba bum bum ba bum ba bum. Do 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 do. Gix. Sing with me. Do 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 do. Sing with me. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. The minute, blah 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 blah. The mechanic seems interesting so far. The new mechanics. Dig in a hole. That could be the crime. Like dig do. What do you grab here? Diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Do that now. You can do it now to play around counter spells. This thing has vigilance is nice. That's a bloodletter. Not getting burgered by Wandering Emperor is very nice. Yes, I agree. Oh, hello. That game. Okay. I think did I click on the wrong one, or was that just game with 2? I got to pick how I die. Hello. Okay. After we're done playing mono green, we'll move on to chat picks votes on community decks. And just a reminder, chat, there is a giveaway going on right now for an advanced GG $20 gift card. You gotta type in the howdy into the chat, and then pick a winner at 527 CT. If you don't know what Advanced GG is, it is the energy drink company I partnered with. I've been Maui's Tropical Splash has been my favorite flavor recently. That's what I'm actually drinking right now. Yeah, you just gotta type in the word howdy. It doesn't matter how you type it. Is nobody in queue? Oh, here we go. The Asian Avenger again. We go first. I'll keep these. Nope, cancel. I'm gonna play it as a creature. Yep. Makes sense. That's a lot of card draw. We'll just go and do that there. Chat, what kind of deck would you like to see next? Off the top of your head. Grixis, my black aggro. End turn. Do. Is a cut down. A 26 lands. Yeah, we're playing some early access. Okay, so we're losing now. We're losing both creatures here. Sure. This is a pretty cool deck that Asian Vider's playing. The cowboy hat too. Yes. It was a request from chat. Are we dead? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right, you got it. Extra emotes still don't know. So those emotes you'll get when the new set comes out on the update on Tuesday. The way you do that, if you buy them, you go to your emotes button down here on your profile page, and then you can add them. I just click on them to turn them on. There's some other ones here too. Okay, chat. We played Yeehaw, Skulgari, and Mono Stomp. Those two I made. Chat, you have the options of everything else here of what you like to see next first. I have Spell Slinger, Rakdos Artifacts, Esper Blink, Rule Stompy, Helen Joins Up, Orzhov Sack. I have 2 Roots decks. And then I think I have 2 Roots decks. Good. Yeah, I do have 2. I have some kind of Jeskai deck. I have a Pirates deck. Prowess, Counters, Esper, another Anvil deck, and another Mono Green deck. Okay, I see Roots and I see Orzhov Sack. We're also going to have a guest on the stream in about an hour, 40-ish minutes probably. Sack. Okay. So I got 2 people saying sack. So there's Orzhov Sack, and then I think Artifacts or Sacrifice decks too. Do we just want Orzhov Sack? Flesh Taker. Whenever sacrifice another creature you control, you gain 1 life, draw 1. Rite of Oblivion. Ruthless Lawbringer. Do destroy target non-land permanent. So that's the Orzhov Sack deck. if we go to both versions of Rakdos or artifacts, it's Anvil. So it's like kind of sack. Like you play Fanatical Offering and Onika Anvil. Create a token as copy a target artifact creature you control, except it's an artifact in addition to its other type, and gains status on turn. Huh. So yeah, there's this build here too. Anytime says and then there is this one. Synthesizer, cut down, Surge, Fair Triumph, Fanatical Offering, Shoot the Sheriff, Black White, Loran or Braids. I'm gonna play the list how they are. I'm not gonna adjust them. I don't want to adjust them right now. There's a lot of duos and stuff. Brass Tunnel Grinder. I totally never saw the drill in this picture. I thought it was a ship for some reason. A ship that was on ground. It totally makes sense now when it says Brass Tunnel Grinder. We'll start off the Orzhov one. Hey, it's Rap Solo. I think we have to mull this in. Like, we don't have any black in this hand except for Merrick's. I could try keeping it and hope we draw. Black source. Never change. Made. Pain is deep. Gonna hear a peep peep. 1 or 2. Nice and true. Through. Hey. Hiya, bud. Mr. Tiberius. Also, chat, if anybody was hoping for a tournament next week of me hosting one, I'm going to set that up for the Saturday and that Saturday instead of Wednesday. No mo. We're gonna set new. Villain tool blue. Super cool. Only knights. 2 is white knights. How's everybody in chat doing now? Never change. Freeze my night. At night. Playing hooky at work Friday. Mom's birthday and maybe 12 p.m. pre-release. Nice, nice. Mm-hmm. I might have punted that. Probably should have played Aldrin first. Tiberius. You can't do that, Tiberius. No attacks. Hey, Wolf, how you doing? Dun, dun, doo, 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 doo. So far, not really playing any new cards here. That's okay, though. Call you back. No, there isn't. Early access of the streamer event is standard, best of one only, and limited. I think we'll do that there. Might be wrong of me to do that. Or Explorer, even Wizard ain't showing it love. That's how the streamer event always has been. They've never once added any kind of format to other format to help support it. Yeah, Tiberius? Hi, buddy. Think it brings closer to what new players will experience if they see the event. Yeah, I agree. Tiberius is yelling at me. He's wanting attention from anybody around him right now. For those who don't know who Tiberius is, he's one of my cats. He's the loud cat. I'll give them treats in a moment. Oh, he definitely is a little troublemaker. A hopeless world of it. +2/+2 ton a turn. Can't block. Actually, I'm fine if any of these die. Sure. Hope there's another print error so you can redeem more than one pre-list code again. Oh, that'd be nice. There's like what, a limit of 7? I'm sick of it. Tiberius. Tiberius, you got treats over here. Come here. And I owe Raven treats when she comes over here too. Leave that on top. Kind of miss a point of damage. Okay. Hi, Raven. Gave Raven her treats too. Spoke my name. All right, chat. Before we go to our next game, I'm going to do a quick thing. I'm going to mute myself for a second. Me away. more posts on TikTok still. And I meant to post earlier on TikTok that I'm live playing with early access, so that's what I'm currently doing right now. Still lost what to do over that in there on that client or that social media thing. Mm-hmm. Posting that. All right. Gonna make quick brain dead videos. When you posted it definitely fits that in your opinion. I was considering like starting a new TikTok account and doing if I could like I think I have an idea for this new TikTok account I kind of want to try doing. I saw some like content coach person. Basically, he talked about how he made a TikTok account that's a faceless TikTok account, and he grew it to like 30-something thousand followers within a month. And all he does is he posts like quoted stuff. Like he has like an AI voiceover that just reads out all the captions. He's not on the video at all. He uses stock footage of just stock video content that people post that's free to use, and he alters it a little bit and he puts custom captions, and people like it. Hey, it's Carlo. So I was thinking about maybe doing some of that with Magic, and I was thinking like, can I do that? Can I do that with like the Magic stories, or was that like kind of against copyright or something? Yeah, they're still off. I don't have a bot yet to replace it. Into bed with me. I don't like either of these. Commander's coming out, or like top 5 cards upcoming set. Ooh. About story, but there are a little more template style creators for quick pulls. Yeah, I know there's stuff like that. Suppose we're gonna cast. Oh, hello. I was also trying to figure out like what kind of content people like to watch that is not Commander content. Like, how can I make people want to watch my content if it's not Commander content on TikTok? Because like I don't want to make Commander content. It's not. I'm not a Commander content creator. News that they told me. Delete it our own way. Another one. We'll fly in and hit them for one. You. Huh? Do 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 do. That's sacrifice another creature. Back up on itself. It's gonna told me. Then on way. Chat, do you think it's bad that like whenever I'm like waiting for opponents to make plays, I'm scrolling Twitter and looking at posts? Oh, that's whenever a creature? Whenever you commit a crime. Oh. Was that emote the screaming cowboy meme? Yes, but it's Fibblethip. Don't me. That card seems really good. Karavek seems really good. I wonder how good Karavik could be in Rakdos mid. Doesn't have sound. I'm a fan. Oh, that'd be great if it had sound. Just ah. Wait, hold on. Hold on. It is hilarious. I'm sorry, YouTube stream, the YouTube chat, you can't see that. Is that an actual song you can listen on the Spotify? Or is it just a YouTube meme? The rest is an actual song? Okay. Phobic. Have fun, Carla. Okay. I'm not okay. Not okay. Not okay. What's the point? Okay. Okay. We're gonna do one more match with this deck, and we're gonna switch out to another deck chat. How's everybody doing though? Any cool stuff going on? The ways. We'll try it. Do I know who Sways is? Oh, I totally forgot to pull a winner for the giveaway chat. Last chance to enter this giveaway. I'm doing a giveaway for an advanced GG $20 gift card. You gotta type in the word howdy into the chat. I was supposed to pull a winner a while ago. But I'm gonna give everybody one more chance to enter in it. This is for Twitch chat. If you're watching on YouTube, you can come over to the Twitch chat and enter if you'd like. I'm gonna pull a winner after this game. Do 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 do. Should have sent the berserker in. Lord Skitter. Do. Okay, so when you use this to sack the clue token, more than likely. Hey Izzy, how you doing? Standard queue just been a lot all over the place for decent decks. They're usually just all over the place. Terrible. I hope your day gets better. Taking a break is completely healthy to do. Put on the bottom. I probably should have mapped there. Let's try to mono black and explore. Daily Sun just ran endless. Bolus. Oh boy. That definitely does sound annoying. Hey, I'm playing that card too. I'm proud of you. The song's really catchy. Bartolome. GG. Gonna be fun, but failing to get anything. Oh no, I get it. Like, there are things that Magic definitely do feel frustrating in games in general, really. Chat, there's an ad coming up. Hold on, chat. Gotta play Lorcana. What? Oh well, if it ain't Jaffer, known cattle wrestler. What you doing in this part of town? So I gotta play Lorcana. Okay, chat. Last chance in this giveaway. I'm gonna pull a winner. It's for a $20 gift card for Advanced GG. So this stuff, it's an energy drink supplement company. It's who I partnered with. One of the companies I partnered with. I gotta type in the word howdy into the chat to enter. And just for today, my code is for 30% off instead of 10. And I'm gonna let everybody in chat choose which deck we're gonna play next, out of what you see on the screen, minus the first 4 decks. No, these three. My bad. Minus Evansack, Monostomp, and Yeehaw. It's Golgari. That's what you say, anyhow. But let me know what deck that you think I should play. Evan Kellen. Meant to submit a deck for you to play. Green white with the Arena makes Angels works really, but builds it for you. No time to build it. Understandable. If we get time, we'll try building something. Chat, so what do you think about this? SBMTG, so Dev, tweeted out, thinking about doing an entire video about how making Mythic is more about a time investment than a measure of skill. To do so, I actually have to put the time to be Mythic for the first time in 4 years. Pretty sure that only proves my point. I think it's a mix of both. I think it's a mix of both of like skill and time investment, in my opinion. So yeah, you can put a lot of time into playing to get the Mythic, but you're not guaranteed to get there. If you want to go comment on this post, there it is right there. I was gonna comment on it myself because I was gonna try to think of something to reply with. I think it's a mix of both, personally. But I'm gonna pull a winner for the giveaway in a second. I'm gonna read chat afterwards. I'm gonna unpin this message, and the winner for this giveaway Wolf 6915. Are you still in chat? Clear skill floor, but it's much more time. Yeah. All right, what am I missing, chat? It's good to be changed or updated or make it playable and fun or run. Say constantly, dude. Anyhow, Evan Kellen joins up. Still in chat. A's. Okay. Classic tune. Yeah. Bub. Okay, so that's weird. It says 15 cards and the cyber's only not. This is what was built. Evan built. So it looks like it's kind of a Legends build. Bristly Bill. Enters battlefield, you may exile a non-land card, mana value 3 or less from your hand view. It becomes plotted. Whenever a legendary creature enters the battlefield control, put 1 counter on each creature you control. Everything's legendary. All right, chat. While this ad is running, I'm gonna just get up real quick, and I'll be back in a minute. I've been sitting for quite a while. I just want to get a little, just stand up and stretch. Okay, I'm back, chat. I also do have another gift card I'll be giving away later in the stream. It's another gift card for Advanced GG. And just a reminder, chat, if you do want to try out Advanced GG or anything, my code is for 30% off if you type in Jaffer 30 when you check out. You should go check that out. It definitely helps support me if you do check that product out, or if you end up using that code or using that link right there to purchase anything. Wolf, I'm gonna get you your code over to you right now, so I can. Usually I wait till end of stream, but I'm just gonna get it to you right now. And we're gonna play this Bant deck after I'm sending this over. Wolf, are you in the US? Or are you in the UK or not in the UK? Because if you're in the UK, I have a different link to send to you. USA, okay. All right, got that over to you. Alaska, okay. How is Alaska? I've never been there. Running against Ephily. Not be ended. Justice already unfold. And put on your bucket list. Okay. Oh, what is this thing? It's a snake horse mount. You'll talk card to library, put in your hand, you lose equal life. Okay. I need lands, chat. For Reacher. Just on my name and we'll do that here. Chat, can you use a summoning set creature to saddle? Saddle 3, tap any number of creatures, throw a power 3 or more, and this mount becomes saddled. Okay, yeah, I believe it can. Search your library for a card, shuffle, and put it on top. And you're gonna attack and not draw it. I guess you could saddle and draw it that way. Pray for May. Don't say do. Land. Bloodletter. Probably gonna explore. No? Yeah? Rush of Dread. I'm gonna try an insta pop combo with Bloodletter. I think Evil's trying. I haven't seen it yet, but I think Evil's trying here. Open your Hey Avery, how you doing? The ceiling's actually up right now. Well, it's cowboy hat, really, because it's on top of my head. So it's up. Oh, we're playing against Wizard Deploy here. And Crocus pulled it off earlier. Deck seemed pretty decent. If you don't do the combo amount, you could drain your opponent too. Okay. What do you think about the new set? It's pretty interesting. It's interesting so far. I don't care for cowboy themes, but these emotes make me want to get the cowboy emotes. Oh, first strike lifelink whenever it attacks with saddle creature, while saddle create 3/3 angel creature flying. Okay, stubborn burrow fiend. When it saddled for some mill. Okay. Don't care for them, but you like the cards. Skeleton deck now. Okay. That make a mistake attacking two creatures. Okay, so I did a little bit. Okay. Wily Duke Atten Hero. Okay. I'm reading a lot of cards, to be honest. I haven't read much about the cards yet. Skeletons deck now. Oh, because Tiny Bones probably. Okay. Be cool if we could draw some legendaries. I'll put a ++ counter on each creature you control. So chat, for this subathon I plan on doing next weekend, any cool stuff you'd like to see me do? Watch some interesting interactions today with Ali Eldrazi. Okay. I'm mostly playing viewer decks today. I haven't taken too much time to brew with the set. I tossed together a Golgari pile. That's the most of what I did. And I made a mono green Stompy build too. Oh. Oh boy. Do. Complicated. So sick. So sick. And a corpse of the Lost and Tiny Bones. Okay, that sounds cool. I'm at 27 life. Am I worried about anything here? Number of mounts you control. That's 2 mounts. I can picture blue, black, and standard's gonna play Tiny Bones. Nice, funny number. Okay. Oh, those things have lifelink. Okay. Yeah, somebody was in chat earlier mentioned how Jim Davis is not liking that new prowess plot creature. I haven't seen it in action yet, but it looks like it's a crazy card. Where you can plot it for 2, and then it has haste and it's flying. It's like a 1/2 flyer, flying trample, I think, and it gets +2/+0 whenever you cast a non-creature spell, I think. Or it's instant sorcery. It's one of the two. The bird guy? Yeah. No, somebody in chat or here in chat earlier was mentioning how Jim Davis was like finding it pretty dumb. That's so much life you're gaining. think I'm dead. What? Oh. Oh boy. Slick shot show off. If you use the decks, honestly, just a better Swisser. Yeah. Because you get to set up for like a big setup turn, right? Am I dead? I'm dead. Mm-hmm. Hey, Caleb. That's fine. That's fun. I'm just playing viewer decks right now. The nerdy. Nerdy Steve? Have a big impact like caverns. I think it'll like definitely impact standard. I don't know about pioneer much. Like I think maybe an is it prowess deck might pop off, or some kind of prowess deck. I think I played this wrong. Eeny, miny, mo. Haven't looked deeply at the set. I haven't looked deeply at it either. Not up. Siphon Insight with new printing. Cool. Take up a Seiju. Yeah, I think the set's pretty cool. It looks pretty fun. I'm coming around on the theme about it. Run up. It up. Forsaken Miner. Down to 5. 1 week since you looked at me. do. I'm sorry. Do. I was gonna say, are we gonna see ninjutsu stuff? I mean, if they're Sheldred, then we're dead. If it's Sheldred, I've never seen this card either. Should have looked at me. Yeah, that's a new card. Kind of drawing a lot of lands. We are in 27 lands. One week since you looked at me. Two shot, show off, fly in haste. Whenever you cast an Occupy, gets +2/+0. Yeah, just really good Swift Spear, basically. Yeah, I kind of punted that. Didn't think about this. I was thinking like, oh yeah, we can block a Skrull. No, you can't. Oh well. Whoops. I haven't played with Skrull in so long. Ooh. If you had Legend Roll, the other Denic could have 2 blockers. Yeah, I was thinking like, oh, I want the bigger Denic. Nope. Chat. What do you think about BCW sleeves? Honest opinions. Oh, I just realized I'm gonna have my guest on stream in about 10 minutes, probably. Never used them. Dragon Shield seems fine enough. Hey, Grizzly. What, Mythic Spree instant Weebrat? No, not yet. Are they latex Kappa? And then chat, what's your opinion on Heavy Play? The new brand. They're the ones that are making the magnetic play mats. Magnetic play mats and deck boxes, and then the round cornered sleeves. Same everywhere. Never interact with their products. I've got to interact with their products like by checking them out at a DreamHack convention. I'm honestly asking because like I'm thinking about reaching out to one of them. Like I reached out to Ultimate Guard and I'm still waiting to hear back. They said they emailed me twice saying that they're reviewing my email, and I haven't heard anything back since. Hey Jester, much more rested today. Thank you. I'm feeling much more rested today. Okay, so whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, you may cast a permanent spell with equal or less mana cost without paying its mana costs from your hand. You put a land card. Okay. I personally would 100% more Ultimate Card products. Yeah, that I like their products a lot. So I was gonna try reaching out to them again. Hopefully, like maybe in a month, something like that. Vortex or Ultimate. The katanas I like. In you're probably gonna kill Thalia here. Maybe. I think that was a different company. Oh, that's sorcery speed. Fudge. Those katanas for $15. Cortex for $8. I never use Cortex personally. My hand and not my hand. Oh, my bad. Did not mean to change scenes. Sorry, chat. Yeah, Stormbreath. I don't remember what company it was that was in like the middle of drama. No, the stream's not ending early. I clicked on the wrong button. Do 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 do. Initial charge and just muted it. Can I only cast a sorcery? A sorcery. Battlefield crit. Oh yeah, you can't target. Yeah, usually whenever I come across any kind of drama stuff, I ignore it. Like I do get interested and want to read about it, but I for the most part I ignore all drama. I don't engage in to be part of the drama whenever I see it. I did a little bit out of order. Didn't really matter though. So basically, Bant Legends, kind of fun, kind of cool. Clueless about drama unless somebody posts about it on stream you're watching. I mean, I think for the most part, it's usually content creators that are in the know about drama, and viewers don't really know because from my perspective, it seems like a lot of viewers don't really use social media, at least relevant social media for content creators. That's just my thought. To be kindly walk through your new mechanics, e.g. plot, crime, etc. Hey, yeah, sure thing, Aldo. Give me a second. Making sure my YouTube chat is working. Okay. So, plot is where, like, if you have a card that has plot on it, or gives it plot. So, Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, so don't even know anything. Yeah, I'll go back into mechanics things in a second since we're on. I'm just going to talk about the social media thing topic. For the most part, social media that like content creators tend to use, in my experience, is like if they have a presence on TikTok, they'll use that. And usually, if they do have presence on TikTok, they have a presence on Instagram somewhat. I barely use Instagram. I'm more of a consumer on TikTok, more of a content consumer on TikTok. But I do try posting on there. And then Facebook I don't use. I know a lot of feels like a lot of older people use Facebook. But Twitter is usually where you see like all the news and drama and stuff about content stuff or info about or news about Magic. Like Twitter is the place where you read about that stuff, or X if you call it that. But where'd the cowboy hat go? I turned it off for now. But going into the mechanics about the set. No, it's not. It's where a majority of like people will post things like and stuff. Like I post. That's the only social media place I post things at. So, for example, for about the mechanics, plotted. Plotted cards when you cast a sorcery on a later turn without paying some mana costs. So basically, with plot is kind of like foretell, but better. So with foretell, you would pay a cost to foretell the card. With plot, you pay the cost to put the card into exile, and then you can cast it on a later turn for free at sorcery speed. So you pay no mana when you cast it, but it's at sorcery speed. So that's what plot is. And then for what are the other things? There's saddle. Let me go to a deck of saddle. Saddle is basically crew. So saddle, tap a number of other creatures you control with power 1 or more. So this one's saddle 1. This mount becomes saddled till end of turn. Saddle only as a sorcery. So the only difference, it's similar to crew, but it's at sorcery speed, and it's on a creature where it's a creature that gets a special effect if you saddle it. Like for example, the Gitrog Ravenous Ride has whenever Gitrog Ravenous Ride deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice a creature that saddled it this turn. If you do, draw X cards and put up to X lands from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, where X is the sacrifice creature's power. And then what are the other new mechanics? Oh, Spree. There's some cards with Spree. So this card, Smuggler Surprise, costs a single green to cast, but you have to cast a Spree cost. So Spree, you choose one or more of the additional cost. So you can pay 2 4 in a green or 1 colorless. You can pick one of those, or you could pick multiple of them or all of them and pay them in addition to casting the card for a green. Yeah, so yeah, there's a plus in the top right corner. So you cannot cast this for a single green. So you have to pay one of the other things in the text box below. So I believe those are all the mechanics in the new set. Am I missing any, chat? I think I might be missing some. I feel like there's one more I'm missing. Thank you. That one, crime. So whenever you there's another mechanic called crime. So a crime is whenever you commit a crime, whenever you target anything of your opponent or them. So say you use a kill spell, go for the throat. Go for the throat. They're Thalia. You committed a crime. You duress your opponent. You committed a crime. You target something in their graveyard. You committed a crime. Something vaguely matter. Yeah. So outlaw is a thing that vaguely matters as well. There's a new kill spell that involves that too. So just like outlaws are assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, and warlocks. So like there's a new kill spell called Shoot the Sheriff. I did explain plot. I'll go over that again. So plot, so plot is you may pay whatever the plot cost is. In this case, for Slick Shot, it's 1 in a red, and exile this card. You cast it as a sorcery on a later turn without paying some mana cost. Plot only as a sorcery. Yes, Matt. So basically, plot is better foretell. So foretell, you would pay a foretell cost, and it would go into exile with your opponent not knowing about it. But you have to pay a cost to cast it from the exile zone. With plot, your opponent does know what it is, and you get to cast it for free at a later turn. So because of that, you get to basically set up like a combo turn or something like that. If you wanted to, like with this card with Slick Shot show off, you could probably play some aggro deck or prowess deck that has like protection spells and like pump spells and stuff, and you just cast this on a turn when you're ready to go off and just cast all the things targeting Slick Shot to help get a win right there. So like that's a thing that could be that's something that could be happening. Thanks for Shoot the Sheriff isn't here. It's actually kind of funny. Yeah. Chat, I'm going to be having a guest come on the stream in a little bit too. I'm going to have them on camera. So Celtius Gaijin, John, I've had him on stream before. He's going to be on stream with me. Blue Green Sorcerer with free plot is pretty sick. I have to look at that one. Hey, no problem, Aldo. I definitely hope that helped out. Sorry, chat. Give me a second. Sorry, chat. Just doing a quick thing. Okay. Who's Evan? So Evan's one of my viewers. He submitted like 6 decks. So Evan submitted like 6 decks. Alper submitted a couple of decks. John Ramos submitted a couple. Tyrant of Tales submitted a couple as well. Star submitted a mono green deck. Okay, chat. I'm gonna pause this music, or I'm gonna turn it down lower. For link to the decks. I can make a link for them. I can put them all on Moxfield for everybody after the stream. But if you go to, I think they should show up also if you go to this. Hello.
I'm here.
Hi. Are you good to be on camera right now, or do you need a minute?
I'm ready to be on camera. I'll probably
Okay.
be snacking on some strawberries throughout our street, though.
Okay, that's fine. Chat. I'm just getting John on stream right now, so that's who you're here to talk.
Yes. I'll share your screen with me.
Yeah, I'll do that in a second.
Sick. How's the early access going so far?
It's fun. It's just a lot of kind of just playing a lot of new cards, playing a lot of viewer decks.
Okay.
Add a browser source.
Neat.
Test cam, add that. Oh, is that not working? Oh, there we go.
Oh, look at that. I'm
So
here.
I can hear W. How do I mute this? Can you mute yourself on OBS Ninja?
Yes. Is that better?
Yeah, that sounds better. I'm trying to figure out where I should put you on my stream. Maybe just in the corner over on the other side, or I could put.
Yeah, that probably worked just fine.
Or I could put you next to me. You're gonna see my stream. You're gonna probably see stream inception right now. My chat doesn't see it. I'm just trying to adjust.
I'm kind of seeing it.
And then let me add some text so they know who you are. I keep forgetting. I'm sorry. Is your Twitch name the Saltiest Gaijin or Saltiest Gaijin?
No, the
So just your Discord name.
the saltiest. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, chat. I'm not reading chat right now. I'm just trying to fix this.
I don't see anybody chatting in actually. At least on Twitch.
Okay.
That's a hint, chat. You should be chatting in. I'll answer all your silly judge questions.
Do we want to talk about what we're gonna be starting soon, right now, or do you want to wait on that?
Yeah, we can probably talk about it at some point. We won't have to do it right away.
Okay. Okay, chat. I hope that looks all right there. If there's any issue like this, if it looks weird or anything, just let me know. Why is Bowden like that? What do you mean? Is that a joke I'm not getting?
I believe it is. I'm not entirely certain.
Boo Dan? What?
Boo Dan.
It going right over my head.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Look it up. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Eighth Goat.
Can you talk for a second, John?
Absolutely.
Okay, chat. Is John too loud at all when he talks? Just double checking the audio since I had to redo audio recently. Can you say something again?
Oh, for sure.
think it probably. Maybe I could turn you down a little bit. Okay. Chat, if he's too quiet, just let me know. I can adjust it. It's also an ad starting. Okay, so yeah, all I've been doing with so far is just playing viewer decks at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Corey, that's not my custom font. That's actually a font called Banners. It's just one I just tend to like, and I've kind of just use it for my branding of things now.
You've just been playing a lot of viewer submitted decks. You haven't tried
I brewed
tinkering around.
I brewed Golgari, Mono Green, Stompy. It's only best of one, so
Yeah. Yeah.
This is what I came up with Golgari earlier. I played a card in here I probably shouldn't play, but it was just an idea. The Vraska shouldn't be in it.
The Vraska. Yeah, I think the Vraska is just like a weaker Glissa.
I agree.
Would be like my best description of that card.
Bodin's made from a blend of pork cooked down with onions, pepper seasoning, and cooked rice. It's like mixture stuffed into a casing like sausage. Boo, like a ghost says. And named Dan, just don't pronounce it. What? Are you trying to make a joke of what he was eating?
Maybe.
I'm still not getting it.
I have absolutely no idea.
Hey, Dick Doug. Okay, so yeah, this is what I built earlier. I got to use Raska. I mean, Sheldred to crew the Gitrog or Sal the Gitrog, which I just thought was funny. The idea was Mosswood saddling the Gitrog sounds really good because that's just good value of like you get to sacrifice it and then recast it the next turn.
Okay.
And then I think a one of Vraska joins up sounds like a decent idea in these Golgari mid-range piles because you're mostly you're a significant amount of creatures, and given everything Death Touch sounds pretty good. And if you have a decent amount of legendaries, that's some extra card draw there.
Yeah, my first thought on the Vraska joins up is like you can use it to like break through a board state by being like, oh, like, you know, I can swing with all my creatures that now have Death Touch into a bunch of other creatures. That could just be a way for you to sort of clean up the battlefield or punch through, and then if you have legendaries, then yeah, draw some cards.
Yeah,
I do think that's a deck that needs to be re-examined as Legends with this set because there's a lot of support for it, but we'll cross that road when we get there.
Southern Food, and he thought he was. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is just the thought of it, and I was Honest Rustine sounds much better than the other Rustine. Enters battlefield, return target creature card from graveyard to your hand, and creature spells cost one less to cast. I was able to cast a couple of just like 2-drops, just 1-drops.
I mean, that just seems like a really good card.
Yeah, like there's a lot of good cards now in the 3-drop slot. It feels like in this color for standard.
Yeah, Golgari, which was kind of what, a little bit of what was missing, right? Well, I mean, there's plenty of good 3-drops. This deck makes me crave Elvish Mystic.
Yes, I agree.
But I think you're playing way too many 3-drops. But
I agree. I just thought like, oh, this is way too many of us building it, and I thought like, I thought like a one of a Smuggler Surprise might turn into a thing possibly in these Golgari decks. I could picture that being a thing because like oh, we're in the middle of like I drew this, or we're in the middle of like a stall or mid-range stall or something. Your end step, I'll just cast this and I'll just put 2 creatures into play. I have a big win on my turn now, or I have too many threats that you need to deal with.
Okay.
And plus like the forgot the card's name. What's the card?
Smuggler Surprise.
What was that?
What card is it? You keep going.
Heroic Intervention. You can do Heroic Intervention if need to.
Yeah, this is just a modal Heroic Intervention, which is kind of nice. As well as you can just do multiple things with it.
But yeah.
I am a big fan of.
Yeah, this is just something I just tossed together, and I like if I were to adjust it to try to make it a real deck, I think Vraska gets cut definitely. 3-drops need to be readjusted, and then lands need to be might be readjusted too. Wasn't sure on if I want to be on caverns or plazas, but
Mhm.
it was just a thought.
No, I do think I think the idea that I see here is I kind of am interested in looking at leaning more into the legendary creatures.
Okay.
Because like I'll give you an example of an interaction I seem to find myself gravitating towards. Let me pull up the. I can sort cards on Scryfall by their price in euros. That's so random.
Oh wow. Fortunately, most websites are
So
$8 -X. True, that's definitely true.
yeah, that is true. It is good against like the other black mid range decks though, who will be using things like 1-for-1 removal.
Mm-hmm.
Or when you do that big dumb like play this, give all my stuff death touch and swing with everything
Mm-hmm.
turn, then you can just be like, well, all my stuff gains indestructible.
Yeah, like the good blocks. Like, okay, I keep
Yep.
all my stuff. You lose everything.
So it's kind of a nice 1-2 punch. But so my thought with Golgari, as well as just like re-examining the Legends decks in general, is there's the card, of course, Tiny Bones joins up.
Mm-hmm.
I think that card's phenomenal. It's ETB, it's a Raven's Crime. You could technically target yourself too, but unless you're specifically building your deck to use that, you'd never do it. And then whenever legendary creature ETBs, you mill a player and they take one, which again you can also target yourself with. But there's a 2-mana legend in the set called Vadmir Newblood.
Oh, like okay, yeah, like Vladimir.
Whenever you commit a crime, it gets a counter. So when you have that 1/2, you get the it immediately becomes a 3/3.
Yeah.
And then even if this comes down as a 2-drop and then you commit a crime afterwards, like that's still very good.
Mm-hmm.
So like that was a thought that came to mind, is like, oh, like these black legend based creature decks probably have some new options and things that they can take advantage of.
Yeah.
So that was one thought, and then the is also what the hell am I? The name's escaping me. Gissa the Hellraiser. That's another really strong card that's happens to be legendary. So the ability to she's, whenever you commit a crime, you make 2 tapped 2/2 zombie rogues, and then she anthems all zombies and skeletons.
Oh, okay. Probably kind of early to tell about Tavares get Rogfield over Backod. Too early to tell for me to make a thought on that.
Yeah,
like
we'd have
Rog
to.
having haste is nice, and being able to help you draw cards, after combat damage. But I feel like in the long run, probably. So my thinking right now, thinking about it, like maybe first week of new standard, get Rog potentially for like a week, and then it goes back to being Backod.
I'm not even sure if that's the case.
Fest again.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, if you want to go into like this aggressive game plan, then yeah, you could probably go towards the Get Rog.
Yeah,
I think my biggest thing with it is that like they do 2 very different things for your deck.
Mm-hmm.
Like the back god's just really resilient to removal was like the whole reason. That's the real reason you play it, and then it also generates a ton of card advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the flip side, the Get Rog is just, it can generate card advantage, but it's really just a way to generate pressure right now and not, next turn. But it makes you softer to removal. So different cards doing different things, basically.
Yeah. I'm sure back would still be a sideboard card. Like it still just seems like a good solid sideboard card.
Backgod?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Backgod I don't think will ever go away as long as black mid-range decks are a thing.
Yeah. I like
because all the removal is like exile based.
Yeah, I like the idea of trying to see if like a Golgari Legends deck is doable. What do you think? Or do you think a third color still?
I think you start goal. So here's the thing: you should never immediately assume you're going to be 3 colors, but
yeah,
you should start 2 colors in this case, and then if we find ourselves like this deck's missing something, then we'll look at, adding a potential third color. But keeping it 2 colors if possible would be great. So let's start with that.
Do you wanna try working on that, or did you have something else in mind? I'm up for whatever, really, since I got to play it a little bit of the set.
This is an archetype that I wanted to work on.
Okay. All right. I am going to start off with slotting out 25 or 26 lands.
That's fair. Now we can always trim or make the. And be sure you put Plaza in there.
Yeah, I plan on it. I'm not sure how many cottages I want now, if we're going to be more of an aggressive deck since we have Blooming Marshes. Like, I feel like we'll be more of an aggressive deck since we have faster mana.
Well, if we're playing 26 lands, there's a, like, say if that's the number we're playing, then we're probably playing 4 cottages, just because it's a dual land that's very good.
Start with 4.
Or it's like extra copies of Takanuma or something like that.
Yeah. All right, this is 25 lands. I got 26 slotted off. Yeah, that's
Always got such good music on your stream.
I'm getting rid of it.
Okay.
What was that now? I'm sorry.
I just always like the music on your stream.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so just looking through the list of legendaries in this color combination, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the 2 mana spot, we have Vadmir. We have the Raven Man.
What's the chat? What's the text you type in to filter out?
Type equals legendary.
Sorry,
That's what you're looking for. Type equals legendary.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have cards like, of course, Tiny Bones joins up, which I think is just a really good card. It's a card that makes me want to re-examine the Raven Man too. Because if it comes down after the Raven Man, it makes them discard a card. Mm-hmm. Which then you can create 2 bodies. I'm not sold on that, but that's just a thought that came to mind. Other legendaries that we could look at, Tiny Bones itself is an interesting looking card. Deals comp. Go ahead.
I think we are going to be on some number of Tiny Bones if we're going to be on the Gix plan. Because, like...
Yeah, just a 1 mana creature, right? Like,
yeah, and it's...
with Death Touch.
Mm-hmm. And plus, like, the ability on it sounds pretty decent as well.
Yeah, because it's like, you're not making them discard the card, but you are, because you're casting the card. You're not, like, making a copy of it. Mm-hmm. So it takes that card out of their hand, which is nice.
Does it go to exile, or does it go to stay in the grave? Player's graveyard. Oh, it stays on the grave.
Yeah. Well, it is you're casting a permanent card, so it's going to end up on your side of the battlefield. Okay. Another one that I saw that was interesting was Bristly Bill Spine Sower. It's from the new set. 2 mana, 2/2 landfall. Put a counter on target creature. Mm-hmm. It's not itself, which is very important. And it has that mana sync ability, which could be nice. So like that's another card. These are, and by the way, I'm not naming the cards we're for sure playing. I'm just naming the cards we should look at and talk more about.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah,
I actually was playing this earlier in a Bant Legends deck, and it was really awesome.
Well, I can see that. This card looks phenomenal. It's really good turn 3 play.
Mm-hmm. I was just
it also would make us want to look at playing like the Jund sack land.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Like if we're gonna have like land, anything that like benefits from that, that's always an option.
There
but
be
go ahead with your
deck
thought.
that is with blue green and Bristly Bill playing what's the Gurk with Bristly Bill.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think Bristly Bill is a very strong card and we'll probably see play in a lot of decks. And then the only other 2-drop specifically in our colors would be Vadmir, New
Yeah.
Blood. So I think those are all the 2-drops that we could also talk about Shigeki, but I'm not
I'm not sold.
like that's less about being a 2-drop and more about that it's a thing you can play on turn 2 that you can also like do something with in the late game. So like I would consider it as a one of, but like I wouldn't force it into the deck.
I feel like if you're going to be expecting like matches to grind out, then Shigeki maybe.
Yeah, and like you can always board a copy of Shigeki, right? Like and just you have it in there where you can like sometimes ramp and then also do that channel ability later on in the game, which is really nice. And the ramp ability can find any land, which is really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then moving on to our 3-drop spot, we of course have Gix. I think Gix is probably like the premium 3-drop for us. It's like that. I would consider like we could probably still play Glissa. I really like that idea of playing Honest Rudstein again if we're expecting grindy games, right?
Mm-hmm. And
then
like, we don't
Honest
have
Rudstein could be really strong.
Legends, like we are probably still gonna play the bat 2-mana bat. So if we're playing Honest Rudstein, then that just turns bats into
exactly
almost Thoughtseize basically.
Yeah, so it's like it's almost like how the Esper Legends deck started also played bat, like, and we'll probably even be looking at playing Mosswood Dryad. Not Mosswood Dryad. What the hell am I talking about? Mosswood Dread Knight. As well because it's just a good card. That's in our colors, and like our mana is not going to be like so terrible that we can't get away with it.
Mm-hmm. To answer your question, about how much gold, why I have so much gold and gems. I'm in the streamer event. So in the streamer event, Wizards gives you basically a god account on different servers. So you get to play against other content creators with any card you want on a different account.
Mm-hmm.
So after 8:00 tonight, I won't have access to this anymore. But this is it's a special event that they let us participate in.
Yeah, it's early access. But it's a fake account with even faker money. So those are the 3-drops, at least the legendary 3-drops that I think we would want to consider.
Yeah.
There's other like things we could look at like doing that would like, especially if we lean into like this land plan with Bristly Bill, for example, or like Titania or Nissa are like cards you could look at playing.
I don't think there's any kind of combos you can pull off in Golgari with Bristly Bill and Nissa.
I mean, it's just playing. It allows you to play the sack lands from Capenna and like get like certain amounts of upside from them. So like that's an option. But I agree. I think it's probably weaker here, and would probably benefit from maybe looking at going into like 4 colors or whatever, or 3 colors rather. Moving on, Shieldred is an obvious 4-drop. I don't really think that any of these other ones are all that great. I do think with Golgari getting better, a card like Namada Primeval Warden is not an unplayable card.
Yeah. I've always liked that as like a thought of a one of. If we're gonna be kind of trying to be an aggressive deck, I kind of like the idea of maybe playing Massacre Girl.
I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of her effect. I think it's like creatures you control having Wither, like that's annoying, but like it's not like all that impressive. True. Like it's less about how like whether or not she's good, and more about the fact that she's worse than the other cards we could be playing. Because I think the last Legends we'll probably want to look at are probably like Aquazot's, Gissa, 5-mana Shieldred is always an option. Not that I think that's pretty much been 100% supplanted by Aquazots, and then there is the Gitrog.
Yeah. I do like, for the sake of playing new cards, I do like the idea of playing the Gitrog for now in place of Aquazots. I feel like ultimately this will end up on Aquazots, but I just want to play the Gitrog.
What about Analyst with all these mills to ramp and trigger Bill? I mean, like if we wanted to like say play the Nissa plan, for example, or the Titania plan, Jester, then that would be that would definitely be a card that would be on my radar as one of my 2-drops of choice. But with the build we're going towards, which isn't leaning super heavily into that, then Analyst might be a little bit too ambitious.
Yeah.
To force into the deck.
You have to build around a land package.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think is an option.
Yeah.
It gets a lot better, Elf Lord. Like a lot better.
So for Legend of Creatures, I think we have an idea of what we want. As for numbers, that we'll figure out in a moment. I think I do like the idea of playing a 1-of Vraska joins up.
I don't hate it.
And
I do think we should play Gissa, by the way, like a 1-of Gissa.
Oh, Gissa. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that's the one.
Maybe
I really like Gissa.
One Gissa, because we still have to figure. I guess we can come across that when we get to.
We'll get the numbers later. I do think like Tiny Bones joins up is a card we want to be playing, and probably just the full 4 copies. They don't exactly have diminishing returns.
Yeah, we're building Golgari Legends right now. Joins up, enters the battlefield. Any number of target players each discard a card. Whenever a legendary creature enters the battlefield under your control, any number of target players each mill 1 card and lose 1 life. You think a 4-of?
I think it'd be fine as a 4-of.
All right, we can start off with that.
Yeah.
Now, I think that's it for the legendary creatures and cards. As for like non-legends and non-legendary creatures and spells, I think we definitely want to have Deep Cavern Bat and Mosswood in here.
Yeah, in some numbers we're gonna want those cards.
Yeah, Deep Cavern is a default 4-of in my opinion.
I think it's just a good card.
Yeah.
Like in general, like good enough that like I would rather have it than not having it. Another card that we could look at is Free Strider Lookout.
Hold on.
Yep.
I'm just tossing removal in here. Quick. Just an idea of some numbers of stuff.
Yep. You're good.
2, 4, 5. Oh, we got 5 pieces in here for now.
That's fine. We can tweak the numbers later.
Yeah. What was the card you mentioned?
Free Strider Lookout.
3 or 3?
Free. It's the 3-drop green creature.
Free Strider.
To the right. Nope, next one.
Oh, the Lookout. Okay. No, new.
This is commit a crime. You get an Elvish.
The new Vraska is just a 3-mana Death Toucher, and if a creature dies, opponent's creature dies, you get to return it as a treasure on your side. There's not really any other upside besides that.
I would consider sideboarding it for the Golgari Mirror Match because it's like a clean way of dealing with Mosswood Dread Knight.
Yeah. Okay.
And like Aclazats. So like I wouldn't unless you're playing a ton of like against those 2 cards a ton, I wouldn't bother.
Yeah.
And it's arguably not even the best way of doing that. Because you could also play cards like Blot Out to deal with it as well.
Mm-hmm. And you also play like Mr. Shadow. That's the thing.
Exactly. There's other things that do it and arguably could do it better.
Because like if you play Vraska, they get the creature back eventually in their graveyard.
Exactly. It's not a permanent exile. It's a short amount of ramp for you to temporarily. To be fair, it deals with the cards that matter like most of the time long enough that like them being back in the graveyard not being a problem. But I think this card is excellent. And this card's really good with Bristly Bill.
3 mana, 3/3 reach. Whenever you commit a crime, look at the top 5 cards of your library. May put a land from onto the battlefield. Tap to put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Triggers once each turn. Okay.
That's commit a crime, get a free Elvish Rejuvenator.
So if we do that, we have to make sure we're playing up. I feel like we do have to have a decent number of crime committer things in our deck.
So we have all of our removal and Tiny Bones joins up so far.
Any number target. Oh, okay. I thought that was
both of these modes target players, which is like the whole thing.
So are we thinking a full 4-of?
I'm thinking it could be we could, for the sake of trying it, it should be our first 4-of. Okay. 3-drop.
Hey, Nick.
I could see a world where you play like 2 of them and then you have like some number of the other 3s like Preacher and whatnot. But
Okay.
also very notable, blocks Deep Cavern Bat.
Yeah. Which is really nice.
Reach is a keyword to not be trifled with.
Thought about a little Insidious Roots with a new skeleton and Tyvar and go infinite with Sacrifice Outlet. Okay, that's interesting. In Pioneer?
Yeah,
or
there's a
Standard?
whole thing. I think that's Pioneer.
Okay.
Because like that whole skeleton triggers with like when you commit a crime, you can pay a black.
Oh, in Standard.
Well, what are you doing to make the infinite mana, Salty Saint Nick?
Also blocks Bloodletter, which has 2-card combo with it right now.
Bloodletter.
Oh, true. People are gonna definitely try playing that.
That's true. Yeah.
So I think we have an idea of what we want in the deck now. We just have to figure out what the numbers.
Oh, I
are
suppose
limits.
the Tyvar. And you gotta have something that's Sac Bartolome, I guess. Okay.
Roots makes token that can tap for mana.
Yeah, it gives them haste for non-combat stuff. So yeah, it's like you sack it to like Bartolome or something that you can repeatedly sack to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still not sure how we're committing a crime though.
I'm sure there's some way to do it though.
There's not like a sack deal 1 damage to your opponent or something. Like it's not like a goblin bombard or like a goblin bombardment or anything. And like there's not like a blood artist that targets your opponent with a drain. So I still don't get how we're committing a crime in this deck to trigger the Forsaken Miner. But we'll cross that road later.
Yeah. So depending on how much card draw we in a deck, that Gix's number is going to fluctuate, I think.
Well, keep in mind, Gix and Vraska are kind of similar.
Yeah.
To a degree. I think we could probably go with like 2 Gix, 2 Glissa, 4 Strider, and then just keep the 1 Rutstein. Like I would sideboard another Rutstein for like really grindy matchups, but I don't think you'd like main a bunch. I don't think we're gonna main deck Namada either.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a sideboard card.
Yeah, and so with additional copies of Rutstein, like a second one on the board.
Okay.
But we're playing best of 1 today, so we don't have to.
Sideboard is just it's a maybe board.
Yeah.
Good John and run Mayhem Devil.
But like that's not in Standard though. That's in Pioneer.
I think Corey's just making a joke.
We could probably just play 2 Tiny Bones. I don't think we need 3.
Okay. I think Get Rog probably just be 1 if we're gonna try out Get Rog and Gisa.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want like 3 5-drops in our deck.
I think 2 Sheldon is fine for now.
Oh, also Deep Cavern Bat commits a crime.
Oh, true.
Targets your opponent.
Currently we have what? 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 crime committers right now?
Yeah.
14, 16, sort of?
Yeah. Technically, yeah. Plus, keep in mind that Tiny Bones joins up. Whenever a legendary creature ETBs, it'll end up committing a crime.
Okay.
Because the ETB is whenever a legendary creature enters the battlefield, target player loses 1 life and mills 1 card.
Okay.
So we also have that. Though we could probably trim 1 Tiny Bone joins up. And I think we can trim a land. Why is Festering Gulch here?
I put the wrong land in.
I mean, that land commits a crime, though. So
I mean, it does, yes. But we're not going to play it.
Yeah.
If
the lookout triggered more than once per turn, I would be absolutely just throwing 1,000,000 of those lands into a deck.
And use for Karavik the Punch. Oh, that card's really good. We forgot about that card, Karavik. I played against that card and it like destroyed me so many times.
Karavik the Punisher. I gotta read that card. Oh, the 3-drop, yeah. Whenever you commit a crime, exile up to 1 target black card from your graveyard and copy it. You may cast the copy. If you do, you lose 2 life. I mean, that's a really good card, but you have to pay mana to cast the card.
Yeah. And I think you have to build into it somewhat. If we were playing
Not
more instant sorceries, I think maybe is it a card or
black card.
Okay. Has to copy, so you make token copies of creatures.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
Excuse me. I do like that.
I mean, we could
card.
try it. Like,
if we do try it,
we'll have to make some space.
like we're
for
at
sure.
65 cards right now, needing to cut some.
Yeah. Well, we need to. We cut. We're probably gonna cut one land and then one tiny bones joins up for sure.
I'm adding it to the sideboard for now, just to
that's
as a maybe.
Yeah, the maybe board.
For a land we cut.
I think it's the 4th Death Cap Glade, or it's a Llanowar Wastes.
Okay. Or what about Cottage?
Yeah, we could trim a Cottage.
I think.
Yeah, let's trim a Cottage. I like Cottage, but
having too many tap lands later in the game can definitely hurt. Like,
I mean, we
Blooming
have
Marsh,
3, well, 7 in the
exception.
late game. Well, Blooming Marsh is just a good card. There is an argument to only play 3 Blooming Marshes too, just so that you only you can draw them frequently enough that you still have them early, but not so often that you draw them super late all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So that puts us at 63 cards. I think it's the tube drop spot that we have to consider. I think we can trim one Vadmir.
Read that again. Whenever I'm just gonna read it again. When you commit a crime, put a 1 counter on Vadmir once each turn. So we're just using it as a beater creature, kind of, right?
Yeah. Well, also keep in mind with Bristly Bill, you can get that 4 or more counters pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Pit of Offering is a silly free crime.
Target opponents.
They are. Pit of Offering. That's a land.
Pit of Offerings is a land?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. It's so it's a land that when it ETBs, you exile up to 3 cards from target graveyards.
Oh.
I'm sorry, from graveyards. Meaning yours and your opponent's. So you can actually get around that whole off-color thing.
Okay.
And then it taps for mana of any of the exiled cards. So it's not a bad card. It's just a tapped land that, beyond.
If we do that, I think it's
I don't hate it.
And it takes place of either a basic forest or a Death Cap Glade.
Well, I'm willing to trim a Death Cap Glade for that. I love this card. I own a ton of them, actually. But
what's the name of it again?
Pit of Offerings. It was actually one of the cards I had on my list of cards to keep an eye on from Ixalan. Just having this targeted graveyard hate. It gets usually just worse than Bojuka Bog in formats where Bojuka Bog is legal, but Bojuka Bog is not legal in every format, so.
Okay. Yeah, we can try one.
I'll be honest, I think it's the Vraska joins up.
I was thinking what if we just don't play Vadmir but I can.
You could trim Vadmir.
We did trim Vadmir down to 2.
Yeah. I think the problem with Vraska joins up is that it really shines in creature matchups. Which is a lot of matchups in standard, but I feel like we can board that in as a way to break through board stalls versus as a thing we main in our deck to break through board stalls.
Yeah. Okay. Then we got one more card to cut then. I think Bristly Bill is fine as a 3 of.
Yeah, I was thinking that I like that. Maybe it's the 4th Free Strider lookout. Just try to lean down a little bit more.
Yeah, I could see that. My concern is our removal package. If we're too light on it.
5 spells, yeah.
Because usually you want if you're a mid-range deck, well, we're kind of not quite mid-range anymore. I think we're more
beat down mid-range.
Yeah.
I could see if we want to play more removal, I think it's the tiny bones that come out, to be honest.
Okay. Well,
I'm not even sold at how good the card is. Could play a 1 of, yeah.
It might be fine since we're just playing best one today. But
yeah, it's true.
Or it could be if we do like how it plays and if we try it in best of 3, in the future, this could be the idea of the main board, and you just have more of a mid-range package on the side. But for
that's
today,
true. Yeah, you can always board up to mid-range.
Yeah, for today, I think it's either we play it how it is, or I do like, yeah, maybe we could cut in one Mosswood. But Mosswood's a lot of value also.
Yeah, I also think that's true. That was the other card that I had my eye on. But I do think it's good enough that it warrants a 4 of.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we could do that if we wanted to play another. Because I feel like we might want a third cut down specifically.
Yeah. Do we want?
But I think I would trim the second Tiny Bones before I trim the Mosswood.
Okay. The art's kind of funny.
I do like the artwork.
It just seems like it's...
All right.
Yeah. All right.
I think I like this. Yeah, because I'm not even sold on how good Tiny Bones actually is. It's more of like this is just a new card. Let's try it because it fits into the theme of the of what we're trying to build here.
Okay.
But let's do it.
All right, we're gonna try this out. We don't have much time to play. We at least like it ends at 8 o'clock our time, but
Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't come on earlier.
that's all right. We can go ahead and try playing this. We could probably get like, if the queue is fast enough, because it's a lot lesser amount of creators than usual.
How people are dropping off already?
Probably. I mean, a lot of people over in the EU area definitely are.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's pretty late over there.
We could maybe just like play another, look at a viewer deck and play that, or just play something else. I think this hand's fine.
Definitely showing a little bit of the issue with Plaza of Heroes so far, but I don't hate it.
I mean, like,
Well, actually, no, I do hate it. We can only cast 2 of these 5 cards.
but we're on the draw.
I suppose. Well, yeah, why not? We'll try it. Worst case, we just lead on Prisley Bill, and then, like, every land drop after that is just really good.
Oh, rule that they have for these events, you can't concede unless if your opponent is presenting lethal or a way to win the game.
That makes sense. The whole point of this is content. I think we just throw a Deep Cavern Bat out there.
I agree. It's probably gonna die or get countered.
Oh, for sure. I also think we should have led on. Actually, I don't think it matters. Yeah, I don't think it actually matters. 6 sequence. Flotsam and Jetsam.
Marchesa.
Oh. They're like
crimes.
Grixis commit crimes, make value. All right, I'm gonna be honest. I think we just go for the throat the Marquesa immediately,
I agree.
and then pray that we draw another removal spell for the second one.
Izzy, if you toss that in the Discord, I'll take a peek in a bit. I mean, Glissa's nice, but
Mill 3 cards. Each opponent mills 3 cards. Yeah, I think we just play Glissa.
yeah.
Sadly, this Bristly Bill has just been really awkward.
Already sent it.
But
Okay.
like,
I think it's because just how the game started, really. Like on the opponent's side.
yeah, there's just Siphon Mind. I want to read the text on
Okay.
Siphon Mind. Each
I
other.
think we're just playing Bristly Bill and then playing Mosswood and then land drop.
Well, we should play Bristly Bill as the last thing before we play our land.
Yeah.
You want to give them no opportunity to kill Bristly Bill before we play a land.
Well, look who it is.
Hey, thanks for the follow on the casual cards.
So so the question comes down to what creature are we putting this counter on?
Probably Mosswood.
Okay, so we should play Mosswood as a creature first. Or we should attack first, but see what they do.
Yeah.
Best case, they block for some reason.
Yeah. Okay, we get
we get to draw a card first.
We're committing a no, we're not committing a crime. Ooh.
That commits a crime. I don't think this is the turn for that, but
yeah. I
think we go
Mosswood,
yeah.
Bristly, land
Counter on the Mosswood, yeah. Good news is we don't have to worry about them hitting one of our cut downs all that much because 2 of them are in our hand.
Yeah.
That Siphon Insight could be a little bit of a problem, but it's likely that they're going to get a creature. Yeah, buddy.
And this just makes Mosswood a good blocker.
Yeah. So this is 3 mana, draw 2 cards out of our deck. But they get to look at the top 4.
Oh, it's draw one
Kinda-
of their cards, then draw
Oh,
one of
sorry.
ours.
Look at one of theirs. Yeah.
Yeah.
They get like a sleight of hand that mills the other card or whatever.
We get
Oh,
lucky.
they hit a removal spell. Oh, another 6 sequence, huh?
Mm,
Wow, that's pretty strong.
this is
We're gonna take a hit, but I don't think that matters.
yeah.
The important thing is we came away with that with our Bristly Bill still. So
Okay. Push and pull.
Yeah.
So I feel like that there might be Carnosaur in their deck.
oh no, I think that they might just probably, but it's also just a really good card.
Yeah. They could also be just
Um,
doing silly things like Tear the Peaks also. Like using
Yeah,
Nexus as a mid-range package and then just have like silly combo with Tear the Peaks and maybe Carnosaur.
well, Marquesa does put cards in the graveyard, so it's not like a bad way to set up a Reanimator combo.
Yeah.
Ooh, we can go Free Strider Lookout into Cast Tiny Bones joins up.
Yeah. We could do that. Are we okay with losing our Mosswood though? Kind of.
No, I think we can draw a card with the Mosswood. I don't know if we're playing the creature half. We have a lot of lands in our deck right now, so like drawing an untapped land is not the end of the world.
Yeah.
That's also not bad. We could probably just play that.
Yeah, I think we just play the Gix and then we just we draw next turn.
And they're also playing super defensively for some reason. I don't really get it.
I'm not sure either. Hey, Grix.
Eh. Oh, another card you forgot that commits a crime, by the way, Restless Cottage.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're definitely a Reanimator deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there wasn't any doubts before.
Basically, for the lore of the card.
Okay,
Or-
we gotta read that card. We also know what they hit off of our thing.
Prowess and
Oh yeah,
Arena.
what am I thinking? They're playing Flotsam. Of course they're a Reanimator deck. We gotta read the blue-red creature they just played.
But whenever you cast a multicolor instant sorcery spell from your hand, exile that spell instead of putting it in your graveyard. As a
Becomes
result.
plotted. Okay.
So they're probably just gonna cast Jetsam next turn for free. Okay.
Seems cool. Seems kind of cracked with these split cards, but hey.
I think we go
I'm-
Free Strider into Tiny Bones joins up.
Yeah, I think that's probably the play here. Be sure we tap that the Plaza for Tiny Bones.
Yeah.
And I think we put the counter on Gix and attack with Gix.
Force them to double block.
Yeah. This is where we put a big dumb creature in their graveyard, right? You can target yourself with it, just that's why you're getting the choice to do anything.
There's no point for us to target ourselves though.
No. If we were doing dumb Reanimator stuff, we'd probably target ourselves with it.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing, chat. It's a cast. You get it as soon as you target your opponent. That's what's going to make crimes really broken, by the way. It's the fact that it's not tied to that we can just swing with Gix, I think.
I think they're playing.
We're getting nowhere fast by not attacking. So I'd rather attack and let them double block than sit back defensively.
I agree. Yeah, I'm using the new Vrask avatar. They don't have my one I usually use.
Plus, we still haven't played a land this turn, so if we draw a land here, that's actually really good for us.
Hey, like
Nice, we did it.
I think we're putting a counter on Lookout.
Yeah, I think just making it into a 4/4 is for the best. And then we can play Vladimir, and then it triggers Tiny Bones, which it's a little dangerous to mill them, but I think we do it because it commits a crime, and we get to throw Vladimir above cut down. Okay, we had Sokens on, so that's basically a win.
Oh, I do not like that. Do you see that new update for Reach?
Oh, God.
That is
To be fair, it's probably because people kept attacking into reach creatures because they can't read.
true.
Yes.
Like that
Yes,
seems-
Tristo, crime does pay. Be gay, do crimes. That's the theme of the set.
I think they should make that, if they're gonna keep that, they should make it smaller where it's in the border of the card.
Like it is on the bottom left-hand side of the card already and has always been.
Yeah, but if they want to keep it more obvious to see, like just shrink it where it's inside the card.
Or it can be like if you're attacking a small creature into a large reach creature, it could be like, are you sure you want to do that? It has that for other conditional stuff. Oh, that's really annoying. That was really, they just got to do that thing where they cast a card from each opponent's graveyard without paying its mana cost.
Oh,
Well, that's just annoying. That's mean.
does this go in their plotted zone or ours?
What? They're not casting a card. They're casting a monocolored card.
Oh, my bad.
And also, it's a from your hand specifically.
Well, I think we're dead.
And what they're doing is really cool.
Yeah.
I don't think we're dead, but like we'll see what they do when they attack.
We're not in a good spot.
We're in a better spot than you think.
We are taking the damage.
Yeah, we're not blocking.
Best part about it, you can barely see it.
Ooh, that commits a crime.
Tap
the Llanowar Waste for colorless. Okay. Click Z. There you go.
Sorry, chat. Give me 1 second. I'll read your messages in a minute.
Yeah, we could take probably the Flotsam and Jetsam.
Yeah. At worst, they just...
You gotta keep in mind that they have a 0 mana Molten Collapse and a 0 mana deal 2 damage in like their exile zone.
Yeah.
Which is gonna make this rather difficult. I actually think we attack with Restless Cottage and eat that Siphon Mind.
Sure.
We could probably attack with... I mean, Vadmir's gonna die, so just attack with it. I think we're dead, actually. Yeah, we're dead on board. Because they actually had removal to kill all of our creatures. So the actually only thing we could have done to stay alive was to hold up Restless Cottage to chump block the Izzet creature, and here we just die. We'll make them do it, though, so...
Yeah. They have a pretty cool...
Yeah, they just collapse Vadmir and then... do the other thing on the 1/1.
Just to saying awesome too.
I'm gonna say this: their deck is very good if their opponent is not playing a lot of removal, and we're not playing a lot of removal.
No, we're not.
I think if we were playing like the 5 2-mana kill spells, this might have gone a lot differently.
Yeah.
But maybe this is gonna have to be the new world we live in, where we have to, where we just like have to play more removal.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they still taking game actions? Nice.
They're playing new cards. I don't know. Except for the new Magda. People missed it because they were not paying attention and they deserve to get got. It's kind of like in Paper Magic. But also, like, Arena does make us lazy Magic players, to be honest, when you go from Arena to playing Paper. In my opinion. As OTJ is chicken out. It feels fine. It's very fun.
Here's the thing. Is that you can teach people that lesson 2 ways. One of those ways is very friendly, and one of them is not.
Mm-hmm.
So Arena isn't about who's getting got and whether or not they deserve to get got, and it's about teaching players how to not get got. And you should do that in the most positive way possible, which is to not let them get egg on their face by making a dumb play.
Yeah, and you want people to come back and play the game. You don't want them to go away and not come back again.
Exactly. Where if people feel like, oh, I got punished because I'm still learning, then they're not going to play the game for very long. So that's why I think that would be better. I mean, the visual reminder is also not bad because it trains you to pay attention to your opponent's cards. But, if they still don't read the cards, they could still make that mistake in Paper.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of ways to do it, but I think you need to do it in a friendly way.
Yeah. Where's a new Tier 0 meta breakdown? Joe, I will get that to you within the hour. Yeah, removal is a crime.
Yes, removal is a crime. Counter magic's a crime. Exiling a card in somebody's graveyard's a crime. You don't even have to be successful in your crime. This honestly might be one of the most ridiculous mechanics they've ever made, to be honest with you. I don't think a lot of people have put that together yet, but well, yeah, Joe, that's what they do. They're streamers.
Joe,
I broke
just
this.
sent it to
And honestly, if I broke this format, I would never tell you, Joe.
you. Joe
I'd make you wait for the next standard tournament.
Joe actually makes a lot of good content. For those who don't know, he's
I'm
actually makes a lot of YouTube content about tier lists for for best of 1 and best of 3 ladder and for arena events.
Kiln Fiend yet? No, we haven't. We probably won't get to it because we only got 30 more minutes.
Yeah, we don't have much time.
But I'm sure we'll be bringing plenty of standard content. This is exactly kind of how we drew it up.
Yeah.
This is Bristly Bill into land drop Bristly play Gissa.
Yeah, this hand's fine.
Attack for 3.
Playing against Legend VD.
Ooh. I feel that, Joe. Am I playing modern right now? Well, that just feels free. Nope. They gets tiny bone joins up, dude.
Okay.
It does mean we're not playing Glissa on turn 3 so far, but I think it's really important that we can get this down right now.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping they discard a land. That's usually not a good sign if they discard their. Oh, this card's sick. I started playing a black-white vampires deck. Oh, look at that. Never punished. At Dusk Legion Duelist. Tag him for 1.
I think the 2-card Bloodletter and Rush of the Dread combo. I have a lot of people holding removal or counter. Yeah, a lot of people are going to play it. Probably in best of 1.
There's already a lot of blue and black. We're not blocking.
Yeah, I almost kind of want to block, but they might have like Seed the Empire in hand.
I mean, we're taking 4. They got the Ozlith and nothing to do with it. All right. I think we just play Death. I don't think it makes a difference. We just play Deathcap Blade. Nope. Target Bristly Bill.
Wrong thing. I was thinking it was a tiny bone trigger.
Yeah, you could target them like one of their creatures, but that would be very bad. I
think I'm just playing this and we're gonna hold up the block at this point.
Yeah. No, I think what we're not the beatdown deck right now. Not until that Gissa comes down and starts to take over this game. Because that Gissa is going to be really strong here.
How's White? How's the 3-drop Bird Rogue? Haven't played it yet. It does look good though. I haven't played against it, but it just looks like a good card.
Gross.
Okay, that's a good sign that they're doing that.
I mean, not really. It's just a really good play. But this Glissa is going to lock down this battlefield something fierce.
Yeah. To me, that looks
feels
like we don't have any other play to do.
Yeah.
I just want to play Plaza Heroes in case we draw like a 4-drop or other interaction.
I mean, if we play Plaza, then we're priced into playing Takenuma next turn.
Yeah.
And I kind of like the idea of having a 1-mana Takenuma available to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think we play Cottage.
Glissa? Oh.
I don't think we need to put a counter on Glissa. I think we just keep putting them on Bristly Bill.
Sure.
Because Glissa has First Strike Death Touch. Like, it's blocking any of their creatures at any time.
Yeah.
And even here, if they have some kind of removal, we still have Takenuma that we can use to just, like, get some value. And then next turn, Gissa comes down, and Bristly Bill gets bigger. Our opponent's in gold, though, so we got to be careful.
Ooh.
This feels like a very interesting attack.
Wandering Emperor.
I think you just block the 4/4 with Glissa.
Yeah.
You just don't bother blocking the other one. If they want to get 4 damage to trade a Dusk Legion Duelist, I'm kind of here for the Wandering Emperor. So they're still trading because they both will have First Strike, and then we can just no. What are you doing? We have nothing in the graveyard.
You're right.
Plus, we can still do it after Glissa dies and get Glissa back.
Yes. Okay, now we
right.
do it.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think we
Yep,
still
it's
use
just Glissa. Yeah, Glissa's just really good against the style of deck that we're playing against. I think we go Plaza of Heroes on Bristly Bill. Like Plaza of Heroes,
counter.
put a count on Bristly Bill, attack the Wandering Emperor for 5. We'll eat that
Yeah.
Cenote Scout, and then we can just play Gissa. And if they, like, yeah, there's no tricks that they're going to have. I suppose they could have exactly Snakeskin Veil, but that would be terrible. And then, yeah, we'll play Gissa. Yeah, buddy. And now this Glissa, when it comes down, is going to make 2 3/3s. This is why I thought the Gissa is going to be really strong. Also, it has a wonderful ward cost.
And if they exile the Bristly Bill, then we have another one.
Yes, we have backup Bristly Bill.
W Crimela, card lights up equals use it. Okay. You draw a card. Oh, this thing has ward. I didn't realize that thing had ward.
Oh yeah, ward 2 and pay 2 life. Ooh, that's a really good fact. I think we're just taking the 6 here.
Yeah. And they're not.
Can't really do much about that.
No.
Yeah, I'm assuming that it's going after Bristly Bill. That's fine.
Yeah.
That Bristly Bill was worth enough. That's gonna be good.
I think we go Bristly Bill. Or well, we could go. That's 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. We do.
Well, we don't need to do. They only have 1 mana up, so we can do the Tiny Bones joins up at the end.
Yeah.
So I think we go Glissa first. And then we can go Bristly Bill. And then, yeah, we can go land.
Counter on.
I think you're just putting it on Bristly Build again.
Yeah.
Because we're going to, I think what we're going to do here is let's play Tiny Bones joins up right now. Actually, we could have played this a lot better.
Yeah.
We could have attacked. Those 3/3s had menace.
They do.
Attack with both the 3/3s at the Wandering Emperor. Should have did this first
Definitely.
before we did anything else. I mean, the Glissa play was face up, so that part don't matter, but this gets that off the battlefield, and we still have Glissa to block.
Yeah.
Dusk Legion Duelist, and then what does that do? Just doubles.
Counter on target creature.
And then double the number of 1/1 counters on target creature. Sure.
Yeah. So they're gonna draw two cards, extra cards this turn.
At least 1 card, but probably 2. I think they need more stuff than we do right now. I think we're ahead with this Glissa. They need to wait it. Yeah, they can't even attack.
Okay. They're gonna put a counter probably on the other one to draw another card.
I mean, it's free, and you have to do it on your own turn. Okay. I think now we're going to just attack with Glissa. There's no profitable. I mean, they could block with Iron Apprentice, I guess, but like we have plenty of chump blockers.
What do we think about the any menacers?
If we're gonna do it, we have to attack with at least 2 of them. But I'm not sure how worth it actually is.
Yeah, we probably just chill.
Actually, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because here they're just chumping with Iron Apprentice, but they're just taking it.
Okay, I am going to counters. I think.
Remove up to what is? Look at Iron Apprentice for me real quick. Take the counters off of Iron Apprentice.
Okay.
That's a crime. Our opponent's a fool. They should have just chump blocked. The forgotten mode of Glissa right there. Aw shit, Tiny Bones is a skeleton. And we get to activate Bristly Bill. Can you read Bristly Bill?
Cost 5.
Each creature you control.
Okay, and it's not in sorcery speed. That's
Yeah,
nice.
so we could do it. Yeah. So thankfully here we don't need to do it till the end step.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Or if they attack in, we could. What is this thing?
Hide away.
Collector's
Put them
Cage,
away.
hide away
Then
5. 1 in tap. Put a 1 on counter.
Oh, and
creature
then-
control.
It has Coven. That's cute.
Huh.
They're gonna put counters on probably the 8/8 to get the thing. Yeah. See what they hit. Botanical Brawler.
Okay.
This game's gonna go on forever.
Yes. We're gonna slowly win through Tiny Bone joins up.
And just Glissa attacking. Like,
I mean, like, we do have a Death Touch blocker.
yeah, they can't attack still.
If they attack in, then they might have Snake. No, Snake's Conveal doesn't give indestructible.
No, it just gives hexproof. They'd have to have that other 1-mana card, the Heroic Intervention.
Yeah. And that costs.
I'm like,
that's for-
look at what Gissa's done, by the way, this game. It's made 6 bodies. Oh, yeah, if they're not attacking, we can just do this. Land's not terrible here.
Yeah.
So let's think here. Where are we going to put that counter?
Or Tam is safe. Oh, yeah, safekeeping, yeah. Well, this doubles the counter on each creature we control. So
Yeah,
we
that's
can
that's
start
the-
building
yeah, that's-
Tiny Bones, maybe? No, we have Plaza to protect Tiny Bones.
I think it's probably... I honestly, I think it might not even matter. I think we just put it on whatever the... Actually, I think it is Tiny Bones. I think it is Tiny Bones, because I actually think we're attacking with Tiny Bones and Glissa this turn.
Really?
What are they going to do, block? Tiny Bones has Menace.
All right. Oh, and we get to cast something, too.
Actually, looking at it, all of our creatures currently have Menace.
That's actually funny.
Oh, we didn't do Tiny Bones this thing?
Whenever it deals combat damage to a player.
Oh, okay. Oh, they didn't block.
Okay.
We're doing the counters thing again. Probably just from Botanical Brawler.
Yeah, I can picture that.
Yeah, it's just like none of their stuff. Does that have what has trample? That has trample. Yeah, so that's the thing we take the counters off of. Make more bodies. Crack them with Tiny Bones.
Okay, and then we get to cast. Oh, we get to cast anything?
Yeah, any permanent card in their graveyard.
Uh,
I'm kind of feeling like
It could be an
we could-
Ozolith, or we could just get our own Wandering Emperor.
I kind of like that Wandering Emperor, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because then we could just plus the Wandering Emperor, put counters on probably Gissa. Yeah, that seems fine.
Yeah. The only downside
We
to
have,
this
we have
is-
6/3/3s to block with and enough toughness that we don't care about Botanical Brawler. Dude, this
Yeah.
Gissa is cracked. I don't know.
Yeah. The only
Like-
right now the only downside is we don't have Plaza activation up.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think I'm all that worried about it at this point.
Yeah. Also, like Gisa just like not being dealt with definitely has helped out.
Well, she also has this like ludicrous ward cost.
It has like Ward 2 or something else.
Ward 2, pay 2 life.
But yeah, and they can't do that right now because they die when we commit a crime then.
Yeah. So, like, we're in a really good spot, I feel like. So we do have to be we're going to have to block pretty aggressively here,
Mhm.
but I think we're totally fine. They didn't saddle the Tumblewag. I think that was a mistake, but...
We might be in trouble with the Trampler though, because we're at 5.
Oh, since they didn't saddle the Tumblewag, which they're realizing that they didn't do, that would be the only cause of concern, to be honest with you.
Okay,
So we block that. We can block that.
6, 9, 12.
Yeah, and then we could probably just throw. Yeah, it's like make them, if they're gonna have something, they can protect it, but they're dying on the crackback.
Yeah. Yeah, if we lose Gisa, we lose Gisa. Like I'm thinking. Like,
Yeah, at this point, I think the game isn't going to go long enough for we're going to need Gisa. And it's going to force them to protect the 4/4 and not the 10/10. I think they gain life when this card dies. Yeah. Right? Is that what Botanical Brawler does?
Oh, I forgot about that.
No, that's a different one. That's the Conclave thing. Yeah, they're just dead. Right?
Land
so
on.
Actually, they have 4 blockers. We have 5 attackers, right?
But our zombies did lose menace.
Okay. We got to do some thinking.
1 second. Probably put a counter.
Hold on.
So
they have 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, they have 2 cards in hand. We have a Wandering Emperor activation. We can play to land, put a counter on Gisa.
I actually think we just put a counter on each of the 2/2s in attack, and then Bristly Bill's ability is lethal.
Okay.
So it turns all the 2/2s into 3/3s. And then we have 5 3 power or greater. That's also an option. We could just activate Restless Cottage. Which also commits a crime when it attacks, which will mill them and drain them for 1.
That gives us 6 attackers then.
And all of them are lethal. So yeah, that's the play. They don't have 4 mana. The other thing we'd have to worry about is a Wandering Emperor, but they don't have one. Yummy, yummy crimes in my tummy. That's great.
That was pretty fun.
I think there's definitely some tweaking that needs to be done, but
yeah. I think we have time for one more game, as long as like it doesn't take that long again.
Yeah, we could probably.
I think we just hop right into it right away.
Found one out, yeah.
Okay, what am I missing in chat?
Bristly Bill looks fantastic.
Yeah.
It's an artifact, by the way, Jester.
Yeah, cottage. Yep. Activate man. Stuff.
No, because if they saddled, we would have died. That's true. So
we keep this.
We should have lost that game.
This will keep. We can go burn to Deep Cavern. I don't think we go Bristly Bill right away.
No, we go bat into Bristly Bill, put a counter on the bat, and attack for 2.
Yeah.
And we can just lead on the Deathcap Blade. Actually, no, lead on the Blooming Marsh. Always lead on your fast lands.
Yeah. Unless, like, in my opinion, if you're playing like Pioneer Modern, if you have a shock land and you only have 1 fast land, I think it's sometimes okay to lead with a tap shock land if you don't need the mana right away.
Yeah, it would be the same thing if we had just say Blooming Marsh and Deathcap Blade. We would always lead on Deathcap Blade then.
Yeah.
If you've committed a crime, neat.
For a card.
So if they've committed a crime on combat damage, they can sack it to do a demonic tutor.
Okay.
See what they got going on.
I did play your Bant list. That was a lot of fun.
No, easy cut down. And 2, we probably actually are playing the second Deep Cavern Bat next turn.
Yeah.
But we are going to take, like, I think 4 damage, right? Or does that turn into a 2/2 when it evolves the first time?
They pay 1.
Okay, we're taking
black, then it's 2/2.
3 damage then. I suppose, does the other one pay 2 to activate it, right?
Yeah, then it turns into a 3/3.
Okay, so we are taking 4 this turn. They just aren't playing any spells from their hand, which I think I'm fine with.
Yeah.
I feel like we're just playing another bat.
I agree.
I think I just would rather eat that Shieldred first. Oh yeah, especially now that they drew a land. It is a little scary, this Evolve Sleeper, but you know,
like
I think we can pull ahead of it.
But
well, next turn we're gonna go Bristly Bill into land, put a counter on the bat, attack for 3, gain 3. Yeah. We're taking. I think they can activate that for 3 mana.
Yeah, they could do that.
Yeah. So we're gonna take 4 damage. They're gonna draw a card. So we're going to 12, and they're going to play Evolve Sleeper. Okay, yeah. I think this is fine, yeah. So Bristly Bill into land, counter on the bat. Yeah, we just if they weren't on tapped out, then we wouldn't do that. Yeah, okay. Well. Yeah, we just swing with both. We're not blocking with them. Plus, I think we'd rather block with the other one with Evolve Sleeper under it anyway, but...
Yeah. I think we're gonna be playing Gisa. Hope we have.
Gross.
Or
Block
56.
Bristly Bill on the 1/1. They'll pay a mana and they'll trade, but like, you know, then that's one less thing to deal with on the board.
Yeah. If we get a land, I think we're playing Gisa to make some potential blockers.
I mean, we're not committing a crime right away, but she is still a 4/4, so she at least blocks this Gix.
True.
Or
we could just play Gitrog and have just a big blocker.
Or we can do neither. Play a 3/3 with Reach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the Free Strider lookout. Yeah, this deck definitely, I think, needs some more removal. I think that's going to be very important here.
I don't think we need a full set of cutdowns. Me attacking out probably might have been a little bit mistake.
I mean, I don't think it's wrong. It depends on what we plan on doing with this lookout.
Yeah.
I think if they attack with everything, we're just blocking the Gix with the lookout.
Mm-hmm.
But we are kind of at a point where like their life total is getting rather low. Like they're at 9, we have 4 on the board, and if they draw 2, they're going to 7, down to 3. So like they're actually almost dead.
If they don't have
how much power does the Gitrog monster have?
Thanks for the sub. Rip off.
6-5. Evan, thank you for that Prime sub. Appreciate it. But to answer anybody's question about how the set is, it's actually pretty fun so far. Ooh.
That's annoying.
That's pretty fun. It's a lot of new cool cards. This is actually the most excited I've been for Standard with a brand new set in a long time.
Oh, I think the set's phenomenal. I think this set's going to do a lot to make a very positive change. They should have played that first, but you know, whatever.
They could have drew it off the Gix.
That's true. Oh yeah, Shoot the Sheriff. That's a card that exists now.
Yeah.
I do think it's a terrible card, but all right, we're definitely losing this game. But
yeah, I think you should have hit the.
Right
I think
on.
they should have hit the Evolve Sleeper one so they can cast it right away.
No, they were right to take that Shieldred back. I think it just means they don't have more removal.
They're getting priority, so I think they do.
I don't know why they're getting removal. Why they're getting priority.
Oh,
They could also
it's
be
the Sleeper. Yeah, even though you change it to a different thing, they still get priority.
So Evan, to fire back at you here, are there more outlaws than there are artifact creatures? Because I think the answer is yes. I don't think there's too many artifact creatures running around.
I think that's something that somebody could probably look into, like how many outlaws there are versus artifact creatures.
Here, I'll look at it.
Filtered on Scryfall.
There absolutely is.
You think it's similar?
Can you name one artifact creature that sees like widespread play for me? Because like Fairy Mastermind is a rogue. That's a pretty commonly played one.
Yeah, I'm accepting we're just dead here. I'm not gonna.
Oh, we are absolutely dead. We died when they killed all of our stuff.
Yeah. That's interesting. That's more like a dragon card. Oh, okay, we just died.
Most of the Infect list, but the Infect deck died when Boros became really popular. So I'm not sure if I'm all that worried about Infect.
If anything, the Infect deck might be a thing on Arena still.
I don't even think that's true. I think Boros is just taking its place almost entirely.
I was actually want to correct myself with that. The Infect deck will be more of a thing at local paper tournaments, in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't even. That might not even be all that true for much longer.
For much longer, yeah. But for current now, while people are not buying new cards for Standard, I think that's what you're going to run into if you out of the aggro decks potentially.
Okay, well that's blue-black Infect paperless Magic. That's not really the Infect deck we're talking about.
We're talking about
yeah, like Bant Poison is the most predominant version of that really is out there when it comes to like what's popular, and it kind of like is just a worse version of Boros Convoke, and Boros Convoke just got a lot better with this set because its mana got better. I'm gonna be honest. If I'm shooting the sheriff a Murex token, I don't think I'm winning that game anyway. Most of the time, I think I'm already in a really bad position if I'm doom blading 1/1 tokens made off of a land.
Well,
So I wouldn't necessarily think too hard about it. The cookies decks, I guess, exist. They're not very popular anymore, though.
okay, I'm gonna interrupt John in chat. We could talk about that after. We have about 4 minutes left to be on this client. So I want to talk about this deck. I like the idea of it.
Yes.
I want to explore
Agreed.
more of it when the set comes out.
Yes.
I think we definitely need more removal.
I think we need more removal, and you know what I also think we need more of?
What?
Bristly Bill. I think Bristly Bill was probably Bristly Bill and Gissa were the standout cards in this set. Well, you got to keep in mind, Evan, that this new set just came out, and there's a ton of really good outlaws in it. So
that's something
it's
that's something that people are going to be building
like,
around too, probably.
It'll also be like we'll see whether or not it's better than Go for the Throat in like a month or two. Like, so that's
if we were to
that's a big part of it
here in this deck. I don't think that the Pit of Offerings, I think that's just a cute idea that we were just trying just because why not? I think
I don't hate it.
We could probably still keep trying it. I don't think it really hasn't come up at all. But
no.
I think
I think it'll depend on how much like reanimator style decks end up being around.
Yeah. I think Gisa really performed really well, and I would like 2 Gisas instead of a Gitrog, and maybe play Gitrog on the board if we want a hasty effect against control decks. But that's
I think we just build the deck entirely different to play Gitrog, but
probably
like leaning much more aggressive. But yeah, I thought Gissa was probably that was going to be my other one. Like Bristly Bill and Gissa seem very strong.
Vadmir seemed kind of meh a little bit.
I think we didn't draw him enough because I feel like the whole sequence of Tiny Bones joins up into Vadmir or like Bristly Bill, like Vadmir, like think about it. Like this is the thought I had in my mind: is if you go Tiny Bones joins up into Vadmir into Bristly Bill, play a land, put a counter on Vadmir, and then Bristly Bill also triggered the Tiny Bones joins up, which commits a crime, which triggers Vadmir again. So it's like I feel like there's a lot of upside to the card. It's just a matter of like actually like playing the right numbers to make that happen frequently enough. As well as I think Bristly Bill, I do think it might be worth playing the Capenna Sack lands with Bristly Bill, like just even playing like Riveteer's Outlook or whatever, just
and plus, yeah, with the Free Strider lookout, do the lands enter and then you tap them and sack them, or do they sack when they enter tapped as well?
Let's read them.
I'm pulling it up.
Riveteer's Outlook.
You kinda...
Let's take a peek.
Sacrifice it. Okay, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So yeah, the tap part doesn't matter.
So
yeah,
it triggers Bristly Bill twice if you have a free side lookout out.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, triggers it more than that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Because you'll also have your native land drop for turn.
I think Honest Rustine could probably just be cut. It's a one of. I think it's a okay like testing it, but
which card?
Honest Rustine.
Yeah, I think it's a card that we really want in these grindier matchups. So maybe it's a board card, but really cool in theory. Just not really a thing that seems to have paid off.
So now that I think that we cut that, we go up to 4 Bristly Bill. I agree that we didn't. I don't think Vadmir came up enough, but for finding removal pieces, I think you cut Vadmir to add.
I actually think we might cut Shieldred.
Completely?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Shieldred is worse than it's been in a while.
Well, you
like I'm not saying it's wrong to play it, but I definitely feel like there's better things we could be doing for those slots in the deck.
Well, you got to think also if we're playing early season or like news when the new set comes out, it's gonna be like it usually is. It's gonna be a lot of aggro decks. So Sheldred could be shining there for like at least for like week 1-2 in the main board.
I don't know. I've never really liked Shieldred against the aggro decks.
Critical when you said cut shelter.
See, here's the thing.
Um,
Though I own 4 Shieldred, so I'm not one of those people who is like, I don't play Shieldred. I think it's overrated. Shieldred is a very good card. But like, it's also like you don't need to play it in every single black deck.
Yeah.
Like, I could think like just auto including it in decks is a mistake.
Mhm.
I do think it's a fine card. It's really good with Gix. We're not playing more than 2. If we're playing like 3 or even 4 Gix, then I'd want just, like a Shieldred or 2 because we're really leaning into Gix. And having Shieldred to go with that, but like put it in perspective, like Shieldred isn't good with Rafine anymore because of just like the way those decks were built. Where it's like in isolation, it's really good with Rafine, but like it's not good with like how the rest of the deck plays. And I think here we might want to lean more on like the powerful 2-mana cards than like the the Baneslayer Shieldred.
So technically, I don't think it's the client's supposed to let me do anything, but I think as long as we're in the still in the deck builder in the one deck, I think we could still do stuff. I don't know if it'll save it, but I'm gonna
probably not.
screenshot it anyways after.
It's a really good that's a good point, California Shallow. It's like the relative power level of standard is it's the highest it's going to be for a little while because we have a lot. Free Strider was great when we triggered it, Evan.
Yes.
But Shieldred's relative power level is not as high as it used to be. There's other powerful things to be doing, and like there's a lot of card advantage, but there's also like how good is like some of that isn't even drawing cards anymore. So it's like Shieldred may or may not be very good.
Pastlands definitely helped, I think, a little bit.
Pastlands are the only reason I would consider playing a Golgari deck.
So
no offense, John.
For this deck, you and I disagree on one point, which I think could open up the opportunity of building 2 different versions. I don't agree with playing Vadmir, and I think I should keep Sheldred in at least for trying out the list at first. I'd like to see maybe Vadmir turn into removal, and then you're wanting to cut Sheldred, and you want to give Vadmir more of a chance. So those are just my thoughts with the deck. So if I were to play this again when set release comes out, I think I'm cutting Vadmir and adding in maybe a 3rd Go for the Throat, and then 1 more Bitter Triumph, or maybe trying a 1 of Shoot the Sheriff. Like again, like the whole conversation earlier we had that you and chat were having about Shoot the Sheriff versus Go for the Throat. I think it's, in my opinion, I think it's probably okay to try testing 1 Shoot the Sheriff at first. I'm more willing to play that card than Long Goodbye. I just
Long Goodbye. It's just not great. If there was like a 2-mana ward threat, then I would want something like Long Goodbye, but there just isn't.
It's just eliminate 2.0 and eliminate really didn't see any play.
Yeah, well, it is different, but yeah.
So
I would not want to be. I personally, I wouldn't bother with Shoot the Sheriff, especially early on where people will be playing a bunch of cards from the new set.
Yeah,
but again, I do think it's one of those things you would have to reevaluate it, probably week to week, month to month, based on like what cards have been popular.
Or it could even be a 1 edict in the main. It could be that too.
I love Shieldred's Edict, especially with I'm not sure how good the new Planeswalkers are going to be, but like there are some really good Planeswalkers, and having answers to them can be quite helpful.
So something like this could be.
Like, I don't hate it.
I like the idea of something like this. For me trying it out. And then if you're wanting to cut Sheldred and still give Vadmir a chance, are you thinking just basically flip flop Sheldred to Vadmir?
Yeah, well, I think things like Tiny Bones joins up gets a lot worse without Vadmir, but it is still really good with Gissa, which I think is the bigger card that I would want for it. Yeah, so I guess then some other things to think that I'm thinking about are, like I really like the Bristly Bill plan because it's just really good with our other 2-mana creatures. Just playing like either 2-mana creature and then a turn 3 Bristly Bill is really strong. I think again we could probably look at playing like the sack land to lean into that a little more.
If we do play the sack lands, we're gonna have to definitely readjust the mana.
I actually think we could just play like 2 or 3 of them. We don't even need to play the full 4.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, you have to cut some of the duels and add maybe a couple more basics, maybe.
I think you trim Plaza of Heroes. Like 1 Plaza, the Pit of Offerings probably comes out to make room. And then, yeah, like...
Is it Riveteers we probably would look at?
Yeah, Riveteers. Yeah, that's the one in our colors. You just filter for lands, boss.
I'm spelling
Oh, it's Rivet. It's Rivet. There you go.
Like 2.
I would play 3.
But
3, trim the pit.
Cottage?
Trim I think I'd trim the 4th Llanowar Wastes first.
I think if we're on 3, maybe we should be on 5 basics.
We could play a 5th basic, and I think that would be like a 3rd swamp. There it goes.
Okay.
It'd be like a 3rd swamp, and we'd play that over like maybe this 3rd Llanowar Waste, because I don't think we want a lot of pain lands anymore.
I'll have to go back in the VOD and get a clip of that.
That's
can
fine.
somebody clip that or go back and get a screenshot of the deck? If I go to reconnect this, just gonna say connection lost. Oh wait. Oh.
We're in. We've hacked the mainframe.
I'm gonna screenshot this real quick though. Oh, well, which lane are we thinking about cutting?
I would think it would be probably the 3rd Llanowar Wastes for a 3rd swamp.
Okay. All right, that's the last change I'm making. I'm screenshotting it, and then I'm going into the normal Arena client chat. I do like the idea of this deck. I do like it.
I like the idea. I think the big takeaway was just how good Gissa was, and I know it didn't seem like a lot, but I think Tiny Bones joins up was also just a really solid card.
Mm-hmm.
I know, like, I agree, like the discard half is pretty underrated, but it was basically it just pinged our opponent a bunch and put our opponents in positions where their life totals were just plain lower than they would be otherwise, and using it as a way to keep triggering Gisso seemed really, really strong.
Sheriff would be sick if some of the best cards in the game were outlaws. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of outlaws. I agree with you, Evan. It is really strange because, like, what was the window for this? It was like 6 hours, right?
10 hours.
10 hours? Okay.
The thing is, like, the thing you have to consider is that they have a smaller staff running this, and Arena's not opening for me. Oh,
let's be realistic, German. This has nothing to do with how many staff members they have. It has to do everything with how they hate APAC streamers.
The person that was in charge of this originally was let go from Wizards about like 4 or 5 months ago, I think.
That's why the last set didn't have one.
Yep. And they actually posted that person's position for hire like a month ago.
That would be correct, Evan. Set up, and then you would just need somebody to also take it down at the end. And there are multiple servers, so you got to keep that in mind. So it's not like it would be, like completely free to like have that staff there. They'd have to think about that, but at the same time, it's like you'd have to have probably one person. So that would really be it. That's also true. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, they would have it all automated. Yeah, they don't want to rent the servers for that long.
But yeah, I sent you a screenshot of the deck as well. I didn't get to export it, but I hope everybody enjoyed the early access content.
Yeah.
John and I wanted
enjoyed
to
it.
announce a thing that we're gonna start doing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to talk about it, or should I talk about it?
Sure. Well, if you like seeing my bald head and hearing my voice, while also hearing Jaffer's voice and seeing his full luscious head of hair, then you'll want to stay tuned because we'll be doing a podcast together.
No, you're wrong. Paperless is right. We're getting married.
Oh, we are getting married. Also, we're pregnant.
Yes. Everybody in chat is invited. It's tomorrow at 2:00.
Mazel tov.
No.
Yeah, 2 o'clock. It's in Hawaii. You're required to use 5 times as much PTO to attend than you would normally.
But
Yes,
yeah,
it's gonna be
I'm
great.
sorry, I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. Yours is much better. No, we'll be doing a podcast all about our married life. It'll be fantastic. See our Amazon wish list for our registry. Yeah, no, so our podcast, we'll be discussing a lot of arena formats, so probably a lot of standard. I would imagine some explorer and maybe even timeless. Basically probably whatever is like the next metagame challenge or the next open weekend or whatever. To help folks get ready for it. As well as we'll be talking about I know you don't get this a lot on Jaffer's stream. We'll be talking about tabletop like formats.
Yeah.
Like modern.
And
like real pioneer and not explorer.
Yeah. And it's the name of it, which thank you to a friend of ours. We were having a really hard time coming up with a name. It's gonna be called the Cardboard Cast, right? Or is it just Cardboard?
Cardboard Pod, but
Cardboard
we got it. Yeah.
So
Which, speaking of our new favorite card, Gissa has word, so it works out perfect.
If anybody would like to actually, if you want to help support any of that, we did start a YouTube channel and a new Twitter account
page
as well. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the links.
You can find that at Cardboard Pod on all platforms.
So here
Cardboard
is the link
Cast
for Cardboard. So if you click on that, you'll be able to go follow over there on Twitter. And then for YouTube, it's very bare bones right now, chat, because we're still in the process of like making stuff for it. Like we don't even
you can get it on the ground zero.
Yeah. Like, we don't even have any kind of graphics or anything made or on social yet. But if you go subscribe to that and go follow on Twitter, that definitely helps out. We're aiming to have our first episode by I think like a week after set release, something like that.
Yeah,
right?
so it's not this weekend, but the following weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, we just figured like you guys like usually like it when I have John on as a guest, and we're going to just have a podcast, talk about Magic and stuff.
And I may make the occasional stream appearance still.
Yeah, like it's not going to be a regular thing for us to do like a podcast thing on stream. It's just usually if John's gonna be on stream, he's just a guest. We might do live episodes here and there. But
keep an eye out for our Patreon. We'll be a Patreon tier. If we get enough on Patreon, we will do a live episode for you.
Yeah, and like basically we're kind of I feel like I don't really listen to podcasts really, but from what I know of hearing about podcasts, it sounds like there's not a ton of podcasts about competitive Magic.
You are so wrong, but
well, from what I hear,
there are so many.
Okay.
But there's one thing that we have that they don't, which is that one of us is a pro player and one of us is a full-time streamer. So we do offer a very different set of perspectives together where we can talk about things that are quite different. At least we look at cards very differently because of those differences. That would be me, Paperless Magic.
He's the pro Magic player. I'm the professional content creator.
Like, I'm not big. Like, I'm not like Jaffer here. Like, I'm not a full-time streamer. I play a lot of Magic though, because I'm constantly getting ready for whatever the next tournament format is. So like right now, I've been playing a lot of Modern and a lot of Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you, I'm the greatest there ever was at playing Legacy. Right. So I'm gonna keep telling myself until the tournament's over. I know as I'm playing 4-color up the beanstalk in Legacy, and I'm already having modern flashbacks. Thank God I don't have to play Yorion, but yeah. The missed Legacy spells. Listen here. I never missed Legacy. Actually, that's not true. I missed Legacy lands, but that's a whole other thing. Yeah, so follow us on those platforms to stay up to date with when that first episode comes out. Again, not this weekend, but the following weekend, the weekend after set release.
And while we're
it will not be live because I realized I will actually be in Minneapolis. But so we're gonna record that before I leave for Minneapolis.
And just a heads up, chat. I'm doing a giveaway right now for the other gift card I have for Advanced GG. So just type in the word "ward" into chat to enter in for it. It's for an energy drink stuff. It's a $20 gift card, so be sure to enter. Just type in the word "ward." I'll pull a winner in an hour.
Nice. That person typed board.
I mean, board. But yeah, I'm excited about the podcast stuff.
Yeah, I'm pumped.
We were joking about just like basically mimicking the CW TV or network logo.
Legally different enough. Is the way we want to say that. Yes, it'll be great. Keep an eye out for that. You'll be seeing probably a lot of updates over the next 2 weeks when it comes to that stuff. So I'll be looking forward to it quite a bit. Like many Magic the Gathering players, we have opinions and we'll share them.
But yeah, and with it being new to us, we're gonna be like playing around trying to figure out like what's gonna be best for us in like episodes and stuff too.
Yes, and if there's any topics you want us to talk about, you should send them to us. I'm not promising you that we'll talk about them, but we'll definitely think about it.
I'll make a channel in the Discord, my Discord also, chat, for about the podcast stuff, so that way you can share stuff in there, your thoughts and stuff, and any requests you might have. If it gets big enough, of the podcast gets big enough, and if people want it, we might start a separate Discord, but we're gonna just start it off in my own with a separate.
Absolutely. Well, it's just kind of tied to your content more than anything, right? Mm-hmm. How is cuddling with Jaffer? Well, I mean, I think you can tell that by looking at him, right? Like it was winter for quite a long time, as it is every year, and Jarman's the kind of guy you'd want to cuddle with in the winter. Gotta stay warm.
Hey, Granddad the Gray, best non-Wisconsin cheese.
By the way, we're officially woke now. I don't know if you know that.
Okay.
All the neckbeards will be talking about us.
Did you want to hang out a little bit longer, or do you need to dip?
Hey, listen, I got some time. I actually didn't even realize it ended at 8:00, but
yeah, I
would have probably rushed home a little sooner to maybe get some more time in. Why don't we? You want to do a little bit of a mini set review? We can talk about some of the cards we've been.
Yeah, I guess we could do that.
Kind of been,
before we do that, I'm gonna take a break. But before I do that,
sure.
I got them. I'm in Mythic right now. I've been playing nothing.
Congratulations! Thanks for the flex.
And Sacrifice is terrible in Pioneer right now.
But yeah, that's the reason nobody's playing it, dude.
I'm like in Explorer, it's terrible still, but I am like winning with it.
Yeah, like. It's the thing is that like Explorer, like Pioneer, is a much more open format than it looks. There's definitely like a set of decks that like you have to like they can just crush you if you're not interacting on the right axes. Like Amalia is probably the best example of that, where it's just like if you aren't doing anything meaningful to stop them, they'll just run you over. But when you're playing, in the scrum, all the fair matchups, then yeah, like
the thing is, like, to me, it's like, how am I winning with this? Like, what is going on? And like,
easy. You tap an oven, you sacrifice a cat, and then you ping your opponent, and then you bring it back, and you ping your opponent 2 more times.
I mean, yes, you're right, but you know what I mean. Real trad strap a sword to a dino, get mythic rank 1.
Oh yeah, dude, Rotting Regisaur and Embercleave eat my heart out.
That's Joe's referencing when I only play that in Historic when Explorer wasn't around.
Oh, those were the days. I remember when Historic was a format that people played.
And now there's Timeless.
Hell yeah, and that format's a blast. By the way, did you read the arena announcements?
They
You know what they aren't restricting in Timeless? Anything. I thought that was a very bold move.
I saw that they're keeping an eye on things. Basically.
Sure. I mean,
but
let's be real here though. I'm pretty sure like I get why they aren't restricting show and tell. It's like powerful but like very beatable. You know, just people who don't think it's beatable like just aren't paying enough attention.
They're not innovating either. They're not trying to adjust things to beat the meta.
Yeah, like you just play counter magic and you'll probably be fine. Where is it here?
So
yeah, like so. Hey, I thought it was so strange that they banned Force of Vigor in Historic. But I guess they just don't want any 0 mana spells.
So
because they also banned Commandeer.
The ad's about to start, chat. I'm going to take a quick break. John, you're welcome to as well. If you don't, you have the floor to talk to my chat.
Oh, for sure.
So chat, I'll be right back. Just hang out. There's a 3-minute ad that's going to start here in Twitch. You're not going to miss much. Unless you want to bug John with questions if he's not taking a break.
Listen here, chat, for the real fans. And the ones with ad blockers, which are the realist fans. I will absolutely chat with the chat. Yeah, Force of Vigor ban, like I get it, like to a degree. Like you don't want 0 mana spells in Historic, which is totally fine. I think as soon as you introduce powerful 0 mana spells, like pitch spells, like that would definitely be like the biggest issue. Because like they completely warp formats once they're there. Are you in the same state as Jaffer? I am. I live like I think I'm like a 25-minute drive from Jaffer's. We live in the same state but adjacent cities. My favorite list to play. They need to. That's also true, Evan. You're right. They do need to differentiate the formats, which is a positive thing. My favorite list to play today. Well, I didn't get to play a lot of the early access, but I really wanted to play around with Legends, and I think I want to play around with it more. We started with Golgari. I think there's other options like Esper is still, of course, an option that you can play, as well as you can look at like Orzhov as well is a really interesting place because that's another 2-color combination that got a fast land, fixing its mana a bit more. So like Orzhov's probably a place I'm going to be looking quite a bit. I've been playing around with that. Kellen joins up list. That's the Bant one, right? If I remember correctly. What format do I typically play? Oh, that's a great question. So I tend to play whatever my next tournament is a lot. So it's a lot of Standard, Pioneer, and Modern, and then Limited. If I'm just playing to have fun, I usually just draft. Mostly so that my other formats don't get stale. Because when you play as much Standard or as much Pioneer or as much Modern as I do, you get to this point where it becomes like a chore to play because you're playing it too much. Joda and all of his friends join up. That would be an interesting option. Well, I mean, it doesn't like to land flood you a lot. I'm pretty sure it's indifferent because it's a computer program, but it does do that from time to time. Kellen joins up. You may exile a target non-land, mana value 3 land becomes plotted whenever legendary. Yeah, I'm not sold on this card either.
Get back.
Kellen joins up seems a little bit of a stretch. I think it's very specific if you can get a 3-mana. If there's a 3-mana card that you want to double spell with on turn 4, that's probably like the thing. Or if there's just enough hand disruption in the format, I guess like this is a way to hide the thing. The legendary trigger seems strong. Little on the expensive side. I do like it though. I think it's a neat effect. I can see why you'd want to play around with this. My go-to for Modern, I'm an Amulet Titan stan. I like screaming "What time is it?" at the top of my lungs. So
You used to be a Rakdos fanboy for Modern.
Yeah, until they shot my cat. I mean, banned Luris, but
Okay, so-
I didn't like Scam, to be honest. I played a lot of it, but I actually did not like Scam very much. I think that deck. I think Grief is like a toxic card, and definitely needs to be. Yeah. We got our ass kicked by a plot mechanic card. The Is It thing that says plots the multicolor spells you cast, which is ridiculous. But
I don't think that's going to see much play in Standard, but I could be wrong. But it.
I
does
mean,
seem
it
pretty
is a
powerful.
3-mana 3/3. It has prowess.
Oh, I thought it was like the 5-mana creature.
Cards to power up your Dragon Commander deck. Any idea? Terror of the Peaks. Mythics that have the type Dragon.
You wrote a Lila deck for Jaffer too. Oh yeah, I think I did see that. I did save all the decks. And like I did add them all to that account. What I will do, hey Dev, what I'll do, chat, for anybody that's interested in the decks I did play for early access, I will go through and toss them all to Moxfield, and I'll put a link to the folder into the Discord. I will do that after stream today, since stream is since I started earlier, I'll be ending earlier than normal. So I know the window for early access is shorter than normal, but the fact that it's already over is ridiculous to you. Isn't the highest in window for Magic like 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. EST?
Yeah, but it ended at 10 p.m. EST. So
No,
it ended at 8 p.m. CST.
Yeah. So what John is saying, but
No, 9 p.m. EST. It ended at rather.
I think the peak for the daily peak for Magic viewing is usually during the day.
No, it's in the evening for at least Americans.
Okay.
It's not for other countries. Like
I
the
guess
daytime viewings, a lot of Europeans and whatnot.
I guess what I'm looking at is like the amount of viewers in the middle of the day. The amount of viewers is higher in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
But like I guess like the peak for channels individually can be like later at night.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Like different channels peak at different times. Like that's why you stream so late at night, is because you get more viewers that way.
Yeah, like
relative to your specific channel.
Yeah, and also, chat, if you notice today, like viewers are down on my channel, like viewership is down on my channel. That's a normal thing. That's a normal thing during streamer events, early access events, unless if you're like one of the top 1% in the Magic category. I don't think I am. Who is that? Who is that? Their name is John, and their online name is Salty Skygen. It's right below them. Since we're getting some new faces in the chat, we'll repeat real quick what we were talking about earlier. I invited John on today for a little bit of doing some early access stuff with me. So we built a new deck. It's Golgari Legends. Won't be able to play it until the new set's out. But
John Magic.
John and I are actually we announced we're going to be starting a podcast as well called the Card Ward podcast. Card Ward, not cardboard. Ward as in like the ability.
Yes.
And we're gonna be focusing on arena play and paper play on the competitive side. Like you guys like it whenever I have him on as a guest, which is usually every so often. So if we both talked and figured like, hey, we like talking about Magic. You guys have a lot of questions, so we're gonna just start a podcast. Or it could be I could be lying about that, and we totally could be getting married in Hawaii tomorrow at 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yes,
all invited.
You're all invited, but you have to use a double PTO at least to show your loyalty. Again, see our Amazon wish list for our registry.
Tell money, I play Magic. Same.
That's fair. Who needs money when I can have cards? Link, please. They want our link to the Amazon wish list. All right, let's make an Amazon wish list real quick. We'll make a business Prime account and everything.
What Modern Horizons collector booster boxes on there.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're damn right. It's a destination wedding, Evan.
But
nothing less for us.
So, chat was requesting us to do like a mini set review.
Yeah, we could probably talk about some of the new hotness coming out of this set.
So let me pull up stuff on my side so you can see it.
Yeah. Oops, April Fools. A little late for that. Desserts.
What's probably best? Scryfall?
Yeah, I would use Scryfall for this.
Also, chat about that podcast as well. Here's the YouTube link for the YouTube channel. So be sure to click on that and go subscribe. It's bare bones. There's nothing new on it right now.
Yeah.
The way we're gonna release it is we're gonna be releasing it audio form and then probably like the same day, hours later in video form, or the next day in video form, 1 to 2. And we're gonna release it both on my YouTube channel and on that YouTube channel that I just shared to start off with, and then eventually we'll probably move to where it's only on that YouTube channel if it picks up.
Yeah. So do that. You can also find us on Twitter, Cardboard Pod. Follow us on there as well, where you'll see live updates. But yeah, let's dive into the set review a little bit. We'll do a little bit more in-depth stuff for the first episode of the podcast, but that'll be more of like our takeaways after actually playing with the cards for a bit.
Yeah, and it'll be kind of an introductory episode as well.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be a little bit of both. So I think it goes without saying the biggest thing out of this set is the fast lands, right?
Hold on, let me pull up the actual set and then let's talk about it.
Oh, you could have did this so much faster.
I
Go
don't
back.
Scryfall that often.
Go back. No, go back to the last page you were on. Outlaws of Thunder Junction, full preview.
Oh.
Very top.
Okay.
That's the commander set.
Just looking forward to it. Awesome, Mathgo. Thank you.
All right, you got the commander set up right now.
Oh, I clicked on the thing that said.
No, you clicked on the one that says commander full preview.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Whoops. Okay. So we're going to do a set review on this chat. It's going to be a mini set review. I'm thinking we're going to probably only talk about constructed playable cards. Oh, what we think. Oh, my camera's got to get... Oh, my God.
Cam down.
I think it's my computer. I need to upgrade my computer. Somebody in chat, like, donate me, like, $2K so I can buy a new computer.
Yeah.
There we go.
On the Amazon wish list, dude.
Okay, so we're gonna do a mini set review chat. We're gonna talk. Let me change my stream title as well. New PC from AliExpress. No.
I don't disagree with you, Evan. I do think Holy Cow and Bovine Intervention are going to be... I think they're going to be fantastic limited cards, and I love that.
So, with this mini set review, I think what we're going to do here, if you want to do it a little differently, just let me know. I think we're going to talk about just like constructed playable cards, what we think are going to be playable in constructed formats. I think...
And really, this is first impression.
Yeah.
I think this card might be good. Or like in this case of the first thing we'll talk about, we know they'll be good.
For the sake of time,
yeah.
Since it's a mini set review, probably just rares, mythics, and maybe some commons, uncommons.
I'm thinking 5 cards from each of us outside of the fast lands.
Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess like before we go into those, just get fast lands out of the way. I think we both agree fast lands are just going to be a big improvement to...
You could sort by mana value, but you're all good. Very top. Sorted by back to the left. There you go, boss. Mana value.
Internet.
There you go. We did it.
I think the fast lands are going to definitely help support like a bunch of like all the decks in standard. Like we already had fast lands in Pioneer and Explorer, but them getting re-added to Pioneer's nice.
Well, let's talk about, because like the last time we got fast lands, they were the new ones that were new to Pioneer, right?
Yeah.
And that warped Pioneer.
True.
Like it took Rakdos to a whole new level for the longest time.
Mm-hmm.
Like getting Black Cleave Cliffs come in was huge for that deck, and more for the variance versus the mid range deck, right? Like decks like Sack got better. Decks like Vampires became more possible in the long run because like having access to dual lands that are untapped on turn one are fantastic. And we'll see basically the same thing in Standard. Every like you look at some of the two color combinations that were already playable, like Golgari and Boros, and like they're only going to get better from here. And now we also have to look at like decks that would play like blue green or black white, and reevaluate. Like I think Esper might reevaluate which of the fast lanes they want to play, for example. And other decks will have to look at that as well to see like, can we build our mana better, especially, and we might even see that more 3-color decks become an option as well as a result of that, because mana base is similar to Espers may become possible for other 3-color combinations. So very exciting stuff. The fast lands. You're gonna see them getting played a lot.
Yes, I'm a little scared of like if Convoke, how good Convoke is gonna be now, like with the.
It's only gonna be around for 3 more months. It loses like Voldaren Epicure, and I think it loses what else does it lose?
Gleeful? No, it doesn't lose Gleeful. Voldaren Epicure.
I think it's literally just that, but Sundown Pass, which isn't Silken's on.
Yeah.
Aganjo.
The channel are big.
They're not huge for this deck per se, but like they are like not nothing. But yeah, there's a lot of like nuts and bolts stuff. Yeah, it doesn't lose Gleeful, but
Gleeful leaves when Sheltered leaves.
Yeah, Pest Control. That's true. There's also a new hate card for them, which is the Pest Control from the big score, but which is a whole other mini set within this set. But yeah, why don't we can sort by rarity would probably be the easier thing to do, but
So starting with Mythic.
Yeah, why don't we 5 cards might not be enough. Why don't we'll each do 3 cards from each rarity. How about that? And if we run out of cards that we want to talk about, we can move on.
We could do that, or we could just roll and just talk about cards that stand out to us.
Okay. Well, I want to start with Bristly Bill.
Same.
Bristly Bill's great.
Yeah.
His landfall ability's cracked.
Yeah.
Like,
it just seemed real amazing in the Golgari deck we played, and also I played a Bant deck that Evan in chat actually shared with me. I played that earlier. It was like a Bant Legends deck almost, and Bristly Bill is just amazing. Like putting counters on your 2-mana Thalia, become a bigger, better block or a first strike.
Yeah, I do think. I mean, I understand where Jarvis is coming from. By itself, it may not do a lot. So, like Golgari, for example, may not be the best place for the card.
Yeah.
But I think there will be a home for it. Yeah, Bant Legends is an option to look at, or just like anything that can take advantage of the lands, because there's a lot of decks that like just shove lands into play, and like Bristly Bill is like a way for those decks to like do some really broken things. So like I'm not sure where it's gonna fit in exactly, but it's a card that like again, this is like we're gonna talk about cards that we think will fit in somewhere and that we'll try to fit in somewhere. Any additional thoughts on Bristly Bill?
I think in this set in general, just kind of overall thought. In this set in general, I think there's a lot of counters cards. So I think we are gonna see a counters deck come out somewhere, and Bristly Bill is definitely gonna be in that. Well,
it's looked at as it's also, I'll share from other format perspectives, it is a card being considered for modern hardened skills decks.
Okay, didn't know that.
Because like your fetch lands, just being able to like, because it's one thing if it put the counters on itself, but it puts the counters on anything, and then doubles counters as well. So it's like really, really good, and I could see it being good in hardened skills decks in other formats too. Like there is a hardened skills deck in Pioneer. It's just not as good because it doesn't have like Walking Ballista. But Bristly Bill is the kind of card that you could easily build around in those types of decks.
In that format, I think once Walking Ballista and Lures got banned, that got basically just null.
Yeah, Ballista was the Heliod deck got that banned. But moving on for Bristly Bill, there's the final showdown.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a card that we'll see play, but I think it will probably see play as like a 1 or 2 of in control decks. and then once rotation happens and we have lesser amount of exile board wipes, then it'll probably see more play at that point. Because like exile
I
board wipes
agree.
are so much more better than just destroy everything.
Yeah. I think it'll come down to two factors. One, yeah, post rotation, like in like long term rotation, where like Sunfall leaves, or if they ban Sunfall, because there's a non-zero chance that ends up happening. Because of like the way the bans in standard work, where it's not purely power level, it's like it's a thing that like it just they want to let other cards shine, and this is the kind of card that might get held back by Sunfall because yes, it is instant, but it's one more mana and it doesn't exile. I do think the other factor is how relevant the doing it for 7 mana where you also take away all abilities, because this gets around indestructible and takes away the dice triggers of cards.
Yes. Sunfall is great. Yeah, Sunfall definitely is greatly an unfun card. It does feel somewhat miserable to play against the card. I'm kind of personally, I'm in the bandwagon of like it's part of the format. It's something you just have to deal with. Yes, it's still unfun, but until if Wizards does something about it, you just have to accept that it's part of the format.
I mean, it's no different than whenever like Supreme Verdict or whatever was really good. In its standard format, right? Like board wipes are miserable to play against when you're a deck that is soft to board wipes. That's not new to Sunfall. It's just Sunfall is like probably one of the best board wipes we've ever had in standard. But yeah, Final Showdown is definitely a card to keep your eye on. Again, and I think it'll come down to like how relevant either doing it for 6 mana at instant or also 7 mana, because 7 mana basically all of the benefits you get from Sunfall you get by doing this for 7 mana, and you get to do it at instant speed. So like I think there'll be some things to look at with that. I think the next one on my list would be Gissa here.
Give me one moment.
Yeah, some recursions are possible if there's something that is in the graveyard and can come back later. So it's not as good as Sunfall, but like for at least dealing with like a Mosswood Dryad or an Aquazotz, like it's kind of the same thing. Just isn't the same thing for like if you're like exiling like an Atraxa against a Reanimator deck, for example.
Yeah, chat. Just a reminder: read that message I just put into the chat. I'll pull a winner after done with this mini set review.
Yeah, so I think Gissa is my next card to talk about.
I agree. Gissa just seems like an overall amazing card. Like, as long as you're able to trigger the card itself of just committing a crime, which is deemed pretty easy to do.
Yeah, Tiny Bones joins up, baby. Yeah, it's also got Ward, so we have to like it now. So
yes,
it's a branding thing.
Like those 2/2s turning into 3/3 menacers is really big. If those entered untapped, that would be crazy.
Oh god, it'd be broken. But also the Anthem effect is like on all skeletons and zombies. So it's like if there's like we're gonna have a sliver of time where we still have Innistrad, and like there's like Jadar, for example, like makes 2/2 zombies that now will have +1/+1 and menace. There's also the chance of like any other creatures we play, like getting that menace ability. So like I don't know, I'd have to look at what good skeletons and zombies that are in the format, which wouldn't take that long anyway. Like if I go like type zombie skeleton, no, I don't want to search with both.
There's like excellent enchantment that makes skeletons. Yes.
Yeah, there's the 3 mana thing that makes a 2/2. It gives them +1/+0 in haste.
And you can return it back to your hand, I believe, by discarding a card. Or there's some.
It's if you descended at the end step, you can bounce it. But like, there's Glissa is a zombie, for example. Champion of the Perished might finally be good. Like zombies might be a thing we can do now. There's a lot of zombie support in standard. It's just it hasn't been very good, and I kind of want it to be good personally. There's some shenanigans you can do with Invasion of Amonkhet. because it becomes a 4/4 copy of something, but it retains its zombie typing.
I do want to comment on. I think this is only a standard playable card. For constructed formats, I think.
Hey, listen here, Commander will love this card, I'm sure.
That's why I said constructed.
Listen, technically, Commander is a constructed format. You just don't want to respect it.
Card constructed formats. Nick, I'm sorry.
That's true, Evan. But we've had really busted 5-mana cards in zombie decks before, especially ones that Anthem and give menace. So it's like it'd be like the perfect top end for a zombies deck. Is my thought.
Yeah, I agree with what Stormbeth is saying there. If
Too
was
expensive.
Min Value 4, then it would be played to Pioneer. But that would be crazy for a 4-mana cost if that.
I mean, if it was like a 4-mana, like 3/4 or something, like
4-mana 3/4, ward 1, pay 1 life, maybe be more reasonable.
Yeah, if it was green, it'd be 4. That's true. Yeah, but I agree. Like Gissa might be too expensive for Pioneer, and like that might be a problem. But like it's also like not like it would be unrealistic to still try and slot her in some way. But I do think she's going to be a really solid card. Definitely going to be one of the more expensive cards, I think, at first from this set. Just because of I think it will see like a lot of Commander play because like committing crimes as in Commander is like super free. So it'll be interesting to see how this slots in. I will probably look into trying it in older formats, but I don't think it's like some of the other crime cards where you can get away with it.
So
go ahead.
Next card, if we're gonna move on to the next card, are you ready for that?
Yeah.
I am going to say Goldvein Hydra. I know Jace is next, but I think Goldvein Hydra is going to see some play in Standard. Maybe in a mono green devotion deck in Pioneer. The fact that it has Vigilance,
Probably,
Trample, and Haste is really nice. And when it dies, you get tap treasures.
I'm
Mono
all
green
here
hasn't
for.
been a thing in Standard for a while, but in this set, it looks like there's a lot of toys mono green could try using to be a deck again, but
it feels like we need a lot of fast mana to make this card good. Like big explosive Goldvein Hydra would be really good in Standard. I agree. It feels like it's a possibility to play this card in Pioneer with Nykthos, right? Because like you can just like get it down as like your last threat, and it's really hard to block. So I think it could be really good there.
Or it could be like a split between that and that Miscar Hydra and this. But for Standard, I do think a Selesnya counters deck, maybe a Gruul deck. This will probably see more play in. But I'm hoping that mono green could be a thing in Standard again, but it's going to really struggle with everything around.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on the counters. I think that's the other way you'd have to play this. Where you'd have to have something that like doubles the counters or increases the number of counters. Like that green-white deck we played against, this would be the kind of card that deck would probably play. Because it could play it at multiple points in its curve, and it would probably be good at pretty much all of them. So yeah, like a Selesnya counters deck, or like if it's 3 colors, it's 3 colors, which is a possibility right now with how good the mana is going to be in Standard.
I do like what chat is saying. You can use this as your finisher instead of World Soul Rage in the Nissa land stack. So like I guess you could play like maybe if you're okay with diluting your lands a little bit, play like a Cavernous Souls if you're against control. If you're worried about a counterspell, name Hydra.
I think you'd play both. I don't think you could cut because the Fireball is also good at just like where you just like dome your opponent for 5 and put 5 lands into play. I'm going with he's not wrong. We haven't had a good Hydra in a while. Well, Polukranos, the 3-mana Polukranos was good in Pioneer, but
yeah. Well, I think Evan probably means like referring to like the X cost Hydras, maybe. But
yeah, Mistcutter Hydra was probably the last playable one, and that one was arguably playable and not like confirmed playable.
Like, this is close. Like the red one has seen play occasionally in mono red decks, but
yeah, Hydroid Krasis is probably the last one to do good in Standard, but like
oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, it was that's like technically a Hydra got in on technicality. But We can move on from Gold Vein Hydra. I think it'll be either like a fine card because like Shivan Destroyer is probably the last card we had like this, and that card's terrible.
Mhm.
So yeah. So we'll move on. We have Jace. Jace, I don't know how to feel about Jace right now. It's not like Sarah Avenger where you can like cheat it into play around that static ability.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure how good this card actually is on turn. What is it? Turn 4 is the soonest you can play this.
I think it's the fact of like that you can plot cards, right away.
But it's mana value 3 or less, and it's turn 4.
True. Like I was kind of thinking like you could potentially play some kind of blue mid range deck, not control with it. Like you could play
Mhm.
like the restoration of Ianjo, where you could discard a card and put something from CMC2 or less into play for free from a graveyard. Discard Jace, put into play for free, cast stuff, and plot something and cast stuff, or hold mana up for something.
Yeah. To counter your point, Evan, you can't plot the split cards with Jace. They specifically changed how the mana value of those cards works, so you couldn't do stuff like that. They did that when Brain in a Jar came out, or was out for like a month, but as well as Cascade. Yeah, I agree with you. Like I could see that, like, because like in my head, I'm thinking of like like turn 4, I play this, I +1, I plot some 3 mana thing that's good for the following turn, and I get to hold up like No More Lies, or like have a removal spell, right? Like that's kind of like the play pattern that comes across in my brain. It does not. So those cards, this is referring to non-land cards with mana value 3 or less. Like push pull, for example, is a card with a mana value of 8. It is not a card. It is not 2 cards each with their own mana values.
Mm-hmm.
Adventures are very different cards. Adventure cards in your hand only have the mana value of the creature, or the front half, so to speak. So yeah, Jace cannot do the split cards. If it could, it would be absolutely broken. Yeah, the split cards. It could do flip cards. That's a whole other thing. Yeah, like cards where it's 2 different, like front and back, like the modal double face cards from Kaldheim. That's entirely different. Like Tibalt, it would work because Tibalt in your hand is a card with mana value 2 or less. You're right, Stormbrift Dragon. Let me push my rims up on my glasses to say it is bulky technically.
There's thoughts of some people are trying to talk to me about maybe trying Grixis just to play Jace and Valky together in Explorer Pioneer.
All right, I figured it out.
Idea. I don't think it's good.
All right, I beat you to it. Rhinos, Crashing Footfalls, and Timeless Baby. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm
just kidding. You could already do that with what's it's called, As Foretold, but it's so much better. But whatever. Yeah, I think the Jace could be good in standard. I doubt it will be good elsewhere.
I feel like if it didn't have the text of the static text of like you can't cast it.
It would be cracked, German.
Yes.
It would be absolutely broken if it didn't have the static ability. Playing this on turn 2 and just being like, I'm going to cast 2 3 mana spells next turn. That might as well say his +1 is Dark Ritual. Or Black Lotus. Like, that's pretty strong. But let's move on. We could talk about the whether or not Jace is good. I wanted to briefly talk about Kellen the Kid, though. Sure. Mostly because he has a Halo sword.
Yeah, he does.
Listen here, copyright infringement.
Hey, there's
I'll have you know
ball in the center of it. They got away with
it.
Yeah,
I think that's a thing on the Halo sword, but I can't remember. It's been so long. But I thought this card was interesting because it works really well with cards like casting cards from other than your hand. So it might be interesting to see how this plays out with plotted cards. I'm not sold on it though because it's just a 3 mana 3/3. But flying lifelink on a 3 mana for 3. 3/3 for 3 is not terrible, and if there's a Bant Legends deck, for example, that would be the kind of 3-drop I'd look at playing if I had enough ways to trigger its ability. Any thoughts you have on Kellen the Kid?
I think it looks like a really cool card. I got to play with it earlier, and it was pretty cool. Of just having a 3-mana flying lifelink creature, and then also just of just the ability seemed pretty nice. Of I did get to trigger it a couple times. Whenever we cast spell anywhere other than your hand, you may cast permanent spell. So like I was playing it in addition to the his join up enchantment. I was kind of a little bit more impressed by the join up enchantment. A lot of these join up enchantments seem really cool, really interesting.
Yeah, and I think once we scroll past them, I think we'll probably talk more about them because I agree. I think the one we played on stream was very impressive.
Yes.
But I do agree. I think Kellen could be interesting. In my brain, it's like you could do something really silly with him with like Underworld Breach, where you like cast a bunch of cards from your graveyard and trigger him a bunch of times because it's not once per turn this trigger. And then like also like if you don't do that, you can just also play all the lands out of your hand, which could be powerful. So like that's my thought on the card, but that's not for standard. I mean, do we talk about Oko? I'm not even sold on how good Oko is.
I think I do have some thoughts on Oko, and it's just on standard. Like I think Oko is going to see play in standard, and I think he looks playable, but I don't think it's going to be that great outside of standard. Just like, well, you can copy a creature. I think it's on your side, right?
One target creature you control, and then except he has hexproof. I think it'll be like depending on like how good are the 3-mana creatures on the non-legendary 3-mana creatures you can play with this, because like that feels like what the turn like the best turn you're gonna have with Oko. It feels like will be like play dumb 3-mana good card, that's a creature. Play Oko, make it into the creature. It has hexproof. And then like that would be something, but it also can't attack right away. So maybe if there's like a good haste creature that's 3 mana,
more of an okay, less
like
of
that
an
might be
KO.
something.
Yeah, I like this time around. He definitely feels more fair compared to the first time he was around.
We can't even talk about those two cards in the same conversation. They're not the same.
Know.
Oh, I know what you can do with it. You can copy your Terror of the Peaks, minus make a 3/3 and deal 6 damage to something.
Yeah, I guess you can do that. It's either
boom, easy,
damage
easy.
The face or it's removal.
We're playing Teamer Terror of the Peaks.
The ultimate does look interesting, but like, how often are you going to ultimate a planeswalker?
When its loyalty is 3 and its ultimate is 5, quite often. Oh yeah, the haste werewolf would be cool too.
Oh.
Yeah, the reckless Stormseeker. Any excuse I have to play that card is welcome.
I think we can
actually, yeah, that's actually really good because even if you don't want to attack with the Oko, you can just make the 3/3 elk and give that like double haste and attack for 5.
Then it turns into a 5/3 attacking.
Yeah, 5/3 attacking. And if it's nighttime, then Oko then it's like a 7/3 with trample. I'm here for it. All right, I'm sold on the Oko. All right. Rush of the Democrat, smash my vampire deck. Okay. I'm looking at the rest of these cards. Terror of the Peaks is just a really good reprint.
Yes, I agree.
It's worth saying that. Like, I get why. Like, the card's expensive because it's really good in Commander, but like, it's also just a really fun card to play in a couple of formats.
Especially with all the ways you can reanimate it or cheat it into play. In Standard, like you have the option to push pull it. Like you can play Carnosaur with it as well. Excuse me. And you could.
Yeah.
There's so many different ways to reanimate it at this thing.
Yeah, it's also got one of the original ward costs.
Without saying ward, but
technically it doesn't work the same as ward, but you know it adds it to the casting of the card versus a trigger that counters it. But that's the other reason we have to like the card. It has pre-ward ward. Oh yeah, the bloated, the poison, the toxic 3-mana 4/4. Another good one.
Yeah. I wanted to
then he has
to Rakdos the Muscle. I didn't get much of a chance to read this card, but I guess I kind of want to hear your thoughts on it. I'm just rereading it right now. Flying Trample.
5 mana, 6/5, Flying Trample. Whenever you sack another creature, exile cards equal to its mana value from the top of target player's library. That's a crime. Until your next end step, you may play those cards, and mana of any type may be.
Okay.
I mean, I kind of like it.
I mean, for the cost of it, and like for the cost of it, and what sacrifice usually is in standard, usually a more like low to the ground deck.
Well, let me put it like this though. So the reason we play Aklazats is because it's really good against like go for the throat and removal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think that this could be a card that you would play that is similar to that card, where it is a big dumb flying threat that's hard to block and is very good against removal at the cost of sacking creatures. But sacking creatures also means you get to essentially draw cards that aren't in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
And to Go Cowper pointed out that you can also do stuff with like Soul Cauldron and Thrill Seeker with this, as well as, of course, we have Blood Tithe Harvester still.
Mm-hmm.
So there's cards that sacrifice themselves that are really good.
Yeah.
And so that might be another interesting aspect of the card. So like I could see it being the top end of like some kind of Rakdos, some type of like really solid Rakdos deck.
Okay.
That may or may not do Soul Cauldron things, but there's just plenty of good Rakdos cards. Plus, it's similar with like the Reckless Stormseeker. Just another good thing to target with Reckless Stormseeker and attack right away.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's a version of card draw that gets around Shieldred, which is also important. So I don't know what the deck looks like exactly, but I think that there's a chance that Rakdos the Muscle is a good card, and thank God there's finally a potentially playable Rakdos in Standard.
Yeah. It could just be even just a solid 5-drop, I guess, in Rakdos mid-range.
Yeah, exactly. And Rakdos mid-range is like kind of fallen out of favor as like one of the mid-range decks. Just wasn't interacting on the right axes, but maybe a powerful 5-drop like this is what it needs.
Like, say, if you play the mid-range, the Rakdos version with Stormseeker, Diskin Haste is good.
Yeah, it's big dumb haste demons. Sign me up. Terror of the Peaks is another card you could look at in that deck too.
Yeah, haste. Yeah, if this thing just had haste by itself, yeah, definitely would be.
Oh god, it'd be ridiculous. Speaking of creatures with haste, there's the Gitrog.
Yeah,
I'm not sold that the Gitrog is very good, but it's not bad. I just think we have to find the build the right list for it. I just don't know if that list exists.
In my thoughts with the card, I played it earlier. It was fun to play with, but it doesn't dodge removal, or it's not doesn't play with removal as well as like say the Bat God Aklazats.
Yeah,
like you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
So like
or Rakdos, for example.
Yeah, and like the Aklazats might just be the better 5-drop if in your Golgari shell deck than the Gitrog. Ravenous Ride. I keep on saying Gitrog monster, but it's still a cool card. It may be like maybe as I was mentioning earlier when we were working on Golgari Legends, maybe like early in like the new set season, like the first week or so, maybe you can get away with playing this or Aklazats, and maybe the format will change where you play this card in your main board of some Golgari decks. I think people definitely will be playing it. I do like the idea of like playing it Saddenlit with Moss with Dread Knight, casting Moss with Dread Whispers the next turn.
Yeah. You can get a lot of card advantage out of it. Yeah. So it's like a card you would play in your aggro deck that gives you a grindy ability. Also, its ability pairs really well with our favorite Cactoid friend, Bristly Bill, because it puts X lands from your hand onto the battlefield.
Yeah.
But the Gitrog, I feel like like if you're playing like a very aggressively slanted Golgari deck, which I don't know if you would go into Golgari to do that. I feel like you'd want to be like maybe that's the Jund deck you've wanted to have be playable. Because like this card would be very good in like a deck with more haste threats, like Reckless Stormseeker. Basically, the way you make the Gitrog monster good is you have to play a bunch of other cards that are like gonna force your opponent to play their Go for the Throats. And like Reckless Stormseeker is a card that does that. For example,
to bring up a point, Armored Scrap Gorger does commit crimes.
Armored Scrap Gorger.
It's the Phyrexian mana dork for 1 in a green 0/3. Whenever you tap it, you exile a card from a graveyard.
Oh
and
yeah.
It's oil counters.
Yeah, that guy commits crimes.
Brawler, plot, and get rug. Hit, for
Mana ramp playable again. Cauldron commits crimes. Beyond cooking children, of course. It's fun.
I'm sorry if we miss any of your messages. We're just currently at the moment just doing a mini set review. So if you want to catch any of that, just hang out and keep an eye on the pin message as well. Once we're done with this, I will be pulling a winner for that. So just read the pin message. Urborg Scavenger. Yeah, anything that.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, I agree. Faster. Evan makes a good point. That's probably going to be how we're getting a lot of our free crime triggers. Is stuff like Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, that's probably like going to be something we look at pretty quickly here. To be honest, because that's a
Tiny Bones.
I think Tiny Bones could be good.
Yeah, it was fun playing the card. We went down to 2, I think, in the list, but like it was played against me. It was pretty good. In like the blue-black mid-range shell. That shell was playing Karavik, and just these 2 cards together seemed really good. It just seemed like it. I think you and I were talking about this. I was thinking Esper Legends would come back instead of mid-range, and you think just a Legend decks in general will become more popular because of we have more options now for Legends.
Yeah,
like
this set had a lot of legendary creatures in it.
So like Tiny Bones definitely is just overall nice, just to have a 1/1 death touch creature.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Tiny Bones. I think because it's like we've seen Legends decks play the other one. What's her name?
Ashnod.
Yeah, Ashnod. And like Ashnod wasn't very good, but like Tiny Bones has a very relevant effect. Also, it's a skeleton, which pairs really well with Gissa, which I imagine you'll be playing in those decks as well. And giving Death Touch creatures menace is a really easy way to take advantage of that. So like I feel like Tiny Bones could see play in a couple of places. It's definitely got the problem that a lot of 1-mana not Ragavan legendary creatures have had over the years, which is that it's legendary. The only one that it's also an outlaw. Take that, shoot the sheriff. Are pirates outlaws?
I don't remember.
Is Ragavan an outlaw? Why isn't Ragavan in this set?
Rogue
Just the actual nimble pilferer himself. Well, I want to watch the world burn.
Okay.
Nice. I love it.
Shoot
the sheriff, officially unplayable. Can't kill Ragavan.
Next card, just because I'm going to get this question when the set comes out. I'm going to get it every day. I'm playing Golgari in my chat. Vraska the Silencer.
Why aren't you playing Vraska?
Just one comment. Don't play it. Maybe in the sideboard card that we were talking about earlier, but it's not main board playable.
No, it's like it's like you have to pay one. If that ability was purely static and you didn't have to pay mana for it, I would probably be a little higher on it. But like, because then it's just like proper mana ramp. But that would probably be too good. Where it's like, oh, like all my 2-mana removal gets a rebate of a tapped treasure. But yeah, I don't think Vraska is very good. If you want something that eats things when they die, there's better cards that do that. And Misery Shadow. There's even the 4-mana thing that makes Saprolings.
Yeah, Namada.
Yeah, like so. I think there's just better cards that do similar effects. And like
yeah, I could actually see that if it was pay 1 life instead of pay a single mana.
That would probably also be too good.
Yeah,
this is an example of a card that could have been very broken, like for a format like Standard, but was hit with that one drawback that made it.
But yeah,
Shieldred Treasure though.
23 drops in Golgari. Wrong time for new Vraska. Yeah, maybe after rotation. If this card would come out after rotation, depending on what the 3 drops are at that point.
I don't even think that. I think I'd rather play Honest Rutstein before I played this card.
Like Glissa is your overall, I think, best Golgari 3 drop. If you look at
just in Legendary specifically, right? Like because obviously like there's the 3-mana 3/3 from this set. There's the Preacher, the Schism. Like there's a lot of really in Gix. Like there's a lot of good 3-mana creatures in this color combination, and so Vraska's already competing for is already competing. Yeah, that's also true, Evan. It's basically a 6-drop if you want to use its ability right away. But it will be an absolute menace and limited, I'm sure. Scrolling down, Annie joins up is one we can talk about.
Deals 4 mana, deals 5 damage when it enters to one target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. If a triggered ability of a legendary creature you control triggers an ability triggers an additional time.
Kills a 5 toughness creature. Yeah, I'm going to steal a thing from my set review that I do with my one of my other content partners, Drabby Noobs, which is I'm going to rate this card Commander out of 10.
Okay.
Because like there could let me put this out there. There could be something really good with this, and like there might be one of those like really wonky combo decks that could exist because of this card doubling those triggers, and it's also a removal spell. So it can kind of do a few things for decks, but it's like I think that would be so convoluted, and I don't even think we would have the cards for it right now. So it's like it's a card that it'll probably be like 10 cents, and you should probably just own 4 copies because it's so free. And maybe it's good, and maybe it stays in your bulk box for the rest of time.
To me, it looks like a promo card you would get pre-release just given to you.
That kind of feels about right.
Yeah, the cards like that you're told you can't play this, but you get it in your pre-release kit. It looks like one of those to me.
Yeah. All right, we got to talk about this one. The Newt.
The Newt.
Archmage's Newt.
Deals
combat damage to player. Target instant or sorcery in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. Its flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. That card's flashback cost is 0 if you've saddled it. This one's probably not going to see a lot of play in Standard, but it is a card people are talking about in Legacy specifically.
Oh, really?
So there might be decks that play it throughout many formats. It's like its biggest competitor would be like Dreadhorde Arcanist, right? With like a similar effect. But like this card can like target anything in your graveyard and make it 0. So I think Archmage's Newt will probably be held back in Standard because there's always like shock effects and cut down is a thing. So it's like there's plenty of interaction that's going to stop this thing from really being all that ridiculous. But in formats like Legacy, some decks just don't play removal. And you might just get, like, people will just get got by a card like this because they don't have any way of stopping it.
I agree with Evan.
Yeah.
Like the Newt has to connect. So, yeah.
Again, that's why we're talking about it. Like Legacy is where people are talking about this, where, like, that's not as big of an ask as you might think.
To me, another thought is this looks like Grixis bait. Or like what I mean by Grixis bait is like it's gonna make the Grixis players like want to build it around with it in like Pioneer.
I remember when Cruel Ultimatum was a playable Magic card. And it was in a 5-color deck anyway, and not Grixis, but whatever. Just to point that out, that Grixis card didn't make Grixis good, it made a 5-color deck good. It's still playable. Over my dead body, Jarvis, that card's been unplayable forever. It hasn't been playable since it rotated out of Standard. Even Interrupter is the next card to talk about here.
That's going to be a card in a lot of Pioneer decks that play, I think, Spirit.
It's going to be a main deck card.
You think Spirits will play main board?
I think that this is the kind of card that makes stuff like blue-white flash like slightly more playable. This is a reactive elite spellbinder. Also, and hear me out, if you play this elite spellbinder and Drannith Magistrate, now all of a sudden you've created a prison style interaction.
Yep.
Where it's like, I have this Aven Interrupter that ETBs, and then it exiles target spell and plots it, and then I have Drannith Magistrate to stop you from even casting it. And you could do this, and then Elite Spellbinder is a more proactive version of that same line.
Do you think this card is enough that it will spark blue-white, not spirits, flash to be a thing, or do you think?
I think that it's an option, like, because like even in that deck, like you'd have this plus Spell Queller. Like even though you're not playing spirits, you could still play, both the 3-drops, and they're doing such similar things that like I think that there's a lot of stuff. And yeah, that's also true to Bruce. When you target, when you target like a counter spell, you can only cast plotted cards on your own turn, as a sorcery. So if it's like a combat trick or a counter spell or stuff like that, then like that's huge. For something like this. So I'm a big fan of Aven Interrupter. I don't know what that 75 looks like or that main deck 60 looks like, but it also happens to work really, really well with, decks that want to play stuff like the Wandering Emperor and just any flash cards. So I think that there's the possibility that there's some kind of blue-white flash deck. There was one in Standard for a little bit, so we could see that pop back up, but I also think like Pioneer has like kind of getting to this point where it has enough critical mass to like be the thing that that does it. Yes, it also stops if your opponent would cast anything from their graveyard or exile, it taxes it by 2, and that includes adventure creatures, which is another important fact.
Also, Rocco is nice. Yeah, that would be a standard only thing in my opinion. Rocco's not good enough to play anywhere else.
It's not playing modern if you're aspiring. If your name's Aspiring Spike.
Is anybody's name in chat Aspiring Spike? Is your name Aspiring Spike?
I have one Evart in the chat, please.
Probably gonna see play in CDH. Oh yeah, I can picture that.
Oh, absolutely.
Make some cost for that card.
Yeah.
I think we can probably skip a couple of these, in my opinion. Breaches, I heard some talk about breaches from chat a couple days ago, I think. But
yeah, it says when you win the flip, so absolutely not. Commander out of 10.
Oh, they took a
we'll probably make a really cool blue-red.
They took a commander character and brought into a main set.
Oh, that's happened a lot. Like Freya Least was a commander set card and came into a main set. First of all, this is auction you control have double strike, so immediately constructed staple.
I remember the one FNM that you didn't go with the rest of the pack and me to go get to Brian's place to hang out. We were looking at previews and this thing came up, the horse mount.
Calamity?
Yeah, like I think what I recall is we were talking about it and it's all like the ability is really good, but the cost is too much. Like it's whenever it attacks while Salad chooses a non-legendary creature at Salad at this turn and create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of it. Sacrifice token at the beginning of the next end step. Repeat the process once.
I mean, I would consider playing this card, but yeah, because like Evan pointed out, it has haste. I think that I would play this in like an aggressive ramp deck.
I guess you could do it in Reanimator too.
Yeah, that would also work. This would be a really dumb thing to put back into play, saddle and attack.
What play this in Reanimator, saddle it with Terror of the Peaks.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, Terror of the Peaks is the big one that you can do that with. See, I could see this card seeing play. I just don't think you wouldn't just play this in some like mono red aggro deck. You'd have to play it in like a green red ramp deck that is playing other things. So I don't think like you'd play it for like face value. You'd have to be doing something that puts it into play ahead of time, or cheeses it into play, so to speak. I think Caustic Bronco is something.
All the horse saddles we could probably look at because I think some of them are.
My Little Pony eat your heart out, dude. Like, I'll have you know, Drabby Noops is a brony. So like, we always talk about ponies.
Ramp deck with Terror, maybe with the red one, but the black one, Caustic Bronco, that was mentioned in chat, like a pseudo Dark Confidant. 2/2,
yeah, so it's when it attacks, reveal the top card, and then you lose life equal to its mana value. So at its face value, it is a Dark Confidant when it attacks. And then if you saddled it, you drain your opponent for that much instead.
Like
that seems like a reasonable card.
Yeah, it seems reasonable. I think Sal 3 seems okay. It almost was like cost a little much, but at the same time, like
its biggest thing is that it's a 2/2 in a world where there's a ton of 2/3s.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like I guess Sal 3 is fine because turn 2 you play that, turn 3 you play like a 3 mana 3 power thing, or 2 mana 3 power.
I got it. You play it with 2 mana 3/2s and cut downs.
Yes.
So you play it, right? And then the next turn you play the 3/2 that saddles it, then you cut down the blocker, and then you attack and you get the drain and you get to hit them for 2.
Is it just drain?
Easy. I broke it. I officially broke it. We're the greatest streamers of all time, German. All right,
moving on to the next
Flame Jumper.
thing.
I read this card and it stood out to me earlier. Okay, so this is just what's its name? Knight of the White Orchid, but you can do it twice if your opponent's 2 lands ahead of you.
And it's 3 mana and stuff.
That might be a playable card. Just I don't know what deck wants it or like whether or not it would be in your main deck.
You can play a multicolor as well because it says search for a plains card. So you can go.
Yeah.
You can go fetch your Triome or your
Surveil lands, which will be probably the more like if it sees play in the next 3 months, it'll be grabbing a ton of Triomes.
Yeah.
So like that's a thing. Like maybe you saw actually, you know what it is? If there's a ramp deck, you probably board this card against the ramp decks.
Yeah, it's a board
because they like play a ramp spell to get a land drop or 2 ahead of you, and then you go, I don't play my land for turn, play this, get 2 lands out of my deck, then play my land for turn, and all of a sudden you've evened the mana playing field, so to speak.
Colossal Rattleworm. I think that will help mono green like decks to potentially be a thing. If you're in like say a Golgari
I want
deck,
this card to be
potentially
good.
that is like more stompy than mid range. That potentially could be played in there.
You have to have a playable desert though.
I know. Like
that's its biggest drawback.
If you're in mono green, then you're probably playing the desert that gives it unblockable, and that's probably just a 2 of really. So it's a potential flash, 4 mana flash creature in green.
You might even just play the ping deserts too in some number.
Yeah.
Because like if you have like because I imagine if you're mono green, right, you'll have the 3 mana 3/3 that when you commit a crime, you get to do the Elvish Rejuvenator.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just really good with the ping lands. Yeah, that's true. The ping lands are probably going to see some play in like these land-based combo decks. Though those decks do need basic lands to do their actual combo, so it's a little tricky. But I agree with you. I think Colossal Rattleworm. This is a card that if you could fit deserts in your deck, this card is fantastic.
Yes.
And if you can't, it is unplayable.
I think we're gonna move on to Duelist Minds, but before that, I just want to say I love this art for Concealed Courtyard.
I love that the whole panorama is just one long train track.
Yes, I agree with that. But
I like trains.
For the whole panorama, I really like this art right here. Like just that is that the station or is that just a house?
It is a station.
Like it just I don't know. It just looks really nice. It looks like that has that creepy feeling to it for like Orzhov. But it just has a nice scenery look to it as well.
It's perfect.
I just like it whenever for lands they do really nice looking paintings or something.
I agree. I think the best thing, one of my favorite things about, especially nowadays, because they do such a better job with it, is like when there's good artwork, it's really good, and that's something that they've had in the last few sets. There's always been like a handful of artworks that really stand out to me that I love, and I love. I would never play with it because I don't like playing with these full borderless cards when I can help it in paper. But I do love the panoramic Fastlands. That's the house Harry Potter was taken by Sirius Black. Listen, we don't support J.K. Rowling on this channel because we're woke.
I've been rewatching all the Harry Potters in the past couple days.
Yeah, through the lens of what is it? You know, like the whole thing with Harry Potter is that when she wrote that, she's like an English person writing about like, what is it? It's basically it's a whole like classist thing about how like the magic people are like above the non-magic people, even though they like they fight with the bad people to say that they're not. But it's like they also like didn't stop World War II from happening because it was beneath them. Like there's a whole thing about
they're very like
some of the sub messaging that goes on with the world building of Harry Potter. I like it to say you're a wizard, Harry, so I love it.
Yes. Duelist of the Mind. Nathan Sawyer's Worlds card. I think this is going to see play, and maybe it'll see play in blue black mid range.
Is it bad that I kind of wish this card was legendary?
I kind of like. I feel like any of the Worlds cards, if they're a creature, it should be.
That would just be
creature.
cool, right?
Yeah.
I get why they're not.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's
like
cool.
this is the one card that I really wanted to be good with Tiny Bones joins up.
Yeah.
But it's sadly not legendary. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that it's fine. I also agree with you, Jarvis. We do get too many legendaries
Yeah.
these days. But
I mean, like
Yeah.
specifically for if somebody runs Worlds and if they want their card to be a creature, I think they should. In my opinion, it should be a legendary creature.
yeah, I like. I mean, I like the idea of doing it because like it makes it a little more special. But at the same time, I know why they're not. They like this card's called Duelist of the Mind and not anything specific to Nathan Stoyer, so that they can reprint it easier if say Nathan Stoyer gets, I don't know, canceled for some reason. Because like imagine if we had an Owen Turtenwald World Championship card, right? Like they could never reprint it if it was like had his name involved in the name. Because they've like completely disowned him as a player, and rightfully so. He did some really nasty stuff, but that just being why they do it the way they do. But I do love they do this for the world champs. But I agree, it could be cool that they're legendary. I get why they're not though.
Yeah.
Moving on, Dust Animus is a card.
1 has a really cool art. 2.
Yeah. Yeehaw times.
A 2-mana 2/3 of flying. Just seems pretty decent for stats.
That's already playable in this standard.
Like, if you control 5 or more untapped lands, it enters battlefield with 2 ++ counters on it and a lifelink counter. Makes it even more playable because you plot it. Okay, now it can't be cut down. The turn you probably cast it.
Yeah, so it's a card that's reasonable on turn 2 and scales really well. Because the other thing is you don't have to plot it to get that static ability to happen. Like you just cast it late in the game and it just comes in with that. So it's like the plot here is basically a way for you to hide it away until later, which will come up a little bit, especially if there's like, hand disruption. But like the fact is that it's just it's a 2-mana card that scales into being a good late game play, and that's just a good thing to exist. Two drops that get better with time is a good thing. I'm gonna read Ariet real quick, but I don't think we're gonna talk about it. Okay, it says whenever an aura you control becomes attached. Okay, we're done with it.
Comment on what Caliper is saying. I think that'd be way too convoluted for new players.
Yeah, that'd be too complicated. I like the concept of a temporary legendary thing, like especially like if they did it in a way where it was like you could like enchant something and it becomes legendary, because then you can like do some neat little tricks, or like the echoing cards. Like if you had an echoing, like I don't know, the echoing celebration and target creature and all creatures with the same name become legendary. Be like a fun thing that like you can like, oh, my opponent has 3 copies of the same creature and I can kill 2 of them for 1 card. Like that seems like that'd be like a really interesting card design, but I don't think it'll ever come to fruition.
I agree. That would probably be like an alchemy thing if they were ever to.
Oh yeah, much easier to do there where it's built into the client for you. Gotta shout out our boy Fibblethip. He has Ward 2.
And he doesn't cost mana this time, and he's still a 1/1.
But he has Ward 2, so that means he's one of our favorite cards in the set. Top card of your library has plot equal to its mana cost. You may plot non-land cards from the top of your library. I love him.
Suppose if you're in like a blue-black mid-range control shell.
No, I'll stop you there. You're never gonna play this card in constructed.
I know, but I mean, just saying if you wanted to. Like,
but you will be able to play it in Drabby Noobs and I's original format, Fibblethip and His Many Jobs, where you can only play a Fibblethip as your commander, and you can play any background.
that would actually be interesting. I don't care for commander stuff usually.
Borborygmos and Fibblethip, the combo legend, is banned. So basically, it means you can play. There's 2 Fibblethip's that you can play.
Okay.
But I'm secretly hoping that Fibblethip is actually the main character of the game, and like, you know, that we just get one in every set. I would love to get a Fibblethip in every set. Okay.
That'd be cool.
I want Fibblethip to be the new Omnath, where he eventually has 5 colors, and you know, he like I don't know, like he could be our Shaggy, right? Where like he's actually like secretly omnipotent and powerful.
Wants to keep saying that name. Yeah, I think John just wants to keep saying his name.
I love Fibblethip, dude.
Fortune Loyal Steed, is that worth playing? 3 mana, 2/4, scry 2. Attacks while saddled and combat, exile it, and up to one target. One creature has saddled it.
I think it's a reasonable card. The logic being, it's a 3 mana 2/4, so it's a 3-drop that can't be cut down, which is good. It scries 2 when it enters.
Mm-hmm.
So like purely on rate, not a bad card. Now, is it better than the other 3 mana cards you could play? That's where I think it's going to lose points for now. But its saddle ability is great.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if we can play it with like a 4 mana creature with a powerful ETB. Or really any creature with a powerful ETB, because you play this on turn 3, play the powerful ETB creature on turn 4, saddle, attack, exile, and get the effect.
I can picture this maybe in like a mono white deck in Pioneer that plays Skyclave Apparition. Just look in your Skyclave, taking a deal with another creature, something like that.
Yeah, something along those lines, or like what's a good example? This won't be a thing that it sees play with, but like if you could get something along the lines of Ravenous Chupacabra, for example.
Yeah. I didn't realize that you could saddle with your face down cards. So
yes, you can.
Like, oh, I got this Sheldred that's face down. It's gonna come back.
Yeah, you don't get the flip over triggers, but it is a way for you to get like the really expensive things that you can lay down for cheap to flip over.
Okay. Oh wait.
Yeah.
So yeah. So like if you have like say an enchantment that's currently not plotted face down card, it returns.
Yeah.
It just returns as a enchantment.
That's correct. So yeah, you can get other things that do stuff. So yeah, that I'm not sure how often that could come up, right? Because like there's not a lot of cards that just like put down, like you could do, what is it, like Cryptic Code or whatever would probably be the most likely way that you get something that isn't a creature. But like even like doing a land isn't the worst thing in the world. Because it would be a land that comes back into play untapped. But like yeah, I think it's an interesting card. I don't know if it ends up being good. Prototypes is another one. That's right.
But there's only like
that you
4
can
prototype cards, I think, right?
No, there's a lot more than that, but there's only a handful of good ones.
The ones we care about.
Yeah, there's like a 2 mana. There's a 2 mana one that's a 2/2 assembly worker with vigilance, and it can tap to put a counter on an assembly worker. And it's like a 4/5 on its front half. There's Steel Seraph, which is really good.
Oh yeah. It could become a card in like the Selesnya builds in Pioneer, in the Yorion Selesnya decks.
Those decks that kind of fell.
Like
they kind of fell
in those kind of decks. They have a lot of tools in those already.
Lauren's a really good card with it.
Yeah, just being able to blow something up again.
Yeah. Also, very notable, I want to point out about Fortune Loyal Steed is that it exiles and it returns that card immediately. It's not at the end of turn, which is also a very relevant effect.
Okay, yeah, so it's at the end of combat.
Exile up to one target creature, then those cards are returned to the battlefield under their owner's control. Yeah.
I see we're getting some new faces in the chat. We are for anybody that's curious what we're doing, I have a guest on stream, Celtius Gaijin or John, and we're doing a mini set review, which is actually taking a lot longer than I thought it would, to be honest. Not complaining, but we played early access earlier. It was fun. Got to play the new set early. Can't wait for the whole set to come out. John and I actually announced we're starting a podcast. You're kind of getting a sample of it right now. It's gonna be called Card Ward. We'll talk more about that again, or I will after we're done with our little set review. Also, drop the pin message in the Twitch chat as well.
Yes. And then, but we can move on from Fortune. I think it's an interesting card that we might want to keep an eye on, but it's not clear. I think it'll be a card that might be better like later. because like right now it's competing with a lot of cards at 3. That's a really competitive spot in standard right now in pretty much every color. But we'll move on to Free Strider Lookout.
That card we got to play with earlier, and it felt really good. And it's also an answer in standard of like a decent blocker for the little flyers that are being played.
Blocks flying creatures.
Blocks Deep Cavern Bat, blocks Fairy Mastermind, the 1-mana fairy. Seems pretty good. And if you're playing crimes or commit crimes, decent amount ramps you. So
yeah,
nice.
It's a card that I suspect will be really good in standard. It may take a little while to figure out like where like the best way to play this card is. Like I think one example might be with that 2-mana creature that when you tap it, you exile a card from your opponent's graveyard.
Yeah.
Because it's like it kind of naturally fits into this ramp shell that this card would also fit into.
I think it's just a sleeper card at the moment. Like
yeah, I think it's not obvious where it's good, but it is very good in general. Like it's a generically powerful card. So I think it'll be worthwhile trying to find a spot to play it. But then from other format perspectives, like you can play this card with like Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah.
Like you like play this, you have a bauble on the battlefield, play this, crack your bauble, target your opponent, boom, you get a land.
I do want
so like in formats
art
like Legacy, where lands are like exponentially more powerful, I think this card could be really good.
I do want to comment. The art keeps making me think it's Vivian.
No, it's Vivian adjacent. Vivian's off being like isn't Vivian and Huatli like a thing? Was that the two? I don't want to get it wrong.
No,
I think the
and is it Planeswalker?
no, Saheeli. Yes.
Saheeli and Huatli are.
So Vivian just is fucking off somewhere else.
Saheeli made Huatli actually made a Thopter that was in the shape of a dinosaur for her.
Oh, I love it. That's cute. Listen, as a fellow internet gay couple, we can appreciate Huatli and Saheeli. We probably should not make that joke repeatedly, but
you're the yeah.
But it was really funny.
Yes,
Moving on.
I think we need
Go
to
ahead.
start being a little more picky. If we're
I agree.
More mini. I think
Yeah, I'm gonna name the card High Noon just because it's called High Noon. It's also, to be fair, it's the best rule of law we've ever gotten because it's 2 mana. But and it has a doming somebody for 5. This is the kind of card that could see play in older formats as like a prison card. So I suspect that it could be really good somewhere. I don't think it'll be very good in standard though.
The Great Train Heist. That's what you're talking about, right?
No, High Noon.
High Noon. Oh, where? Oh, okay. Yep. Sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah. High
you're
Noon,
good.
I think definitely is going to see play in other formats and.
Yeah, like older formats where like a rule of law effects are much more powerful. And then of course there's just like a broader support for the style of decks that would play effects like this. And then the fact that it's like you just lightning axe something for 5 at some point with it is also really good.
At formats on Arena, Timeless comes to mind right away, and even Timeless comes to mind even though you probably if you have access to red, you're probably playing the red enchantment that deals 5 damage whenever your opponent casts a spell for free.
All of these do 2 different things though, so
yeah.
But yeah, like they're similar cards though. But like this also is like if you're playing Boros, I would probably, depending on the deck you're playing, you'd play this card. But like this card pairs really well with like Reprieve, for example.
If you're
or like if you have this in play, anything your opponent plays, you can Reprieve it, and it's essentially just a time walk that draws a card.
If you're in Pioneer and now the choices of these 2 cards, I think it depends on your meta. If you're going to like a tournament, probably High Noon. I think if you're going to like a bigger level tournament, if you
good against Phoenix, good against Lotus Field.
If you have a lot of Quintorius players around in your area, then maybe you would rather prefer the Rolling Vortex. Then that would just.
I mean, this is also just as good against them.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is.
I think this is better against more things, so I would rather play this.
Yeah.
But
the next Spree card, I think that will see occasional play.
Insatiable Avarice?
Yeah. I think you'll see occasional play,
Yeah.
but at the same time, in standard, at the same time, it does kind of feel just commander to me.
I mean, if I think about it, so I actually thought about playing this card in Lotus Field in Pioneer.
That I can understand that.
Yeah, like where it was just like, oh, this is like a tutor for 3 mana, so 1 Lotus Field can cast this. As well as then in the in some spots it's like it's also it's a tutor that also draws 3 cards. So that might be something that you need in that deck. So I could see this seeing play there. It's also just a 3 mana draw 3 in that deck. So like I could see this being good, but only in very specific decks. And Lotus Field was the first one that really came to mind for me that would want to play a demonic tutor effect, but also wouldn't mind having like draw 3, lose 3. But yeah, that's my only real thought on that card.
Okay. I do believe like people are going to try to cheese wins with Sheldred in standard with this card. Like,
oh yeah, you could target your opponent with that, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a crime. I love it.
Next card. This is definitely going to see play in standard. I think it's going to see play in Pioneer. Karavik the Punisher.
I think I actually think it's overrated.
Really?
Yeah. I do think that it is not a bad card, but it's like so it like say you play this right and you want to like Thoughtseize and play because like you're not casting the card for free, you have to pay the cost. You also have to pay the cost of committing a crime. Yeah, like Jarvis said, you need a lot of mana for Karavik to be good. So again, it's like it's really like say like in standard, you get an example of this. It's like you play it on turn 5 and you get to like cast a cut down and like maybe get a duress or cut down out of your graveyard. That's really good, but it's actually then a 5 mana 3/3, and you can't play it any earlier than that because as soon as you play it earlier than that, like you're put in this position where you're not going to be able to really get a lot of value. I do think maybe the decks with Tiny Bones joins up could get away with it as a 4-drop to cast like more cut downs or duresses. For example, but like you should basically you really have to build around it, and so I don't think it's going to be so generically good that it sees a ton of play. Mostly just because it's like it's expensive. I could be wrong. Maybe the play patterns line up better with it. It's definitely a lot better than Vraska, but yes, it's very similar to Vraska's drawback, where like Vraska's really 6 mana, where this card's really like at least 4, but is usually 5.
Now, okay. Like, and also like another side comment, I do like how it feels like with this card, it feels like they're trying occasionally. I don't think they're intentionally trying this or anything, but there is a alchemy card that is similar to this card. And to me, looking at it, and I know another content creator was talking about this before, it feels like that they're trying to purify some alchemy cards, like Jarsil.
There's a lot of cards that they've made that could easily be made in paper. Yeah,
like it feels like that they're kind of unintentionally doing that to some cards. I'm not,
or it might be like inspired by like when they realize, oh, we could have done this in paper. Why don't we try retooling this effect that seems to be popular into a paper card?
Print fair version, yeah. I do want to comment on this card just on the art. I don't think it probably will see much play, but
he's got a shark fin.
Campbell is an old dude in the original printing, his first printing, and now in this one he looks like he de-aged.
Hold on, let me get a better look at this artwork close up because he kind of looks like a dark-skinned Voldemort.
There's a shadow on his head that's
not
helping.
Okay. No, he's definitely dark-skinned, but he definitely like. I'm not looking at like full sizes of it, but like it looked like at first that he didn't have a nose.
but
yeah, I think I like the artwork. I love that this has so many returning characters because it's like part of the world building of Thunder. Like, this plane is called Thunder Junction, which is not the like typical name of a plane. Like the natives of a plane would not call it Thunder Junction. It's because this plane has no native people. And everybody here is coming from elsewhere. This just happens to be a plane that had a lot of omen paths intersecting, and they're building a town here because of that. It's basically, this is a frontier set There were no natives really, and so you have all these characters from elsewhere showing up, and I kind of hope we get more sets like it, to be honest.
Yeah, and like it kind of feels like they're kind of giving an example what they want Ravnica to be, because like I think there's a character, I think it was Niv Mizzet, that wants Ravnica to basically be what Thunder Junction is.
Yeah, just like a gathering place for the multiverse. So I really like the idea, and I think this was like because like we're done with our I think they called this the Omen Path arc was the name of the arc. But like we're done with that. But like this set really shows off the type of world building that their new story has created, where it's like this is we couldn't have done this before because these would all have to be fucking planeswalkers, and nobody would like that.
Yeah.
So I love this emphasis on legendary creatures over planeswalkers. I think the legendary creatures are a much more healthy card design in general, but I love the world building that we're getting because I think it's just beautiful the way they've done this. Where this set's even like less about its story and more about the world building, and I hope we get more sets like it.
So I agree with you on all those points. My only comment is it feels like there's too many legendaries, but I think it's actually a little bit above the average number we usually get.
This is probably going to be a bad example of what normal sets will look like.
But moving on with the set review, I think
we got Kellen joins up.
I think all the joins up cards are definitely probably somewhat going to see some play, except for the Naya one.
I think they'll all see play at least in like a commander setting, at the very least casual. But yeah, Kellen joins up seems like an interesting card. It is a little expensive, so it's like comes in a little too late in the curve. But I think it's a fine card.
I did play a deck earlier that Evan Golden in chat shared with me. That the whole point of it was Kellen joins up, and it was basically Bant Legends. I played Rel, Thalia, the plant boy, Bob, Adeline, Kellen joins up, Kellen, and I felt pretty impressed by Kellen joins up. It was really nice. The counters definitely feel nice because like whenever a legendary creature enters battlefield under your control, you put a 1/1/1 counter on each creature you control. So it enters and then everything gets a counter. And just plotting a card in your hand when you play this is nice too.
Well, think about it. This is a 3-mana card that can give you up to a 3-mana rebate on your 4th turn. Yeah. So it's like it's like virtual, quotes, virtual mana ramp. So like I think that's like I think it's a really impressive card. And I could see a world where like this card's going to see a good amount of play. Again, like you talked about Bant Legends, I think again this set opens up a lot of doors to revisiting the Legends archetype in Standard, and you can go in so many different directions with it this time.
I do believe once rotation happens, I think the Legends archetype is still there, but it's going to definitely...
Plaza stays in post-rotation.
Rafine Legends is no longer going to be a thing, obviously.
Rafine, the Esper Legends as we knew it, but even that color combination isn't cut off from you. It's just specifically Rafine. But I think now it's like because like Legends was Esper because of Rafine, but now it's like we've got so much legendary support that we could go into other colors. So I'm really excited to play around with the Legends archetype.
Same.
We got to mention Lila because it kicked our ass on stream.
Yeah, I for some reason thinking that was a 5-cost card when 3-mana never registered me. But 3-mana 3/3 prowess. Whenever you cast a multicolor instant or sorcerer spell from your hand, exile the spell instead of putting it in a graveyard, and it's plotted.
Really good.
That was dumb.
It's also not once per turn.
Yeah, like and it's like is it during your turn? Whenever you cast. So
whenever. So even on your opponent's turn. So like our opponent beat us with the split cards because this does work really well with the split cards.
Yeah.
So I was really impressed by this card, and I think this card could be a player in Standard because I think there's a ton of really good multicolored cards that it gets so much better with this, like Tainted Indulgence. There's the new blue-red one that deals 2 damage. There's Lightning Helix.
They were playing push pull, so you just push a creature, and then next turn you probably maybe cycle a Carnosaur to kill another thing, and then just reanimate it right away.
Yeah, Yeah, pretty much. It does check that you cast the card from your hand, paperless magic, so it doesn't like you can't loop the card over and over again. But yeah, just like even something as simple, yeah, like push pull, flotsam and jessam, lightning helix is a multicolored card that you would want to cast twice. So again, it does have that kind of problem like the other powerful 3-drops like Karavik had, where it's like it's not really a 3-drop. You're gonna play it on like turn 5, but what this does is so much better than Karavik. If you go like this Molten Collapse like we saw, that was backbreaking against us. Or if you do this plus push, and then on the next turn you can pull and get Lila back and then do more things. If they killed...
So Cleave is an alternate casting cost, and that's a mana cost you have to pay. Blot is you're casting it without paying its mana cost. You cannot leave a card if you're casted for free.
That is correct. Yeah. So we'll move on here. I know people have talked about this Magda. I think it's another really powerful card. I think this is another card that might see play elsewhere, like outside of standard, where this card's really good with Mishra's Bauble, for example, where it's like, I can play this, crack my bauble, get a treasure. Like, really good.
Just keeping that in mind.
Yeah, you can't use it right away, but like that's literally you did nothing and you got a treasure. Yeah, Phoenix is another place it could be really cool.
I do.
But also,
I do want
go
to say
ahead.
I prefer the original Magda more than this Magda.
I think the original Magda was cooler, but I like this Magda too. It's different enough, but also similar enough that I find it interesting.
Oh, it's 3 arts or 2 arts.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting that Magda had 3 arts, unlike a lot of the cards don't have 3.
It's a buy box.
Oh, neato.
So they're not doing a topper with this one? They're just giving you a buy box, I guess?
Well, there's been buy a box promos for the last couple.
Okay.
They just don't do the buy a box promos that are like not in the set anymore.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Malcolm's another one I know has been talked about with me. Again, it's just another card that works really well with Mishra's Bauble specifically. Because you can play this, cast Mishra's Bauble, get a clue, and attack for 2. It could also be good in places like Is It Phoenix, where you're casting a lot of cheap spells.
Yeah, if you're just
it's probably worse than Ledger Shredder in a lot of cases, but it is still an interesting card to talk about.
Anybody ask about this Greek Sustain Commander? Just
Arcasa?
No, Obeka.
Oh, Obeka? Yeah, absolutely. Obeka is.
In my opinion, it's just Commander.
It has a really cool name, though.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You get that many additional upkeep steps after this phase. That's so weird.
You want that in a Doctor Who Commander deck.
I also love the flavor text. You're living on borrowed time.
Yes, I do like that too.
We also got to shout out this Marquesa because it also kicked our ass.
Yes, whenever you commit a crime, you may pay 1. If you do, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, the other into your graveyard. A 3,
Good card.
4, I think it's solid stats for a 3-mana creature.
It's another good card. It's another 3-mana. It's another powerful 3-drop that actually costs like 5 mana. You notice that's a trend?
Yeah.
On Obeka, yeah.
I think the flavor text on Marchesa is pretty cool too. You should have.
Oh yeah. Oh, I love that. You should have folded when you had the chance. I couldn't. It was early access. I'm not allowed to concede.
I think this isn't going to see a ton of play, but it maybe as like a 1 to 2 of in some decks. The ability seems decent if you have the extra mana.
What card?
Marchesa.
Oh, Marchesa. I think it's a build around me card. And again, it's a big, powerful legendary creature, so you could play like a Grixis Legends deck with it. I think there's enough legends in blue-black alone, and there's some decent ones in red that there's something there, but it's also in colors that have all the cheap interaction.
Yeah.
So I think it could be a really it does in fact show off crime does pay. But it's just like Karavak, and it's just like the Is It one, Lila, where it's like it's a 3-mana card, but its ability requires that you have more mana to make use of it right away. So it's like a 3-drop that's virtually a 5-drop. So I think it's going to be quite interesting.
we are only you're seeing my screen, right?
Yeah, we're like barely halfway.
Yeah, so
Not
I
even
think
halfway.
to make things a bit easier on us, let's just try to limit it to like 1 or 2 thoughts per card.
Sure.
That what we decide to talk about. I was gonna say sentences, but there's no way we're gonna be able to follow that.
Yeah, we are almost done with the rares, so it'll probably go a lot faster once we're done with the rares anyway.
Yeah. I think these
Um,
free cards are okay to talk about. One Last Job. I think the others.
This one's one of the weaker ones in my
It is.
opinion.
But I think the other white one that's the board wipe one's probably better than this one.
Well, they're different entirely.
Yeah, but I mean, like, for color wise, like, I guess, power level per card, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting card. The fact that it's very flexible and can get back mounts, vehicles, auras, and equipments.
Mhm.
So like maybe there's something there. Like some unique interaction that it creates because of that. Maybe not just in standard, but in older formats. Where you can get back like
Pioneer.
not in Pioneer. So you know what is it? It's a curse from a Monket that's like 8 mana, and it's like makes all your opponent's stuff into 1/1s. So like that's an example of
sort of, but not really.
Yeah, it's like a humility, but it's a curse. So it's an aura. So you can do this. Oh, never mind. No, you can't. It has to attach to a creature you control.
Okay. Okay.
That's so strange.
Yeah.
I'd actually have to look into that. Or maybe curses aren't auras. I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. Honestly, it's so weird that I don't care enough.
Yeah, like after you mentioned that and I'm reading it, I'm like, move on.
Yeah.
It is an MTG story card though.
Yeah, it's cool. Outcast Trailblazer is an interesting card. I'm not sure how good it is. I think it's a card that might be better later.
I got to play it earlier in mono green. I built a mono green deck and it was pretty decent. I was just like, it's good for a setup turn if you have if you have like another 3 mana creature in hand, because you could just go plot it, cast it next turn, cast your 3 mana creature. If you have a 1 mana spell, cool.
We could also like ramp into curve 3 into 5 and get like this plus a 5-drop on the following turn.
Yes.
Like I could see a world where like you get this in like Terror of the Peaks in the same turn. Like you don't get to do the damage with Terror of the Peaks, but you still draw a card. And that's a powerful, like just a powerful 5 mana creature. So that seems like an option as well. So yeah, I think it's an interesting card. I'm sure there is a deck that will play it at some point. I don't know if it's going to be in the next 3 months, but it's a card I'd keep my eye on.
The next card, going back a card, Ornery Tumblewag, standard counters, green white counters, could be cruel counters.
Could even be other non-standard counters. Like Pioneer would probably want a card like this.
Yeah.
Because it's just a Lunark veteran that has more upside. So, yeah, interesting card. Not sure if it meets the power level, but maybe standard. We actually have a white creature that does a similar ability, but it's not playable at all. But interesting. Pitiless Carnage is a card I wanted to point out just for how unique it is. It's 4 black, sacrifice any number of permanents, draw that many cards.
We kind of like we do have a thing that does it already, but that one's 5 mana. It's the Eternalized God.
Yeah, Bantu.
Yeah, Bantu. But that's
except this one, costs less.
Yeah, and you can
plot it, which I think is interesting. Nice. I think it'd be really cool with like you could probably do some kind of shenanigans with this in Mayhem Devil and Pioneer. Or like you plot this and then at any point you have the one thing to note is that sacrificing any number of permanents is not part of the cost of this card. It's part of the ability. So if they kill your payoff thing in response, then you're not you're not getting the triggers from sacking stuff. But yeah, just wanted to point that out. Mostly just because how unique it is, not necessarily because I think it's going to see a ton of play.
Also, as well with this, like, say if there is a sheltered on the field and you're in sacrifice and you have Mayhem Devil, the triggers resolve first before you draw cards.
No, they do not.
Right? Okay, no, okay.
They do not. So if it was part of the cost, then yes, but this is not. So this is part of the ability.
Okay.
So you would have to draw the cards, and then all the triggers get put on the stack.
Okay.
I did want to point out Rakdos joins up. It's a powerful 5-mana reanimation effect. And it has a really good static ability that when you legendary creature you control dies, it domes your opponent for its power. So hear me out. I know nobody's ever thought of this before, but what if we reanimate Atraxa? Right? Easy. Also, this gets 2 creatures. Well, turn target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional. Yeah, this just makes a 9/9 Atraxa that draws a billion cards, and then when it dies, it domes your opponent for 9.
How about we have Tear the Peaks first, and then dome somebody for 9? Are you? Or did you just say that? And I totally didn't.
No, I'm sorry. I said Atraxa.
Okay.
You can get Atraxa back with this.
Who's the Traxer? What? What was this Atraxa card?
Atraxer.
Yargle.
So, we fling in Atraxa.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I think
Fling was in the format. There sort of is.
There is a fling.
But if there was an instant speed fling, I'm sure people would be flinging Atraxa with.
Oh, what are they gonna do? They're gonna kill my Atraxa with its trigger on the stack and take 9 anyway. Like, oh no! However, will I recover from my 5-mana deal 9 draw 4? Like, however, will I come back from that? Like, yeah, I think this card's great. I think it's like, because like there's that Esper Reanimator deck. I think this might lead to like a Grixis Reanimator deck again, which was a thing in the past. And I think this could make it a thing again. It's also really good with Atali, which is natively in its colors. So I think this is a card. I think this is going to be another one of the joins ups that's really good, but it's like it's not like, oh, you play this in a Legends deck. It's, oh, you just play this in like a Reanimator pile, and you want to reanimate big dumb legendary creatures like Atali and Atraxa, and it's just fantastic. But you'll probably need to do that in the next 3 months. I think they might ban Atraxa this year.
If they do, I hope it's soon.
Oh, that's right. Rest in Peace is in the big score.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
If they do ban Atraxa, I hope it's sooner than later.
It'll be, well, they only do bans in standard once per year unless they're e-bans. And that will be like, I think the leading into the release of Bloomburrow, they'll announce what's banned for the year. And that's like quality of life bans. And I think banning Atraxa is basically just a statement to say that like Atraxa itself, like, here's the thing, is when Atraxa is really good, like, there's a big problem of like, if you and your opponent play Atraxa, those games will take forever.
Yes.
It's just the truth. And if they decide that we don't want games to take so long that they go to time, Standard is in a fantastic place, Alex. Best it's been in a very long time, and it's looking like it'll only get better with this new set. But it's like, that's the
Standard are not given it a chance, or they just don't want to be creative and try to play different things or build different things. I am in the bandwagon. I think Standard is going to get even better once rotation hits, because all the sets in Standard at that point will be within the new guidelines that they're following for building the sets for the new rotation cycle.
Cards will be better balanced for the pace of rotation. But
okay, well, Jaffer, I'm with you on that. I am sick of that. I will say that. But
the deck rotates out in 3 months, so you'll be fine. And Rest in Peace kills that deck, can help kill that deck off. So I think that like there's a ton of things to think about, and Atraxa isn't bad. Atraxa is the reason there's a subsection of Standard that is just all about Atraxa, and the decks that are playing Atraxa are only good because a card like Atraxa exists. So I think the problem we can run into with Atraxa is that it has a very toxic play pattern, especially when you're playing Atraxamirs. Because early on in the last RCQ season, Atraxamirs created this problem of like those games would go to time. Like the winner of the domain mirror match was the person who won game 1, basically, and that's horrendous to have in Standard. So that would be why that would be why Atraxa would be banned, is simply to prevent that stuff from continuing to happen.
Alex. My camera died and Alex said that in the chat.
I saw. He got you pretty good. But we can move on. We could talk all day about Atraxa decks because it's a whole conversation to have.
That's something we could think about for our podcast.
That'll be a topic that I'm sure we'll come up with when we get closer to Bloomborough and we know that the annual ban's coming up.
Yeah. Riku Many Pass to me kind of looks like a commander card because I don't think we have enough modal cards for it to matter in standard. I don't know how many modal cards we have in Pioneer. Definitely more in Modern, but
not enough playable ones. That's the problem with this card, is that it like makes these cards that are barely playable like still barely playable.
Mm-hmm.
And like, to be honest, the good modal cards don't need help being good.
Mm-hmm.
Is basically what it'll come down to. So it's like a win more type thing. I know people are talking about Rush of the Dead as like an interesting card.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sold. It's very, all the spree cards, the commands, but the problem is that like, if my spree cards and my commands aren't good by themselves, then they're probably not good enough to play even if I have Riku.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that when the modal cards are good, they're good, and when they're not, they're unplayable. But yeah, I just wanted to point. I know people are talking about this card. It's an interesting, like, you can kill half your opponent's creatures, get half your opponent's hand or half your opponent's life.
There will be
that
fringe mono black deck with Bloodletter.
I could see in Pioneer if there's a black Nykthos deck or something that would play this card as like a way to like get some kind of value. But the problem is it doesn't draw cards, so it's all virtual value and not immediate value.
I do believe there's going to be some players in the mono black Wasteland deck that are going to try to play this, but it's not. Go Blank's better.
Yeah, like Go Blank's just a better card. I did want to bring up Satoru.
Same. I do too.
It's a modern standout actually. Because it's really, really good with specifically grief. And subtlety.
Standard. Today I played against Asian Avenger, who was on blue-black flash ninjutsu stuff. Sure. Really good in there.
I think it's a really solid card. And like the fact that it doesn't investigate, it just draws the card, I think is what's going to make it really good. But yeah, like I know like my team has brought it up at least briefly to try this card out in like a Dimir scam deck in Modern, as well as potentially Legacy as a 2-drop that you could play. Where you're going to be like, if you do this, you can grief your opponent. And then you draw a card, as well as it pitches to both grief, subtlety, as well as force of negation, and in Legacy, force of despair if it comes up. So it's like, seems to sort of fit a lot of good spots in older formats. I'm not sure how good it would be in standard. It is a 2-mana 2/3 with legend that could do some interesting stuff if you can trigger it enough times. So like it's kind of like, it feels like almost similar to Lazov, but like you'd have to do a little more setup to make Satoru good. Yeah.
I do want to comment on the art of him. I do like how like he's from Kamigawa, but he's in this like Western theme place, and it feels like the only thing they done to make him more Western is give him a bandana and rip the sleeves off of his coat.
Yeah, now he looks like he's from Fist of the North Star.
Like I'm not complaining. He does look cool.
He does look really cool.
It just looks kind of funny. It also is like
also love
is just like smile, thumbs up.
So I made a really funny joke a really, really long time ago. This was like literally 10 years ago at this point. Where I remember I had a friend ask me, "What do you think it will be like if we ever go back to Kamigawa?" And I was like, "Oh, it'll be like futuristic mech samurais and shit." And I nailed that, by the way. And then to follow that up, I was like, "And you know what I want in that standard format? I want those mech samurais to be fighting cowboys." And not only did Wizards make that come true, they changed the rotation to make it come true. And he embodies
Just
that
for you.
entirely for me because he's a Kamigawa character on the Cowboy Yeehaw
Mhm.
plane. So I love it. You can talk about this steed here real quick.
I think it might be a standard playable card. Potentially if you play enough saddle things. I did play against
it's
it
also
earlier.
just 2/2 first strike lifelink.
Yeah, it's
Isn't
good stats
terrible.
on it already.
I think it's like a card that'd be really good with Bristly Bill.
Yeah.
Putting counters on first strike creatures is a pretty big game.
Scripted. Yeah, like I don't have many thoughts on it. It just seems pretty solid. If you can't deal with it and your opponent's able to saddle it and attack, it can get out of hand if you have no way to deal with that.
Am I a furry for the autumn set? No, my other stream content partner is though. Power to them. Also, don't make fun of furries. They're what make the internet work. If you didn't know that, most furries are like technicians. Interesting fact, they all work in the IT sector, and like 50% of the IT sector is furries.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever there's a furry convention, just remember that. Every time there's one of those planes goes down, the internet's done.
I think the next set is actually gonna just basically turn every Magic player into a furry, basically.
Listen, I'm calling it. What is it? The tag of Bloomborough is the furries one. Also, if we don't get like a My Little Pony tie-in for that set just to appease them, I think they might riot. My 10-year ago predictions, I did make a prediction that we would eventually get a set with no zero humans, but that I think is a little bit too broad to count as a funny coinkadink.
This next card is ridiculous.
So the show off?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, just a killing fiend.
Yeah, like better
with flying.
Like
and it's a wizard, which is actually really relevant.
Yeah, like you play enough like play some protection spells and just you just plot it turn 2 and set up for a really good explosive turn with it. All
right, I'm gonna do you one better. You can play this with Wizard's Lightning.
Yeah, it's
in Pioneer.
Yeah,
there was already a Wizards deck that showed up a little bit in Pioneer. Yeah, Smuggler's Surprise. We will talk about that card because it is an interesting card.
Well, yeah, like is it Wizards and Pioneer? You plot this turn 2. You just set up like your.
I don't even think you need to plot it. You just play an attack for one.
I mean, yeah, you could do that, but unless if you're worried about Fatal Push or something, just I guess plot it. And
if your opponent's holding up Fatal Push, you just plot it if you need to use your mana.
Yeah, like I was thinking, like maybe Teamer, but you're already better off in Is It with having blue for counter spells.
Yeah, you get to play Wizard's Retort.
Yeah.
So it's like you get to play. There's a lot of good wizards, and in general in Is It. So it's like this is just another good wizard to have. It's also I know somebody mentioned to me that like there is a wizards deck in Modern. I doubt this would see play there, but like Flame of Lenore is a very good card, and you get to do
more prowess. I think in Modern.
That's what that would be my first thought too, would be something like prowess. Because they have played Kiln Fiend in the past, and this is just a better Kiln Fiend. Let's move on. We'll talk Smuggler's Surprise. It's a good card.
Mm-hmm. I think it's pretty decent. I think a lot of people, from what I've seen on the internet, I think some people are like overhyping it, and some people are undervaluing it. I believe I saw some people talk about this being like a 1 or 2 of in Amulet Titan in Modern.
Yeah, it's up there because it's modal enough that you can do a number of things with it. Mm-hmm. And so yeah, like you can like protect your Titan with it. You can get a Titan. You can dig for Titans and lands with it because the deck's like 33 lands.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, sometimes it is just 6 mana, put 2 Primeval Titans onto the battlefield. So yeah, it is a card that's come up in those. Play a lot of Amulet Titans, so this is a card I've had my eye on.
Is this a Grease card?
Pretty early.
I think
I don't know what that means.
Grease Fane.
Grease card.
I think one Grease Fane isn't competitive enough right now. It's too much it needs to compete with. But
yeah, it's competing with Amalia in Pioneer.
if Greasevein was playable right now, I don't think this would be a playable card in that deck. You have well, there's already too many cards that are synergized so well with the deck, and if you're paying 3
Yeah.
mana to mill 4 cards and put a creature card or a land
Yeah,
on
you can take your sacred cow approach to deck building and shove it. I don't think any deck can't replace its cards. But to be specific to what I guess what I would want to see with this card, if I was to play it in Greasefang, it is because it is a way to protect Greasefang, but also mill myself.
Okay.
Yeah, so like that's kind of like my only thought as to why I would ever play this card in Greasefang is that it's 2 different cards on 1 card.
Mhm.
Where it's like it's definitely worse than Grizzly Salvage and it's definitely worse than Lauren's Escape, but it does both of them in 1 card.
Mhm.
But I agree. I don't think I would cut those cards for this, but I could understand why you would try this card, and it might be very good because of how modal it is.
I do want to
we can
say
move on though.
I'm excited. Last thing I'll say about this card, I'm excited to potentially try maybe a mono green deck in standard, and maybe put something like Galta into play and just slap my hand onto the field in my opponent's end step.
Yeah.
Don't think it'll resolve, but
Yeah.
that'd be cool.
Well, this could also be another thing that helps the Nykthos deck, right? Like,
Yeah.
because it can dig for Nykthos and creatures, and then also like for you can if you can make 6 mana with your Nykthos, you can put like 2 creatures that cost way more than 6 mana together onto the battlefield. So I think it's a very interesting option for that.
I did try mono green today. It didn't play that card. My opinion in this next card, Step Between Worlds, it just looks more like a commander card to me. Each player may shuffle their hand, may shuffle their hand and grave it into their library, and then each player who does draws 7 cards, exile Step Between Worlds.
If it wasn't a May, I think it would be playable.
Yeah.
Because like that's like the whole benefit of. So certain wheel effects and such are beneficial because like you can take your opponent's so if you have less cards in your hand than your opponent, then you benefit more from the the twister effect than your opponent does. But like as well as like nowadays you have cards like Narset, Bowmasters, and Shieldred to punish the people for having to do the wheel. But like this completely is designed in a way that it doesn't synergize with those cards. I think that. Like, it's the worst version of this effect we've ever had. And that's saying a lot.
The next card, Stinger Back Terror. One, I didn't realize it was a Scorpion Dragon. I just knew it was a dragon. So that
a sick creature type.
Yes.
I feel like I have a tattoo of a Scorpion Dragon.
I think this will be playable in a certain type of mono red deck.
Yeah, like a ton of 1-drops and whatnot. Or it's like, and like maybe a hand, like you can't curve into this card very well.
It could be it could be like a slightly taller mono red deck than the current one with playing Reckless Stormseeker, and then this is your top end. But I think this card is almost not playable, but it is somewhat playable.
If you play a ton of 1-mana cards, Reckless Stormseeker, and this, like if like say in theory you literally played 4 Stormseekers for this, and every other spell in your deck was 1 mana, I could really see that being a possibility. Because like if you want to empty your hand as much as possible, right? And then hit for as hard as you can. I also agree with Gokhalper. It's not having haste is a pretty big problem for this card.
Yeah.
So I think this card's just like it's
Yeah, I mean,
but like you could build around it where it's really good. But yeah, I agree. You'd need that type of effect. But I think like you'd have to build around it so much that maybe the rest of the deck's not very good.
Before we move on to the next card, just a reminder, chat. I see we still got some more faces in chat or different faces in chat. Just a reminder, we are just doing like a mini set review. We're just taking a little longer what we thought. So that's what we're doing right now. And there's currently a giveaway going on. Check out the pinned message at the top of the chat. That way, if you didn't see it, you'll see it and you'll see how to enter. So that's why we're kind of focusing more on the cards and not as much on chat at the moment.
A little bit of both.
Yeah. I think just for anybody that is curious about this, if you didn't get to see the whole thing, I'll probably rip this from the Twitch VOD and I'll put this up on YouTube. as well. But yeah.
This will be a fun thing to go back and listen to.
Yeah.
Um,
Stoic Sphinx. This 4 mana 5/3 flash flying hexproof as long as you haven't
Hexproof.
cast a spell this turn. Mono blue tempo and standard, but
no,
potentially
it doesn't have hexproof the turn you cast it.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, what are you gonna end step in? They're just gonna kill it, like with many different cards. It looks. I think this is a trap control finisher, where it's like this looks like it would be really good, but then like when it actually plays out, it's actually quite terrible.
People are going to play it.
People are gonna try it, and I could be wrong, but like the fact is like you cast it, you tap out for it on your opponent's end step, and they just kill it anyway. Like,
yeah, 4 mana is a lot. It definitely is a lot.
Well, not even that it's 4 mana. We've had 7 mana cards be very good, like Pearl Lake Ancient, but it's like this card has a quote protection clause unquote, and it's like
if it was,
but not really
similar. If it was 4 mana and similar to like say like Dream Trawler, then that would be sick.
Yeah, if it had hexproof in like for like a different type of conditional hexproof, but this specific condition isn't really all that helpful because like the turn at ETBs, you've cast it as a spell for turn, and that's about it. You can maybe punish people who tap out for it, like where you, yeah,
that could be a case as well, paperless. But
yeah, but then like you didn't counter or deal with the thing they tapped out for.
Yeah.
And you'll have to untap and deal with that, and then hope that you can still counter their next thing, or they continuously tap out to deal with it. But all right, the next card is I'm going with Tiny Bones Joins Up.
Skipping over all these ones.
Yes.
Okay,
I suppose we could talk about Tiny Joaquin Phoenix here. Because it's a 2/3 legendary creature for 2, which puts it in the realm of something we would jam into a bad Legends deck.
Whenever source you control deals non-common damage to a creature non-common damage to a creature equal to that creature's toughness, draw a card.
So if you shock a 2 toughness creature, you draw a card.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems a little specific. There are a lot of 2/3s, and this is in the Lightning Helix colors, but it feels a lot like you're maybe drawing 1 card with this.
You can do X tap if a source you control will deal non-common damage to a permanent or player this turn. It deals that much damage plus X instead. Still feels kind of meh.
Sick. I can tap X is 0 and turn off all my lightning bolts. Why would I do anything else?
I'm gonna skim key to vault real quick.
Equip creature deals con. Look at the manager. You may exile non-land card from the rest of you may cast.
Yeah.
If it was like a 1 mana thing, and you could get it with Urza Saga, it'd be really cool, but it's not. So, yeah, Tiny Bones Joins Up. We played that card tonight. Yeah. This card's great.
That was sick. That card seems sick. I see. While I was switching over to the mini set review, I peeked over at Twitter, and like there's a couple other creators that were tweeting out how like this card is sick. It's like ridiculous.
It's great. I love it.
It's like turn 1, you play Tiny Bone Joins Up. When it enters the battlefield, any number of target players, you target yourself if you need to.
And our theoretical reanimate attracts a deck, right? Like you could just play this card. And now our 9/9 attracts a pings our opponent for 1.
Whenever a legendary creature enters battlefield under control, any number of target players each mill a card and lose 1 life. So you
could target yourself.
For those that weren't here, or if you're watching this on YouTube, for those who weren't here earlier, John and I built a Golgari Legends deck, and we just had so many triggers off of this thing from all like the cheap Legends we were playing. It just seems like a really good card for 1 mana.
Also, like probably like one of the most efficient ways to set up committing crimes.
Yes.
Because you just tie it, at least for decks with tons of legendary creatures. But like Gissa was a card we talked about earlier that was really good with this. We'll briefly mention like we tried out Vadmir, and I do think that that's a possibility of like, especially like if you're looking at something like a mono black deck where like Tiny Bones Joins Up plus Vadmir is like an instant 2 mana 3/3. And you got, you made your opponent discard a card, you milled them for 1, you dealt 1 damage, and and now Vadmir's going to grow every time you commit a crime. So I think there's a lot to talk about with Tiny Bones joins up, and I think this is the biggest thing for me when it comes to like what the new Legends decks are going to look like. As there'll be something with this.
Will Tiny Bones find himself in Waste Not? Tiny Bones himself, the card?
I don't think he was the Waste Not thing. I think that was some random Warlock. But
yeah. Tiny Bones joins up. I don't know if that would see play in the Waste Not deck. I can picture that in Devotion. Mono Black Devotion.
Yeah.
I would rather play this in Mono Black Devotion than probably Warlock class, I think.
That's fair. We'll talk about Vraska joins up too.
Yeah.
We think this card, it has a lot of potential. I see the appeal of playing this card because it's really good. Like, you play it, all your stuff gets Death Touch, not just your Legends. So, like, you can use it as a way to be like, oh, we're just going to be being able to, like, oh, like, you know what? There's this board stall going on. I'm going to give all my stuff Death Touch and attack with, like, a number of creatures that, and, like, if they're legendary, I just happen to be able to, you know, just go ahead and, I get to draw a card every time I connect. So it's very similar to, Gix in that way.
Card had Flash. That would be amazing if this card had Flash.
It'd be busted, but because you'd
way too good.
Well, you'd flash it in before damage.
Yeah,
it would be absolutely cracked.
It'd probably be a 3-mana spell if it had Flash, but yeah, it just overall it just seems like a really solid card, and I think I can see it being as I was mentioning earlier, it could be a one of in some Golgari decks, maybe a cyborg card.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting, and I think like our Golgari Legends deck will like for sure play this in the board. But also, if you think about it, in any deck where you just have a ton of first strike creatures, this card could just be really good.
Yeah.
Little bit less synergistic there, in the sense that it doesn't synergize if you don't have a ton of Legends, but like, yeah, it just is a good card. So I think this is a really fun card.
Your first strikers are in white, I believe.
Yeah, a lot of them would be, but like not impossible to look into doing this. So, you know, as far as next card to go, I mean, I'll say something about Wily Duke. It's an interesting card. Whenever it becomes tapped, you gain 1 life, draw a card, but it is Vigilance.
For brewing and
saddling and tapping your Springleaf Drum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, now we're into the uncommon, so now we're going to go a lot faster.
Yeah. Aloe Alchemist, I think that can see play in some stompy decks, maybe like in Monogreen Rule, potentially Selesnya. It's just you plot it and you're pumping a creature.
Yeah, well, it's like you could play this and like like in my head, right? Like a Gruul aggro deck, you plot this on turn 2, you play Reckless Stormseeker. You play this, you target it because it can target itself, and then you give it haste, and then you're just attacking for 7 on turn 3. But you can also just play this. Also, wait a minute, no, this is when it becomes plotted, not when you cast it.
Yeah, when you plot it. So
so it's just a pump spell.
Yeah, so you can go turn 1, 1-mana creature, turn 2, your opponent doesn't have anything up, and you want to just get some decent damage in, just plot it right then, attack with your 1/1 that's now a 4 power creature.
I like that. Yeah, I agree with you. I think this card seems like it's really interesting. It does like 2 different things. And also in the late game, you can just use it as like, oh, I have this trampling creature or I have this like, you know, death touch creature or something. I can just get it. I can guarantee some damage through in a way.
Yes.
And being a 2/3 for 3/2 for 2 is really good. I'm going to shout out Arid Archway because it's a Peru land. A land that taps for 2 and bounces another land back to your hand. And then if you bounce a desert, you surveil 1. This won't come up in modern Primeval Titan decks, but it will come up in timeless Primeval Titan decks.
Yeah.
Where you don't have lands that tap for 2 mana, but now you do. And you don't have Amulet of Vigor, but you do have Spelunking to do some stuff with this. So it'll be interesting. Plus, we do have old desert cards, so there could be some synergies with this. So I'm not even going to rule it out as a card that I wouldn't see being played in the modern Primeval Titan decks, but just a unique card and a unique version of a card we have similar stuff for that I wanted to point out.
This is making me think of like, what if you could take the old Golgari lands deck that had that got banned in Pioneer?
Oh, the one that got Field of the Dead banned.
What if you could play that? I know Titan's better, in Timeless. But what if you could just think of like what if you went Titan with that in a Golgari package, with like playing the spell that goes get deserts.
Hour of Promise.
Yeah, stuff like that. Make me think. But
I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, Field of the Dead is legal in that format, so playing black, green, prime time. Like I played a ton of prime time decks in Timeless. It's one of my favorite deck archetypes, and yeah, like I would totally build a deck like that. That'd be totally something I would be at least I would entertain the idea of. Plus, you can get away with like the balance, like the ping lands, all the ping deserts that are multicolor now too. So there's like that as an option as well.
Yeah. And I think you get I think you get zombies if you control a certain amount of deserts with
3 or more deserts, you get zombies.
That's pretty easy to do too.
Yeah. Next card I want to shout out Cunning Coyote. Just another really solid looking aggro card. It's alphabetized, boss.
It is.
It's alphabetized. Yeah, there you go. 2-mana 2/2 haste ETB. Another target creature gets +1/+1 in haste. So again, another really solid card to plot onto. Play a 3-drop on 3, then cast this, and you get to attack with both. But also just a 2-mana 2/2 with haste, which is just a good thing for standard power level aggro deck. So I think this is a really good card.
Also, it's Wily Coyote.
Yes, it is Wily Coyote.
Wait, what deck was that? Beast. If you're talking about the Golgari one I was talking about, it's a lands deck in Pioneer that got banned.
Yeah, it was like black green mid range with some land ramp abilities, and Field of the Dead was its win condition. It was ultimately the deck that got Field of the Dead banned in Pioneer. Yeah. Not that it needed help because that card's busted, but
I built it one Sunday, and then the very next day it got banned.
Yeah. Doc Orlock, Grizzled Genius. Is a bear druid and has great artwork. But it also has a unique ability where it reduces plotting, which isn't that important, but like casting cards from exile in graveyards. So like flashback cards get cheaper with this. So I think it's a unique effect. I'm just not sure if it has a home. But it's got a powerful ability that generates mana.
Forsaken Miner, it's another card you could play in mono black aggro, potentially in Pioneer.
There's a ton of combos with this.
Yeah, mostly commander combos, I think.
Yeah, like basically if you can commit a crime for free. So like in Commander, I know the big one is you sack Phyrexian Altar. To Phyrexian Altar, and you have like a Blood Artist or whatever in play. So
it's instant win.
Yeah, it's an instant win because it's a mana ability. So the black mana goes in before the creature goes to the graveyard, and the black mana goes in your pool before Blood Artist's trigger goes on the stack. So then that trigger can bring back Forsaken Miner.
Goes skeleton. Yeah, you could do that too. I don't think this is going to be a playable card in Rakdos Sacrifice because Cat Oven is just better. Even just as a 1-mana 2/2, I don't think it's playable in Sacrifice.
Yeah, like there's maybe a deck that plays this that can like really take advantage of that combo. Because to be fair, this is probably one of the best versions of this card we've gotten, where it's like its return condition is you targeted something of your opponents and you have to pay, and it's not even like 2 mana, it's 1 mana. A lot of the previous versions of like say Gutter Bones and whatnot were 2 mana.
More playable than Gutter Bones and more playable than what's the other zombie that costs 3 to return if you have 1 or less?
Dread Wanderer.
Yeah.
This is if you're hellbent, you can pay 3 and put it on the battlefield. Yeah. And then there was also like Blood-Soaked Champion was the other one where it was Raid. You can pay 2 to put it back into play.
Stick around. I think that's the one I would like to stick around though.
I mean, it's that and Gutter Bones are the only ones this competes with. But this one's also a 2/2, and those ones are all 2/1s.
That's true. But
which is
I think a couple of those ones can block it. No, Gutter Bones can't.
Nope, none of them can. None of them are templated in a way where they can block.
It's just they all cost basically 3 mana. They all cost 3 mana to get back, basically.
Yeah. Well, this one can cost as little as 2 mana because you have to cast this. So, like, to trigger, Blood-Soaked Champion is probably the easiest one because it's just you had to attack. So you have to take a 0 mana game action to be able to get it back. Well, like Gutter Bones is similar, where it's like a creature had to die in order to do it. But then, like, the other one is you just had to have no cards in hand, but it costs 3. So like this one also kind of costs 2 because most of the things you're going to do that trigger this cost probably 1 mana. So like in a way it does, but you're also getting to do more than one effect. So it's much better.
Yes, the answer to the question, we did go over Gisa. I'm gonna rip this from this whole section from the Twitch VOD and put it up on YouTube. For a
To
minute.
give a
This is
brief recap, it's busted. You should play it.
Yes.
That's all you need to know.
Champion and the skeleton are 2 types for a party. I'm gonna talk about this one just because it was mentioned in chat. Reflection seems interesting. It's
Fleeting reflection.
Yeah,
Sure.
It's a 2-mana instant. Target creature you control gains hexproof till end turn. Untap that creature till end turn. It becomes a copy of up to one other target creature. So like, I mean, I guess you could do like maybe some kind of protection stuff in like or some combat stuff in the mentor decks. Turn your like mentor into like a
haughty djinn
or haughty djinn into a haughty djinn, or turn like a token into a glissa that's attacking you and just block with that token to trade.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see, like this being specifically good with haughty djinn, which makes it 1 mana. But then you can just like be like, okay, I can also do this where it's like, okay, now I have 2 haughty djinns. Yeah, like you could do the same thing with the 1 mana venerated rod priest. You could do similar things.
Yeah,
but
I can understand that in there too. Like for the turn you're finally setting up for the kill turn, or just for a protection spell.
Yeah, it does like the proactive and a reactive thing. So yeah, I think it's an interesting card. Whether or not those decks prove to be good, because those decks kind of have proven to not be good in the overall metagame. But still, interesting card.
Yeah.
Hollow Marauder was one I know people have talked about.
Which one?
Cost 1 less for each creature in your graveyard, which was interesting.
Oh, yeah, this one. Yeah,
and then like it eats a card out of your opponent's hand, and if they didn't discard a card with mana value 4 or greater, you draw a card. So it's a powerful ability.
Card. It looks like a decent card, I think, just looking at it. But I think it's more of a limited card.
Yeah, I think it'd be tricky to get this to be, because I think you'd have to have it be like probably less than like 2 to 1 mana for it to be like, well, this is like really good. But yeah, just like not sure how good it'll actually be. I did want to shout out Gold Rush. I'm pretty sure like people in Commander will love that card because it's like it makes a treasure token and then it gives +2/+2 for each treasure you control.
Yeah.
I could see that being something kind of dumb. Like even in Standard, like there's that 6 mana artifact that says you can tap your lands to make a treasure. Do something silly with that, but I also don't think it would be very good. But it does cost 1 mana because you get the rebate. It's essentially a 1 mana +2/+2. So interesting limited card, but could see some silly combo stuff in in other formats. But Honest Rutstein is probably the card I think we both want to talk about next, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that very last part? I got distracted by something.
That's fine. Honest Rutstein's probably the next card we both want to talk about.
Yeah,
it's
is it pronounced Rustine or is it Rustine? I always say Rustine.
Stein and Steen, you can say them either. They're
okay.
Phonetically, they're spelt the same.
Okay.
So you'll have to ask Honest Rutstein to get a real answer.
2 things for me. Well, 3 things. 1, I like how this has a promo border. So you can get this in a promo pack. 2, I really like how they de-aged this character too. If you go look at the original Rustine, he's like old as heck in that one.
He's just having a good day today.
It seems like
lots of moisturizer.
It seems like a lot of people in this set like must add like maybe when you go through an omen path, it de-ages you.
No, I just think they got really into skincare.
I guess. Because like I think the original Rustine handled graveyards, but
yeah, it was also called Old Rutstein. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But to be fair, this could be a surname. This could be Old Rutstein's son.
True.
Like Campbell is a little like that. That's a first name. So.
Innistrad does that. Innistrad. Okay. But yeah, overall, like we were looking at this card earlier in the Golgari Legends deck. We played a 1 of in the main, and there was a thought about potentially playing this in the sideboard, for in those grindy mid-range matches, I don't think that would be where you want this card. I think it seems like a decent card to consider for.
I think you could
decks.
main deck this card. Like if you're like, I'm gonna be playing against a ton of removal, and like so like if you're playing you're playing against a bunch of black mid range decks, and you're playing a Golgari deck, you could probably main deck this card, and it would probably be very reasonable, especially if because imagine this line, if you will, where it's like turn 2 bat, they kill the bat with the trigger on the stack, and then turn 3 you go Honest Rudstein, get my bat back.
Yeah.
And then they either kill Honest Rudstein or you untap and you play Aquazots a turn ahead of time.
Yeah. Like I had to turn
both sides of this card are very impressive.
I think you were in the stream for this one game. I think there was a game where I did have the Honest Rudstein on the field, and I was able to slap a bat out for 1 mana. That's crazy. Just being able to have 1 mana bat.
Yeah, the cost reduction, I think, is a thing. Like, generating mana is a really powerful thing in Magic. So I really, really like what this card does. And I think, again, like I said, if we're going into Standard, if Standard's going to be like it has been, where it's like we're playing a bunch of black removal decks at the top tables, it's like this is a really fun card to have in those, because it creates a very interesting dynamic. And yeah, having 1 mana 2-drop creatures, and again, I think just the ability to curve into the Bat God a turn ahead of time after also getting... So this is like, it draws a card and generates a mana, and then is also like a reasonable body for 3 mana. And it has dope flavor text. No questions,
that's true,
no
well,
refunds.
This is a card that's fighting for a spot in decks that have so many good 3-drops already.
Yeah, that's the problem. That is, it's ultimately its issue. So I feel like we built, it would probably end up being a one-of card. And then maybe you board a second one for if you know there's going to be just a ton of 1-for-1ing happening.
I see a couple comments on this. Some people believe this might do something in a Jund Bard class list. Maybe.
Oh sure, yeah. You could buy back a creature and cast it for 0 or whatever, or cast it for Yeah, if it's a little literally, if you buy back a creature that costs generic green red, then Bard class in this make it 0. So yeah, I think it's an interesting card. It does trigger Insidious Roots. Just to point out paperless Magic, but yeah, I think this is a card that by itself isn't very good, but in the context of how Standard has been and looks like it will continue to be, I think this card will end up being very good. Cards that draw cards and demand an answer tend to be very good in formats with lots of 1-for-1 removal.
We're going to move over to Intrepid Stable Master, just because somebody in chat really wants me to talk about it.
It's Chocobo.
Yes, it is a Chocobo.
That's why it's KQ.
It is a red Chocobo. Actually,
I'm pretty sure the creature is the Intrepid Stable Master is the thing on its back.
Yeah, but I mean, it's riding a Chocobo. But so Kebby in chat believes that this could potentially be played, or wants to hear my thoughts about it being played in Grow vehicles. In my thought with it is, I don't want to try it, but I understand where you're thinking of that with. Because
you can curve into turn 3 Sky Sovereign.
Yeah, you could do turn 3 Sky Sovereign with this, but it's a 2-mana 2/2. That seems okay. It has reach. Cool. If you can chump block Copters if you need to. It taps as
block
green.
Spirits.
Or spirits. Or you could tap for 2 mana of any color for a vehicle or a mount. So you can get an earlier vehicle. But my thought against that is you're already playing 8 elves in the deck.
Yeah,
so
it's
if you want
overkill.
An early vehicle, you're probably gonna get it already with the elves
that
you're playing. But
I could see a world where you cut say there's a world where you're playing against I don't know a lot of end the festivities effects.
Yeah,
which isn't impossible. There's Convoke plays it, and other decks sometimes play it. Or you just don't want to play a ton of 1-mana 1/1s, and maybe you want to be playing 1 mana Shocks or whatever 1-mana removal spell you want to play. That's a world where I think this card would then see play, because it's specifically really good in that deck, and it sort of plays into having all these 1-mana removal spells you want to play.
Yeah.
So basically, the decision is: do I want to be playing interactive spells on turn 1, or do I want to be playing exclusively mana ramp on the first turn of the game. And if I want to do the interactive stuff on turn 1, then this is a card I'm going to play over a Llanowar Elf. So there is a way that I would build it, and I don't think it would be Gruul vehicles. I think it would probably be something like Golgari vehicles or whatever.
That has
But
been done in the past too.
Yeah, like that would be a better place for this, because there you're playing Thoughtseize and Fatal Push, which play much better with this card.
Usually
than
in those
the
builds too, which I'm kind of sidetracking. Which usually in those Golgari vehicle builds, they're usually Giganta, which is interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, if it's free, it's free, right? But we can move on. I do think it's an interesting card. I just don't think like it's obvious whether or not it's better than the things you could be doing otherwise.
I kind of want to skip down to Lava Spur Boots.
Oh yeah, this card's absolutely ridiculous.
That's gonna see modern play, I believe, and
Urza Saga, baby.
yeah, equip creature is +1/+0 and has haste and ward 1. Ward
So
can be pretty big in modern.
I'll share with you the play pattern that this happens. So you go turn 1, whatever. So people are talking about it in Hammer. So it's turn 1, you do a thing. Turn 2, that is correct, Tristo. They won't print 1 mana dorks if they can help it. In standard at least, because they're way too good. You go turn 2 Saga. Next turn, land, make a construct. Following turn, make another construct. Go get Lava Spur Boots. Play a land, attach it to the newest construct, and now you have at least a 3/2 and a 4/3 and a 3/3 construct, both that can attack. Like, that's the floor of that. And then the ceiling is that you also have stuff like Esper Sentinel in your deck, which is really annoying with this card. Where you're like, oh, it already taxes. Now it's like, oh, I draw a card unless you pay 2, and then it also has ward 1. So like that's a pretty big deal. As far as new options for Hammer decks. It's also come up briefly for like Amulet Titan, but I doubt it will see as much success there. But it's mostly because it's just another way to give Primeval Titan some protection and haste.
Yeah, and like it's another thing that people are gonna like in Commander, I believe. Not as much as like your other boot type effects, but that's just the Commander thought I had. It's
just another. I think Commander, the only upside is you can get it off of Urza Saga, but like that's such a smaller upside in Commander than it is elsewhere that I don't think. Yeah, I think it'll just be worse.
Something going on in chat about the lizard.
Magebane Lizard is hilarious.
I heard some talk about that, or seen some talk about that on.
It's Reverse Storm. Your opponent takes damage for every non-creature spell they've cast this turn.
For 1 in red, 1 for, So like, Kebby, can you explain for everybody that is watching, why you would want to play this?
Okay, so we'll talk Pioneer, because that's probably the most relevant to the people in our chat. If I play this against, say, I don't know, my Is It Phoenix opponent, and they don't immediately have a Lightning Axe to kill it, this thing's going to deal 6 damage to them on the turn they want to bring their Phoenixes back. Or, more importantly, my Lotus Field opponent, who's going to probably cast anywhere between 5 and 15 non-creature spells the turn they win the game. Like, this is like a death sentence. Like, basically, the decks that, like Storm-style decks, or, like, pure spell-based combo decks, or even Phoenix, are going to have ways to deal with a card like this. It's very similar to Damping Sphere, except, like, Damping Sphere can be Besaged, and this cannot. So, this is a very good card. Convoke to a lesser degree, but yes.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're talking about a different card. I'm not certain.
It's whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, so
yes.
Convoke might want to play this. But
Convoke will likely play this card.
Yeah, in the sideboard.
The rolling vortex doesn't trigger on my hidden strings, my pour over the pages, my spells I cast for mana, which is most of the spells.
Against Moxfield, you're out to play the rolling vortex. Well, the thing about the difference between that is rolling vortex is only going to deal the damage once they get the
ultimatums.
And ultimatums.
Yeah, like, and it's like if I'm at a point, and so I play a lot of Lotus Field chat, and I'll tell you from my perspective, I would rather play against Roiling Vortex than this card because I can Sylvan Scrying for Beseiju, and Beseiju Roiling Vortex and not care about it. I could also cast all my other spells like Hidden Strings and Pour Over the Pages, which, as well as like, Dig Through Time and other things to help find my way of getting out from under a Roiling Vortex. Where to get out from under a Magebane Lizard, I have to either have it in my hand immediately or take a bunch of damage to do it.
Mhm.
So like I'd rather play against Roiling Vortex than Magebane Lizard. So Magebane Lizard is going to be one of the best like sideboard cards to come out of this set for older formats.
Mhm.
I wanted to talk about Make Your Own Luck.
I was reading it, and picture that being a standard card. Like, say if you're ramping, or if you're just in a blue-green deck and you're setting up for another turn, maybe the teamer ramp deck.
Yeah, just to put it correct, it's more Atraxa shenanigans. That's all it is. You're overthinking this, German.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
This is just another way to do dumb Atraxa stuff. Because I forget the card that does it, but there is a you play one Otawara in Lotus Field, and you don't play a lot of creature removal. Just as an FYI.
You're usually on like 2 to 3 Beseiju as well, right?
It's typically 3 Besejus because most of the hate is, Beseiju. You can Beseiju the hate. With cards like Magebane Lizard coming around, they'll probably start playing more ways of dealing with creatures. But like again, Magebane Lizard punishes me for having to dig for the way to answer it, where Roiling Vortex doesn't. So yeah, like you can also just play Rule of Law effects. That also is really a potent thing. But yeah, Make Your Own Luck is just more Atraxa shenanigans. So I think it'd be very interesting. I think it'd be just a very interesting card to tinker around with. I can't think of a way off the top of my head, but if there's a way you can put Atraxa on top of your library and then cast this, then you can do some fun stuff with it.
All right, chat, I see. I'm fixing it. Don't know why that keeps happening right now.
Currently, it's 3 rafts in the board. And again, you have to find the rafts to do that. And aggro decks can pressure you into playing the rafts before they play Magebane Lizard. So it's like, I'm not going to keep debating the topic here. Because like saying Magebane Lizard dies to removal isn't exactly a reasonable argument as to why it won't be better than Roiling Vortex, when like Roiling Vortex only punishes very specific things out of Lotus Field, and they can easily answer it. And one of their board wipes also deals with that. But we'll move on here.
Each deck is built differently too. So like,
yeah,
like
there might be decks that want to use Roiling Vortex instead.
Yeah, and plus each Lotus deck could be built differently too. I believe there's usually like 2 different versions at a time. Usually.
Right now, yeah, there's 2 versions. There's a Bant and Simic.
So moving on. Off the top of my head, I don't recall any of these cards that catch my attention.
Miriam caught my attention. The Herd Whisperer gives mounts and vehicles you control on your turn hexproof.
Okay.
As well as whenever a mount or vehicle you control attacks, it gets a +1/+1 counter.
Okay. So I guess.
And it's a 2-mana 3/2. Yeah, so like my thought was like, it's probably good with like Issaka's Chariot, in like Pioneer, and it's like it's like a respectable body, right? For 2-mana 3/2, and yeah, if you're playing enough vehicles, then yeah, it's probably good. But in Standard, there's also a ton of mounts that it might be good with, because you don't have to like saddle the mount for these to put counters on it. You just have to attack, so could be something there.
Very interesting. White for a 2/2 flyer. Nurturing Pixie enters battlefield. Return up to 1 target non-fairy, non-land permanent you control to his own hand. Permanent was turned this way. Put a 1 counter on Nurturing Pixie.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
yeah, I can picture that.
It had Flash. I could definitely see it being like a very good card. But yeah, there's a world, because like Glint Hawk was a playable card. And this is basically just Glint Hawk.
I can see that being played in like Standard. I feel like it would need Flash to be playable in Pioneer.
You know what I could see it being really good with in standard specifically is what's it? The that 1 mana red artifact that when it ETBs and leaves, you can exile the top card of your deck and play it that turn.
Okay, yeah.
Like a really low to the curve, like all 1 mana cards, basically. I think that could be like a really interesting card for a deck like that.
Okay.
Requisition Raid was an interesting one. It's another spree card, and it's like it can be, shatter or it's a disenchant that can also just hit both for an extra mana. It's like kind of an interesting card. Like this is the card that Lotus Field is interested in because like one Lotus Field lets you do the first 2 modes, and you can hit 2 relevant card types.
Yeah.
And then like, but also there's decks that like the with the hardened scales style decks. The counters decks could use this as a really convenient sideboard card where they can hit like a problematic artifact or enchantment, and then at the same time, also get that proactive play out of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so are we sure that these plant creatures aren't from the plane?
Pretty sure.
Because like I've never seen them before, and they're all coming in this set.
I mean, we've had plant people before.
I mean, the cactus-looking ones, though.
I mean, I don't believe they're native.
Okay. Vitashan's Tidewinder at Planeswalker does affect a new copy of the Planeswalker?
No.
No. It's just the one that's on the field right there.
No. It only affects that specific object.
I think Ruthless Lawbringer is going to see some standard play. I'm not hating on cactus people. The cactar from Final Fantasy are hilarious.
They came here from the south.
I think they're called cactar in Final Fantasy. Like the cactus.
Cactuar.
They're like in like they're just funny looking and.
Yeah, and they do the robot.
Yeah.
And they shoot you on sight.
In Final Fantasy, if you fight them, it's like it could be like a one shot, you're dead.
Yeah, they always do 1,000 damage. Yeah, 1,000 needles. Ruthless Lawbringer seems interesting. It's like the evolution of the sack a permanent, destroy something, but at this time it's not a creature.
Okay. Yeah.
So probably a reasonable card in like decks that can take like where the sacking something can be an upside.
I was playing a viewer deck earlier. One of Evan Golden's list. They were in chat earlier. It was Orzhov Sacrifice, and this card was pretty decent. Like you just play a bunch of things that make tokens, and you just sacrifice a token creature just to kill another creature or destroy an online permanent.
I think it'd be. I think this is the kind of card to keep an eye on because it could be like one of those role player cards in specific archetypes.
Scourging Shot. That's a standard way to answer with anything.
I mean, it'll be like if there's a mono red deck, it's probably playing this at least in its sideboard to deal with like Shieldred and other random 5 toughness creatures.
Yes, we did talk about the fairy. There shouldn't be any more ads running right now.
Yeah, we talked about the fairy. Yeah, and we compared it exactly to Glint Hawk. There's like some cards like the 1 mana red artifact we talked about would be a card that you could play with it to get some interesting advantage. Slick Sequence was an interesting one. 2 mana, deal 2 to any target, and if it's the second spell, if you cast another spell, you draw a card. Mm-hmm. That was a card we actually played against on stream. It seemed interesting. Like killing an X2 for 2 isn't like, terrible, in general. But then like in the late game, it sort of scales up, so to speak. Where it's like, oh, like now when I'm multi-spelling, it's also a cantrip. So like, I think it's a good card. This not like a staple in every deck.
Yeah.
That's the card I was talking about, Synthesizer.
A lot of people have their eyes on Shoot the Sheriff because it's a 2 mana removal spell in black.
Yeah. You can always pay attention to them. But there's plenty of them that aren't good. So
yeah, I think Go for the Throw and Bitter Trapper are still your premium removal in standard. I think
for now,
depends how for Shoot the Sheriff if you're gonna play it. I think it's or if it's gonna be good. It kind of depends how the meta's gonna shake out to be.
Yeah, it'll come down. It'll be one of those things that you have to Yeah, that's why it misses Vein Ripper. That's why it's not good in Pioneer. Just play Heartless Act and play Bitter Triumph and play Go for the Throat and don't bother with the other ones for now. And Shieldred's Edict too, but
blot out in the board.
Yeah. But yeah, Shoot the Sheriff. It's a card you should pay attention for in Standard. It could come up in Pioneer at some point down the road, where it's like, oh, like none of the creatures in the metagame match these things. And that might be something to keep in mind. It's no different than like Power Word Kill, right? Like in that format where it's like, oh, as long as the creature types on here aren't relevant, then this is probably a good card. But like just like Power Word Kill, like there's a good chance that like these creature types at some point will be coming up in Pioneer, and then you'll have to move away from it. Like Go for the Throat, like there's not a ton of artifact creatures that you have to worry about.
Yeah, and like overall in Pioneer, you have so many different options. In Standard, you just have to pay attention to what's being played more: the artifact creatures or the outlaws.
Yeah.
So then, and I think you can after maybe a couple weeks or a month, you can decide if you can play Shoot the Sheriff at that point. It might be I'm probably overestimating how much time.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it develops. The only other, there's not many other cards. Vile Smasher is interesting, another commander card that's coming into a standard set. Basically just it pings your opponent every time another outlaw comes into play. And it is a crime because it's targeting the opponent. So like that's kind of an interesting option for maybe like some of the decks that care about committing crimes.
Sorry, I was just responding to a thing in the chat. Looks like Kebi's stuck in ad jail. Fun fact, everybody doesn't know about this. If you are watching a Twitch stream and you use an ad blocker, then if Twitch website detects it, they will force you to watch more ads.
That's true.
Even if you're subscribed to that channel, if you're subscribed to a Twitch channel and the website detects that, they will force you to watch ads.
It's true.
My artifact creature becomes solidly relevant in standard metagame. This could be good to place otherwise, meh. Yeah.
Yeah, there are good artifact creatures. The problem is that they aren't better than the other creatures you could play, and they require you to play more stuff to synergize with them. The biggest ones being like Steel Seraph and Phyrexian Fleshgorger, but really the problem that it comes down to with them right now is that they just are competing with better, more efficient cards. Which is tough because like Phyrexian Fleshgorger is great, and I do think post rotation is where that'll come up more, because those cards stay around and sort of replace some of these really good cards that have been eating up those spots on the curve. Really, the only other thing I'm noticing, I'm much further down the list than you are on my screen, was
Vile Smasher maybe.
Vile Smasher I thought was interesting, but like. You have to specifically be playing a ton of outlaws. And you have to have outlaws that care about crimes, which there's a few. Like Gissa is an outlaw. The 3-mana green creature's an outlaw. So like there's maybe something there, but I'm not sure. And then the only other thing I can point out is probably the ping deserts. Yeah. They're not unplayable. Like yeah, again, like there's that green 4-drop rare that cares about having a desert, and like that's that they like so like that's a way to like give that thing flash, but it's also a way to like commit crime for quote 1 mana, so to speak. So I think that's like an interesting aspect of the rest of these cards, but beyond that, I'm not really too much left.
I'm glad Snakeskin Veil got a reprint. I was not expecting it to get a reprint.
Yeah, it's a good one. This set's actually full of pretty good reprints. There's also we haven't looked at it yet, but there's also the big score.
Yeah, I think we could.
Which is a whole. We could do that later, but I think there's a lot of cards in there that are actually going to be like really impactful. Not just to this format, but other formats, because like just because there's a lot of notable reprints and some really powerful cards in there. But we'll save that for later.
Say that Lone Shark does look kind of hilarious, like just the art.
It's a very Capenna card.
Yes. I wonder if the shark.
But I do like it
from New Capenna.
Could have. Maybe.
It looks so funny. It looks like he has like a I don't know, like an overbite
Like,
or
why is his
underbite.
mouth so far back?
Yeah.
Why is his nose and face so long?
What about Desert 4-drop ramp spell? I think it's the best 4-drop ramp spells. The 4-drop Desert ramp spell. What card is that? No, we don't hate shark people.
Oh, there
Drop.
was one more card. Voracious Varmint was also a card that it's just like
color?
2 mana 2/2 vigilance. You can pay 1, sack it to disenchant something.
Oh, okay.
Just
So,
like another
it
like thrashing Brontodon thing. It's gonna be at the bottom of the list if you
Is it
wanted to
green?
look at it. Yeah.
So I do like it because of vigilance, but you also do have currently in standard you're competing with the werewolf, which I
Yeah,
feel
Outland
is much
Liberator.
better. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like right now there's a better card than it, but it's a card to keep your eye on because like Outland Liberator is gonna rotate out in 3 months.
You have Canker Bloom also. So I guess
Yeah, and
depending
that's gonna be the other one. So it's gonna be whether vigilance or having 3 power is better.
Yeah. Well, also Canker Bloom has more utility as well. So I guess
I suppose it also proliferates, right?
yeah. So I guess
Vigilance is its own utility, by the way, to clarify. It means it can attack and block in the same turn cycle.
Yeah. So like depends on how the format is. What's nice about this card, it's a common, so you can play this in Pauper.
Yeah, that's notable. Now I'm not sure how much we'll talk about Pauper.
It was just a thought, just something I just noticed. I don't think any of the other 2 mana cards like this are common.
No, I think they're all uncommons.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the 4 mana ramp card they talked about, by the way, was Map the Frontier. Search your library for up to 2 basic lands and or deserts and put them onto the battlefield tab. Yeah, I mean it grabs 2 ping lands, right? And you can just 4 mana ramp. It's alphabetized, boss.
What's the name again?
Map the Frontier. Oh, you scrolled too far. Look for M.
Elemental
LM.
LM.
Why is yours not there? Oh, you got to go up to the uncommons.
Oh,
sorry. That's why you're not seeing it. You're in the commons. There you go. Map the Frontier.
3 and a green. Search your library for up to 2 basic lands and or desert cards. Put them to battlefield tap and shuffle.
Yeah, it's just another explosive vegetation, but can grab deserts.
Yeah, I mean, I can maybe see that being played here, maybe in the land decks potentially, help filter out. But you also already do so much with analyst and some other things as well.
Yeah, you'd really need to care about. I think you really need to care about the desert part of this. Mm-hmm. So, like, actually, in MTG Kebig pointed out that it can get scavenger grounds, but there's other deserts that it can get from older sets. Yeah. So like if there's like something that cares about deserts and like Pioneer, for example, that could matter with this.
For anything in the other sets that came with the set, we're gonna
we'll save that for later because there's gonna be a lot of discussion with some of the cards, especially the big score because that impacts every format. But then like the prosperity post cards, the other ones, I forget the actual name. That will be something we have to dive into separately because that's another big discussion because that's only arena formats that it's really impacting.
Yeah.
We'll save that for later.
Okay. Are you actually busy tomorrow?
Yes, unfortunately.
Oh, are you going to standard?
No, I have a thing with my significant other's father is still in town, and we're doing a thing with him tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
The pre-release is Friday.
Yeah. Which
I'm not playing in our local LGS pre-release, but I will be judging and hosting a midnight pre-release in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. So if anybody on our chat is local to us and you want to go play a midnight pre-release, it is at Atlas Games in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, and then you can ask me all of your silly judge questions in person.
if you
Fine.
do,
I know I'm gonna have to explain how crimes work at least a dozen times.
yes. If you do go to that LGS chat, don't forget to you can if you missed the wedding, you can just bring your gift and John will accept there.
I will accept cash in lieu of gifts. Just as a heads up to everybody.
If they make a
Yeah, I
loot
think we can
plushie.
call it. At least I'm gonna call it a night there. I don't know if you're
Yeah.
gonna keep streaming.
No,
but...
no. This is about the timeout end. If they make a loot plushie, do I want one? They actually did make a loot plushie, and from my understanding, they sold out on the website. Want to tap it for what? Infinite? Oh, you want to tap on it infinitely? What?
Yeah, it's where you just spin it around in a circle. As
But,
long as you keep tapping it clockwise, right? That's how it works.
All right. Well, chat, I know today was a bit different than the usual content. I appreciate John coming on and being a guest and doing a little set review. And brewing a deck with me for early access. I am myself going to call it a night. I'm not going to stream longer. This is about the time I'd be ending anyway. This is about the length of a stream would be for me anyways. I'll be back on my normal time tomorrow. So 6 p.m. Central Time. But I appreciate everybody hanging out. So, John, where can everybody find you?
You can find me at Saltiest Gaijin on every single platform that I'm on. Well, you got to stick around. 26 Lands podcast coming soon.
Oh yeah.
So be sure to follow us on YouTube at Cardboard Pod, as well as on Twitter at Cardboard Pod. Of course, if
yeah.
so of course, go ahead.
Just to recap for anybody who didn't hear it, we are starting a podcast. It's called It's called Cardboard. There's the Twitter account for it, and then if you'd like to go subscribe to the YouTube channel, here's the YouTube channel link for it as well. It's if you're watching on YouTube, the link's in the chat right over there. But we're gonna be recording our first episode, I think in the last week of the month, I believe.
Yeah, that was the plan. Yeah, we wanted to do it after set release. It'll be, of course, an intro for people who don't know Jarman and I. But then, of course, it'll also be we'll be talking not a set review of this, but we'll probably discuss the big score and the prosperity postcards a little bit more because of how some of the effects they're going to have. But then I think it'll mostly be for us. It'll be mostly about how playing with the cards has been, and maybe what we felt we got wrong and what we felt we got right.
Yeah, and I'm excited for that. And yeah, for everybody in chat just watching, be sure to go follow and subscribe to those. If you have any questions or anything that you'd like to request to hear in any podcast stuff, I'll make a channel in my Discord server for that. It's gonna start small. Like we're gonna look at maybe doing an episode like once a month for probably the first 2 months, and then reevaluate from there. But yeah,
If you want more, you got to tell us, and if you tell us, we will give you more.
Yeah, like we're both busy. Like I'm not as busy as John, but when it comes to things, but we gotta find a balance for things. But I hope everybody will enjoy it when we start doing that. We still gotta come up with a logo and stuff.
I'm really looking forward to it. So.
Me too.
All right.
Well,
I'll let you sign us off here.
Yeah. Well, chat, thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna send everybody over to some modern gaming, actually, to the Big Friendly Gamer. He's playing some more 8-rack, it looks like, which is his favorite way to play modern, I believe. So everybody, please do me a favor, hang out for the raid. And then also use your raid message with your emotes, please. If you're just watching a stream, here's your raid message. Yes, I'll be streaming tomorrow. And then if you're subscribed to the stream, here's your raid message right there. So copy paste whichever one works for you. Give Big Friendly Gamer a follow when we go over there. But yeah, everybody, thanks for watching. Have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Time. All right, see you, everybody.